This is a steel that could drive countless aspiring emperors into a frenzy. Passing the trial grants the path to become the great emperor. Yet from ancient times to the present, few have ever reached this place. But just today, two invincible figures actually arrived before the stone monuments simultaneously. One was the holy son of a top-tier sacred ground, with profound foundations, while the other turned out to be a mere rogue cultivator. Although they were dear friends, but everyone believed that a great war was inevitable. But just then, yet you willingly relinquished this throne of the Imperial path, because you know, though both are invincible ones, but the intrinsic qualities between the two are vastly different. A lone cultivator is but a lone cultivator after all. Just when you're feeling down, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. Hearing the system prompt in my mind at this moment, even with your quasi-emperor level 9th heaven state of mind, experienced violent fluctuations. Heaven knows after you crossed over. How did life function without a system in place? It was utterly miserable. You have no connections. Cultivation resources can only be obtained by venturing into secret realms yourself. Almost every time was a narrow escape from death. You also have to constantly guard against betrayal from the major noble families. If you had bound the system earlier, perhaps today it will be you, Qin Feng, who attains the Dao and ascends to emperorship. But it's not too late now, just a moment's time. You will quickly grasp the system's functions. The God-tier selection system, just as the name suggests. Just make a choice and you'll get a reward. System, is there a welcome bonus for beginners? You asked with eager anticipation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao Fruit of Eternal Life. The eternal Dao Fruit, untouched by karma. No one can divine it, no matter who. Your eyes widen in astonishment. What do cultivators pursue through lifelong devotion? Isn't it just about immortality? What you want to do right now? It was merely waiting for 1,000 words from dear friends before peacefully passing away. Accumulate reserves, awaiting the arrival of the next golden era. Then he attained enlightenment in one fell swoop and became an emperor. However, just as you were rejoicing, the system pours cold water on your enthusiasm. The Dao Fruit of Longevity can grant its host immortality, yet was forsaken by fate. To seek enlightenment is akin to defying the natural order. Unable to prove the Dao and become an emperor. Hearing this, you can't help but mutter to yourself. If living forever doesn't mean being invincible, doesn't that make eternity seem a bit lacking? This thought crosses your mind, yet it's dismissed in just an instant. As the saying goes, as long as you're alive, there's hope. Your gaze returns to the skies above the Imperial Pass. The thunder calamity there was already nearing its end. The aura of Qian Yandao grew increasingly powerful. It signifies his imminent enlightenment and ascension to the rank of emperor. As expected, an imperial aura emanated from Qian Yandao's body, overbearing and majestic. Not a trace of blasphemy is tolerated, all paths bow beneath their feet. The might of the emperor radiates from the cosmic wastelands to the 9 great realms. Everyone knows it. Wherever the emperor's authority extends, all living beings bow in reverence and worship. Is this the emperor? Feeling the emperor's might upon you, you murmured to yourself. Just as you were sighing in amazement, the system's voice rang out in your mind. Ding! Detected that host's friend Qian Yandao has attained the great emperor realm. Now issuing a selection task, please make your choice host. Option 1, step forward and challenge the emperor, rewarding the heaven-defying physique. Option 2, do nothing, reward the ancient sacred body. Hearing this, you decisively choose the second option. Even if the primordial sacred body is burdened with a curse, better than being smashed to death by Qian Yandao with a single palm. In his later years, the ancient sacred body suffered a curse eruption, covered entirely in red fur, lost within oneself. Become a monster, but to let the curse erupt. The premise is that there must be a later life to begin with. As you make your choice, you suddenly feel an immense surge of primordial power coursing through your body. The entire body's blood transforms into gold. You plan to cultivate the ancient saint body to its peak as soon as possible. Alternative path to enlightenment. However, the resources required would be astronomical. The wealth you've accumulated over these years. Long ago, you had already absorbed most of it. Not a single drop remains. So, this amount of resources doesn't come from you personally, but intended to find Qian Yandao to ask for it. Of course, would cultivators even call it begging? That's called borrowing. You think to yourself like this. Yet speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives, before you even stand up. A figure suddenly appeared before your eyes without warning. Who else could it be but Qian Yandao? You suddenly notice the strange look in Qian Yandao's eyes. This makes your heart suddenly skip a beat. The secret of your immortality. Could it have been discovered so quickly? This thought lingers in your mind. Finally, you couldn't help but speak. What are you staring at? Hearing this, Qian Yandao seemed to freeze for a moment, as if they didn't expect you to say something like that. Angrily replied, "What's it to you?" Then, the two of them behaved like children. In this ancient star, disputes arose. If it weren't for Qian Yandao using the great emperor's might to shield this stretch of the starry sky in advance, Perhaps it would draw laughter from many a master. In the end, you raise your hand. The farce has come to an end. Instead, he asked in an exceedingly earnest tone, after achieving the great emperor's attainment, why come here instead of touring the major forbidden zones of life? Hearing this, Qian Yan also put away his playful demeanor, then turned to look at you with an extremely curious gaze. He kept saying incessantly, after attaining enlightenment, suddenly sensing an inexplicable surge of blood energy, they realized it was the emergence of the Primordial Sacred Body, wanted to take him on as a disciple. Qian Yan's gaze fixed tightly on you. The power of the great emperor flows within his gaze. I just don't know why. There is always a layer of mist shrouding you. Not even an emperor could see through it. Ahem, you cleared your throat and said, actually, during my previous explorations of various secret realms, by chance, I obtained a drop of blood left behind by the great perfection Primordial Sacred Body. So I attempted to merge the blood into my own body, striving to forge an acquired sacred body. To my surprise, I actually succeeded. You hurriedly explained, afraid he'd look any longer. Your secret of possessing the immortal Dao fruit will be exposed. I see. Qian Yandao nodded slightly. As for why there is a layer of mist around you that even he cannot see through, he didn't care in the slightest. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as you don't bring chaos to the world in the future. At this, you heaved a long sigh of relief in your heart. Fortunately, you were quick-witted enough to steer it back on track. Then, as if you thought of something, suddenly turning her sincere gaze toward Qian Yandao, he patted his chest and said, Brother Qian Yan, I am the Primordial Sacred Body. As long as you give me over 20 million catties of divine source, when I ascend through an unorthodox path, you can always come to me whenever you encounter any difficulties. Qian Yandao said helplessly, good grief. You're trying to set your sights on me, a great emperor, huh? No choice, you're poor after all. Fine then. He was the great emperor, the ruler of all the heavens and realms. Who wouldn't show deference when meeting him, fearing to incur the emperor's wrath? Only you dare to joke with him. He even dared to deceive him, this reigning emperor of the present age. But the more it's like this, the more he cherishes this friendship. A close friend who talks to you as an equal, regardless of your status. No amount of resources can buy it back. Qian Yandao casually tossed a spatial container to Qin Feng. Inside lay not only over 20 million gene of divine essence, but also every conceivable heavenly treasure and rare ingredient needed for physical refinement. 300 years from now, I shall host a grand celebration at the Purple Star Sacred Ground. You must attend. With that, Qian Yandao swiftly departed the ancient planet, fearing that lingering any longer might leave him stripped bare by Qin Feng. TSK. Does this make me a different kind of invincible? Qin Feng remarked, watching the great emperor's disheveled retreat. Who else in history could force a reigning great emperor to flee in disarray without losing a single soldier? Just then, the system's voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind once more. Ding! Detected invitation from the current great emperor for host to attend a celebration 300 years hence. System task issued. Please select an option. Option 1, attend the celebration 300 years hence. Reward, the 10,000 phenomena heaven and earth formation. Option 2, decline attendance. Reward, 1 portion of body refining elixir. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected the first option. Qian Yandao was not only his close friend but also the current emperor. His celebration was something he absolutely had to attend. Subsequently, a complete formation system suddenly materialized within his mind. The 10,000 phenomena heaven and earth formation can harness the energies of the 8 directions, manifesting myriad phenomena across the cosmos. It obscures celestial secrets and karmic connections, shielding against perception. A fine thing. Qin Feng murmured inwardly. Though he possessed the immortal Dao fruit, allowing him to shield himself from divine secrets and karmic retribution, even an emperor couldn't detect it. But his Dao field could not. There was always the risk of discovery. Now, with this grand formation in place, his lingering concerns were finally resolved. Qin Feng immediately returned to the realm of immortality within the 9 great realms. The beings within the realm of immortality did not possess true immortality. Rather, this realm possessed the most concentrated essence of wood energy compared to the other realms, making it exceptionally conducive to cultivation. The number of great emperors born here equaled the combined total of the other 2 realms. Upon arriving in the realm of longevity, Qin Feng entered a small realm he had once carved out with immense power for his cultivation. Qin Feng's fingers flicked continuously through the void, weaving the 10,000 phenomena heaven and earth array around the microcosm. Without his permission, even the greatest emperors of this age could not detect this miniature realm. Next came the cultivation of the primordial ancient holy body. Beyond this lay the way of wood. The primordial holy body possessed unmatched combat prowess. When perfected, it could rival an emperor. However, its consumption of vital energy was immense, making it akin to an assassin capable of only a single burst of explosive power. This is precisely why Qin Feng chose the wood Dao to enhance his endurance. The Eternal Realm domain possessed the most concentrated essence of wood qi, making it the ideal place for comprehending and cultivating the wood Dao. Meanwhile, Qian Yandao returned to the cosmic frontier. The might of an emperor swept across the heavens and earth as he toured the major life forbidden zones. With the great emperor's presence, the major forbidden zones retreated into obscurity. Hardly any sovereign dared to cross the path of a young great emperor. Yet 3 sovereigns stood as exceptions. Within the mountain of immortality, 3 divine sources suddenly stirred with ripples. The 3 sovereigns slumbering within quietly opened their eyes, their decaying aura spreading outward. Feeling the resplendent imperial might beyond the forbidden zone, all 3 sovereigns wore troubled expressions. All 3 were ancient emperors sealed away since the primordial era, utterly decayed, with little life force remaining within them. They had intended to awaken and unleash a dark upheaval, harvesting a wave of vital essence. Yet their luck ran out. This era already had an emperor who had attained enlightenment, and a young emperor at the peak of his power at that. A typical great emperor could live at least 12,000 years, but they couldn't wait that long. If they did not harvest life essence swiftly, even without the great emperor's arrival, they risked perishing within the divine source, their flesh and primordial essence to be devoured by other supreme beings of the forbidden zone. Fellow Taoists, my calculations reveal that the great emperor of this world will host a grand celebration 300 years hence. That may be our only chance. Hearing this, a resolute expression flashed across the faces of the other 2 sovereigns. It seemed they had no choice but to take the gamble. Chapter 4, The Holy Body Reaches Perfection, an Unconventional Path to Enlightenment. Within the realm of the immortal realm, in a small pocket dimension, Qin Feng sat cross-legged within a medicinal pool, surrounded by piles of divine essence stacked as high as small mountains. As Qin Feng continuously breathed in and out, the divine essence vanished at a visible rate. Simultaneously, the medicinal liquid within the pool receded at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. Qin Feng absorbed every last drop of the medicinal liquid and every last fragment of the divine essence. His entire being transformed, bones, blood, and hair all turned golden. His aura surged like a boundless sea of smoke, possessing a power that seemed capable of suppressing all things. Huff! Qin Feng exhaled a long, heavy breath, his face betraying uncontrollable excitement. Having consumed countless resources, his primordial sacred body was now nearing perfection. His vital energy surged like an ocean. Once he weathered the thunder tribulation, he would attain a unique form of enlightenment, his peerless physical form capable of battling even an emperor. Simultaneously, his wood Dao cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor tier, though the path to becoming a sovereign remained distant. Qin Feng remained undaunted, however. After all, time was on his side. He would proceed slowly and steadily, avoiding the pitfalls of rushing headlong into madness. In the next instant, Qin Feng's figure materialized amidst the cosmic wilderness. He no longer concealed it. The aura belonging to the primordial sacred body surged skyward, piercing the heavens. Boom! 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 As if sensing the aura of the primordial holy body, a thunderstorm brewed in the 9 heavens. It unfolded in 9 layers, stretching for 10,000 miles. Thunder dragons surged and roared within it, none other than the 9-fold heavenly tribulation that had once tested Qian Yandao's path to enlightenment. Such a colossal phenomenon naturally drew the attention of countless factions. Those on nearby major stars could witness this terrifying aura firsthand, their hearts trembling in disbelief. Wasn't it said that only one great emperor could emerge per era? Countless noble clans and sacred lands activated their heavenly derivation arrays, projecting images of the tribulation onto their realms, desperate to see who dared to seek enlightenment. Within the projection, a white-robed man stood resolute amidst the thunderstorm. Golden locks danced in the air as his vital energy surged like an ocean. With a single fist strike, he seemed to channel the very momentum of heaven and earth, sweeping across the 6 realms and repelling 10,000 thunderbolts. That's Qin Feng. The elites of countless noble families and sacred lands quickly recognized him. They had all witnessed Qian Yandao's ascension that day and knew this was Qin Feng. Even they couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying talent of Qin Feng. Had Qian Yandao not leveraged the sacred land's foundations to gain a slight advantage in that battle, it might have been Qin Feng, not Qian Yandao, who attained enlightenment. Poof! The victor writes history. Defeat is defeat. Only one great emperor can emerge in an era such as the will of heaven. Qin Feng dares to defy the heavens by forcibly attaining enlightenment. He will surely perish beneath the thunder tribulation. The Holy Lord of Qianyuan's sacred land spoke. As a quasi-emperor, he understood the terrifying nature of heaven's mandate all too well at his level of cultivation. Throughout history, those who defied the Dao met only grim fates. However, his words were swiftly countered by the supreme elder of the Qianyuan Holy Land. While it was true that only one great emperor could attain enlightenment in an era, exceptions existed. The 9 sacred bodies were beyond this rule. Upon reaching perfection, they possessed the combat prowess of a great emperor. Beyond them, there were also individuals of extraordinary talent who, through their profound understanding of the Dao, could likewise attain the strength of a great emperor. Such prodigies were called sovereigns, equivalent to supreme beings, though still weaker than true great emperors. Golden hair, golden bones, golden blood. If his eyes did not deceive him, Qin Feng was the legendary primordial ancient holy body. Not only he, but some with ancient lineages recognized it too. The hallmarks of the primordial sacred body were too evident on Qin Feng. What puzzled them, however, was why Qin Feng had not displayed this primordial ancient holy body during the previous Imperial Path contest. Had he done so, perhaps Qin Feng would have become the great emperor of this era. Yet the lower-tier cultivators never considered this. Their concern was that with an emperor presiding over this era, coupled with an unconventionally enlightened primordial holy body, the rulers of the Forbidden Zones would likely dare not instigate dark turmoil. Beyond the thunder tribulation, a figure materialized. Clad in a purple imperial robe, he radiated an air of dominance and authority, his overwhelming imperial might piercing through the heavens. The arrival was none other than Qian Yandao. Standing resolutely in the void, he swept his imperial robe, instantly sealing the surrounding spacetime. The Great Emperor. It's the Great Emperor. He's personally come to protect Qin Feng. The Emperor's intervention was a rare occurrence in the mortal world. Rumors had long circulated that the current emperor was Qin Feng's close friend. Evidently, these whispers held truth, and their bond ran deep. Otherwise, why would the emperor personally shield him? At this thought, many burst into tears. Friends meant opportunities. They too yearned for an emperor as a friend. Within the thunder tribulation, Qin Feng stood like a god or demon. His golden hair fluttered wildly as his fists unleashed overwhelming might. The very forces of heaven and earth converged in his hands, shattering countless thunder dragons. The myriad thunder dragons could not scratch Qin Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through 8 layers of the thunder tribulation, leaving only the final one. Come on! Qin Feng's battle intent surged to its peak. Golden flames stretched across the sky, and lightning flashes danced around his body as he glared coldly at the heavens. He defied heaven and earth, fearing nothing. Rumble! The tribulation thunder seemed enraged, growing more terrifying. A 10,000 Zheng thunder dragon slowly emerged from the calamity clouds, accompanied by a terrifying divine might. Like a god surveying mortals, its every movement made the starry river tremble and shattered the void. Ha! A mere thunder tribulation? What is there to fear? Qin Feng unleashed his full might, condensing the fist intent, filling the heavens into a single strike. Wrapped in the essence of thunder, he charged toward the celestial thunder dragon. One punch shattered the cosmos, one punch subdued the starry seas. Where the fist's radiance passed, the void shattered in waves. Boundless earth, water, fire, and wind raged, and the 8 directions of the universe roared. Countless eyes were fixed on that figure, every movement tugging at their very souls. Even the great emperors of this age were no exception. They yearned to know, could Qin Feng truly attain enlightenment? Boom! Qin Feng, enveloped in a torrential fist aura, collided with the thunder dragon. A terrifying shockwave swept across millions of miles. After a deafening roar, the thunder dragon seemed to reach its limit, shattering into fragments piece by piece. Only Qin Feng's figure stood proudly amidst the cosmic wilderness. In an instant, the aura emanating from Qin Feng surged upward, reaching the sovereign realm in the blink of an eye. On this day, the great perfection primordial holy body emerged into the world, becoming the second peerless being to walk the earth. Congratulations on attaining the Dao, brother Qin. Almost the instant the thunder tribulation ended, Qian Yandao instantly appeared before Qin Feng. A genuine smile lit up Qian Yandao's face, his heartfelt joy for his friend evident. Thank you, brother Qian Yan, for protecting my path. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. Having a great emperor of this era personally protect his path was an immense honor. Yet, for some reason, as he had just broken through to the great perfection of the primordial ancient holy body, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable gaze upon him. No trouble at all. It was merely a small gesture. As for you, such a joyous occasion naturally calls for celebration. Come, let's head to the Purple Star Sacred Land. It's been nearly 300 years' time to celebrate properly. At the Purple Star Sacred Ground, ethereal Taoist chants echoed as flocks of immortal cranes soared. Major factions like the Ethereal Sect, the Qianyuan Sacred Land, and the Qingyun Sect all brought forth treasures treasured for years to present here. Hundreds of sects and clans converged from all directions, paying homage in a scene reminiscent of a golden age. For this was a celebration hosted by the current great emperor, and an unconventional immortal none dared refuse, lest they narrow their own path. Yet beneath this splendor, in an unknown remote star domain, a brutal slaughter was unfolding silently. Chapter 5, The Imperial War Erupts. 3 sovereigns emerged cautiously from the undying mountains, without alerting even their fellow sovereigns, let alone the current great emperor. This was all due to one of the sovereigns, a master of the art of heavenly secrets, who had concealed their presence entirely. He was known as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets led the 2 sovereigns to a star domain at the cosmic frontier, shrouding the entire region with his art. As the sovereigns acted, countless living beings were reduced to clusters of vital essence, absorbed into the 3 Dantian to nourish their decaying bodies. Countless beings wailed, calling out to their great emperor. Alas, this star domain was sealed by the heavenly mechanics arts. Their cries could not reach the ears of the great emperor of the present age through the heavenly heart imprint. The three sovereigns proceeded with extreme caution, fearful of being detected by the current great emperor. Yet this place lay at the cosmic frontier, too distant from the bustling realms of the 9 great domains. The spiritual energy was thin, and the quantity and quality of living beings were both dismal. There were scarcely any saints, let alone great saints. The trio absorbed scarcely any vital essence. If they returned to the Forbidden Zone now, they would still perish within a few years. With no other choice, they pressed onward through the cosmic wasteland, harvesting one star domain after another to prolong their existence. They had lived far too long, sealing themselves away since the primordial ages. The longer they lived, the more they dreaded death. They sought immortality, not oblivion. According to the ruler of the Mountain of Immortality, the path to immortality would soon open in roughly 100,000 years. This made dying even more unthinkable. At this thought, a resolute expression flashed across the faces of the three sovereigns, and their movements to harvest life essence grew ever faster. Wherever the sovereigns passed, great stars were obliterated. Wails of agony echoed across the heavens and earth, leaving not a single living soul to survive. Meanwhile, at the Purple Plum Sacred Land, the treasures offered by the major factions were all extremely precious. Some even made the great emperor's mouth water, being perfect materials for forging imperial weapons. Especially Qin Feng, a lone cultivator who'd never seen such treasures before. A rapacious desire within him constantly tempted him. Had he not been outmatched by the current great emperor, he might have outright stolen them. As if reading Qin Feng's thoughts, Qian Yandao waved his hand, sending half the treasures flying toward Qin Feng, who caught them all. Heh, thanks, brother Qian Yan. These will be perfect for my cultivation. Qin Feng chuckled. You! Qian Yandao shook his head in exasperation. Qin Feng's nature hadn't changed one bit. Even back when Qian Yandao was still a saint, he'd heard of Qin Feng's reputation in the immortal realm. Qin Feng was notorious for raiding and plundering, even kidnapping the sacred sons and daughters of other sacred lands for ransom. Even after they became acquainted, he hadn't abandoned these habits. Only after ascending to the quasi-emperor realm did he finally rein in his behavior somewhat. It was precisely because of Qin Feng's dark past that no faction dared to take him under their wing, fearing retaliation from other powers. Qin Feng expressed his helplessness over the situation. After all, he was penniless. Unlike Qian Yandao, the saint's son who had everything he desired, if he hadn't resorted to plundering, how could he have attained the quasi-emperor realm within 300 years? Brother Qian Yan, how much can the Holy Land's resources truly offer when recruiting these noble families? The Forbidden Zones are the real treasure troves. Ancient texts record that the Dao laws within those forbidden realms differ from the outside world, allowing those supreme beings to survive there. They harbor countless precious herbs, and materials for forging emperor weapons are plentiful. If you were to tour all the major life forbidden zones, wouldn't your imperial weapon be guaranteed? Qin Feng coaxed. As a transmigrator, Qin Feng had devoured countless novels in his previous life, learning secrets of the forbidden zones and coveting their treasures for ages. Alas, his current strength remained too feeble, and he feared the supreme beings within discovering his immortality. Otherwise, he would have charged straight into the forbidden zone. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Qian Yandao couldn't deny the stir within his heart. Yet throughout history, the forbidden zones had always been the domain of the great emperors. Except for those great emperors who chose to embrace darkness in their twilight years, almost no one dared set foot within. First, no one knew how many supreme beings resided within. If they conspired to set up a devastating killing array, even a reigning great emperor could suffer heavy losses, or even face the risk of perishing. Second, the unknowns within the Forbidden Zone. Its Dao laws differed from the 9 great realms, existing almost independently beyond them, potentially harboring unforeseen dangers. Third, an unspoken pact exists between the Forbidden Zone and the great emperors. While an emperor reigns, the Forbidden Zone remains hidden within the cosmic expanse. Unless an emperor enters their twilight years, it will not stir unless absolutely necessary. During these peaceful eras, all beings across the cosmos could flourish and develop. Should the great emperor launch a campaign against the Forbidden Zone, this tacit understanding might be shattered. A colossal imperial war would erupt, inevitably devastating countless lives. Though Qin Feng's treasure sounded tempting, Qian Yandao had yet to forge his imperial weapon. He was unwilling to disrupt this delicate equilibrium. However, this does not mean he would spare the Forbidden Zone. As the current great emperor, he subdues all enemies in the world. What past great emperors could not achieve does not mean the great emperor Gaochen cannot. Put plainly, the Forbidden Zones would be conquered, just not yet. Beside him, Qin Feng noticed Qian Yandao's faintly raised lips and knew this was a sure thing. Perhaps this lifetime, he truly had the chance to stock up in the Forbidden Zones. Just as Qin Feng was reveling in visions of his future prosperity, he suddenly noticed Qian Yandao's expression darken abruptly. The heavenly heart mark between his brows began to flicker, and an aura of Imperial might radiated outward from him, spreading in all directions. Damned sovereign! Daring to slaughter countless living beings, you seek death. Qian Yandao's gaze shot toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, reappearing instantly at the cosmic frontier. Meanwhile, the three sovereigns engaged in the slaughter of living beings felt a chill run through their hearts as they distinctly heard that imperial voice. Damn it! The old man of heavenly secrets' face darkened so intensely it seemed water could drip from it. He had anticipated being discovered after all. The connection between living beings and the Dao of heaven was unbreakable. With so many lives vanishing, the heavenly heart imprint and the great emperor would inevitably sense it. All the elder of heavenly mechanics could do was temporarily sever this connection with his heavenly mechanics art. He never imagined the current great emperor would sense it so swiftly. At present, the vital essence they had gathered could only sustain them for a few decades. Run! The elder of heavenly secrets barked the order without hesitation. But before the three supreme beings could react, the emperor of the hooked star appeared in an instant at the cosmic frontier. His purple imperial robe fluttered fiercely, and an indescribable fury burned between his brows. A terrifying fist imprint, carrying the laws of the heavens, slammed into the void. In the blink of an eye, the star domain concealed by the heavenly mechanics technique was suddenly revealed before all. Desolate and lifeless, not a trace of vitality remained. Ruined walls and debris littered the landscape everywhere. The once vibrant vitality of this place had vanished without a trace. Supreme Sovereigns, you deserve to die. Chapter 6, System Task issued the Primordial Heaven Measuring Ruler. Qian Yandao roared in fury. An imperial sword shot skyward from the Purple Star Sanctuary, instantly materializing in his grasp. This was the Purple Star Emperor's imperial weapon, known as the Purple Star Mystic Girdle Sword. Its surface was etched with profoundly mystical patterns: mountains, rivers, beasts, sun, moon, and stars all contained within. Even after tens of thousands of years, the imperial weapons might remain undiminished, perpetually at its peak. Slash! Qian Yandao wielded the Purple Star Mystic Girdle Sword, unleashing a strike that sent a 10,000 Zhang river of sword energy cascading down from the heavens. It stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, sweeping across the 8 desolate regions in 6 realms, its might reverberating to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. This is bad. The three sovereigns were mortified. Who would unleash their full power from the very start? Yet this very display revealed the emperor's genuine fury. The three sovereigns dared not hesitate, immediately unleashing their peerless divine abilities to withstand the sword river stretching across billions of miles. Yet they had underestimated Qian Yandao, or rather, the might of the Gaotian emperor. The moment their divine arts touched the river, they were shredded to pieces by the overwhelming sword energy within, not even raising a ripple. Only by summoning their ultimate imperial weapons did the trio barely manage to halt the river of blades. The three sovereigns were left in disarray, each bearing injuries of varying severity. In contrast, Qian Yandao stood silently and proudly amidst the starry sky, radiating dominance and majesty. From start to finish, he never once deigned to look directly at the three supreme beings. Great Emperor Gaotian, you dare to underestimate us. The three sovereigns' faces darkened, feeling deeply disrespected. Humph. You are but 3 rats from the old era. What have I to fear? With that, Qian Yandao struck again, a bone-chilling, deathly aura spreading across the starry expanse. Gripping the imperial weapon, the Purple Star Mystic Sword, he swung it relentlessly, unleashing earth-shattering sword beams. The void shattered, 10,000 paths bowed in submission, and countless attacks slammed toward them. Facing a reigning emperor, the three sovereigns dared not show the slightest complacency. Above the 9 heavens, myriad portents intertwined as terrifying auras surged, saturating the starry expanse. Laws trembled, the heavenly heart imprint roared, and countless star rivers shattered. A scene of apocalyptic destruction unfolded. The commotion here was naturally broadcast live to every cultivator through the celestial manifestation array at the Purple Plum Sanctuary. No one could help but marvel at the emperor's might, a single man holding his own against 3 supreme beings. Qin Feng felt his hands itch with desire to rush to the cosmic frontier and lend a hand to Qian Yandao, testing his own current strength in the process. But just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected the current great emperor battling 3 supreme beings. System task issued. Host, please make a choice. Option 1, immediately provide support to the great emperor. Reward, Imperial Weapon Hongmeng Measure of Heaven Ruler. Kill without karmic retribution. Option 2, remain indifferent, watching the spectacle unfold from the Ziwu sacred grounds. Reward, Fragment of the Immortal Sutra. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated little before selecting the first option. Though the Immortal Sutra was said to be a supreme scripture, created by the undying Heavenly Emperor, and rumored to grant eternal life upon mastery, Qin Feng found this hard to believe. If true immortality existed, the immortal Heavenly Emperor wouldn't have sealed himself within the divine source to avoid the world. Not to mention this was merely a fragment far less potent for combat enhancement than a single imperial weapon. Moreover, with Qian Yandao clashing with the Supreme Sovereign, what reason could he, as his brother, have for not lending a hand? As Qin Feng made his choice, he immediately sensed a golden orb materialize within his mind, the Primordial Heaven Measuring Ruler. It could slay without tainting one with karmic retribution. Its power surpassed even the Imperial weapons of later eras. Calling it a quasi-immortal artifact would not be an exaggeration. By the time Qin Feng arrived, the battle had just paused. 3 supreme beings stood before him, their forms utterly battered. Blood gushed from gaping wounds across their bodies, their vital energy waning as supreme blood spattered across the starry sky. In stark contrast, the great Emperor Gaochen radiated an aura as resplendent as the sun itself. Not a speck of dust marred his purple-gold imperial robe. The combined efforts of the 3 not only failed to yield any advantage against the Emperor of Gaochen, but they themselves suffered severe injuries. Qin Feng stepped forward, coming to stand beside Qian Yandao. "Brother Qian Yan, I'm here to aid you," Qin Feng declared. Unexpectedly, Qian Yandao urged him to leave. In his eyes, though Qin Feng was an unconventional cultivator who had perfected the primordial ancient saint body, his strength rivaled that of an emperor. Yet he was merely on par with an emperor, still far from a true emperor himself. Moreover, Qin Feng lacked an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, making him weaker than even a supreme being. This was precisely why Qian Yandao had chosen to temporarily cease hostilities with the 3 sovereigns. Once the 3 supreme beings reached their ultimate ascension, even as the current great emperor, he would struggle to protect Qin Feng. Qin Feng was his friend, and Qian Yandao did not wish to see him perish in the Great War. As if sensing Qian Yandao's hesitation, the 3 sovereigns suddenly glimpsed hope of escape. "Great Emperor Gaochen, we can compensate you for the fallen lives. We beg you to spare our lives. Otherwise, even if it means sacrificing ourselves and our Dao, we will push our ascension to the limit and drag that peculiar Taoist beside you down with us," threatened the elder of heavenly mechanics. In short, it boiled down to one demand: the great Emperor Gaochen must spare them. As for whether the emperor might renege, they harbored no such worry. The Invincible possessed the resolve of the Invincible. A word spoken could not be taken back. Moreover, at their level of attainment, every word and deed carries karmic consequences. To be bound by karma merely for breaking a promise was utterly unworthy. Facing the threats of the 3 supreme beings, the Emperor of Gaochen remained silent. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Qin Fengdao. "Leave now. I can hold them off. It's fine. If I dared come, I have my own trump card. I never act without certainty. Not just one sovereign, even facing an entire emperor, I stand undefeated," Qin Feng declared confidently. This was no idle boast. Armed with the Hongmeng measure of heaven, a pseudo-immortal artifact granted by the system, he truly held his own against an emperor, especially one who had severed his own connection to the heavens. His lifespan was nearly spent, his body nearing decay. Even if he pushed himself to the limit of transcendence and temporarily regained his peak combat strength, how long could he sustain that state? "Brother Qian Yan, these supreme beings are ancient monsters who've lived countless years. They must be laden with treasures. If we strike now and they self-destruct their artifacts in death, we'll suffer a massive loss. Watch for my signal. When I say go, strike." After hearing Qin Feng's telepathic message, Qian Yandao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Qin Feng had been right about one thing: he never acted without certainty. Besides, he was eager to see just how rich these 3 supreme beings truly were. After all, his own extreme path Imperial weapon still hadn't materialized. P.S. If you're enjoying the story, please click to request updates and leave comments. These metrics are crucial for the author and the book's progress. The author thanks you in advance. Chapter 7, Empty-Handed Wolf. Qin Feng takes on the Heavenly Mechanics Elder. The secret communication between Qin Feng and Qian Yandao remained unknown to the beings across the 9 great realms. At this moment, all major factions were closely monitoring the Emperor of Gaochen through the Tianyan Grand Array, eager to see what choice he would make. If they were in his position, they certainly wouldn't let the 3 sovereigns escape. They harbored no affection for the sovereigns either. Even if Qin Feng was an unconventional cultivator without an imperial weapon, holding off one supreme being should be manageable. If they could just stall until the Gaochen Emperor dealt with the other 2 supremes, this imperial war would still be winnable. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qin Feng had proactively approached the 3 sovereigns with a business proposal. If the 3 supreme beings would surrender their entire fortunes, they could depart immediately, essentially trading the treasures on their persons for their own lives. Witnessing this, countless cultivators seethed with fury. The supreme beings' hands were stained with the blood of an entire star domain's inhabitants. How could they possibly be allowed to leave? They understood this precedent could not be allowed to set. If such a precedent were set, and the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone could freely trade treasures for lives, human existence would become as worthless as ants. What difference would that be from an era without an emperor? Unavoidably, all eyes turned to the current great emperor. Yet to their shock, the Gaochen great emperor showed no sign of objection. Indeed, he seemed to endorse this transaction entirely. Their hearts sank to the depths. They had believed that with 2 peerless beings safeguarding this world, all races would be spared the darkness of chaos. Yet now, their own invincible beings had sided with darkness, treating all living beings as mere fodder to be harvested and traded at will. Yet unlike the curses of the lowly cultivators, the mighty figures of the Purple Star Sanctuary felt an indescribable familiarity upon witnessing this scene. They sensed that Qin Feng was about to unleash something truly monumental. Back to the three supreme sovereigns. The thoughts of all the races meant nothing to them. They cared about only one thing, whether they would survive today. Ultimately, the extreme ascension was too extreme a measure. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never choose to undergo it. Moreover, their vital energy had long since withered and decayed. Even if they managed the ultimate ascension, how long could they possibly endure? Given this reality, preserving their lives by sacrificing wealth seemed the wiser choice. Unconsciously, they turned their gaze toward the current great emperor. Yet, they found him showing no reaction whatsoever. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, clearly treating Qin Feng as the focal point. Though they couldn't fathom why an emperor would defer to an unconventional cultivator, it mattered little. Survival was their sole priority. With a mere flick of their fingertips, countless celestial treasures and world-renowned elixirs flowed out from their spiritual seas, soaring toward Qin Feng and Qian Yandao. As for whether they might renege, the three sovereigns harbored not a shred of worry. As the saying goes, at their level, one does not lightly break promises. Doing so would inevitably invite karmic retribution. Alas, with the fruit of immortality within him, the concept of karma held no sway over Qin Feng whatsoever. Enough. We've taken the treasures. As promised, it's time to let us go. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets urged. Yet, the moment his words fell, Qin Feng's expression shifted instantly. Releasing you is the business of the current great emperor. What does it have to do with me, an unconventional cultivator? At these words, not only did Qian Yandao lose his composure, but even the spectating beings of myriad races burst into uncontrollable laughter, utterly stunned by Qin Feng's shameless maneuver. Only the faces of the mighty from the Purple Star Sanctuary bore expressions of "I knew it." Among them, the factions previously swindled by Qin Feng shed tears of relief, as if they'd finally found an outlet for their pent-up frustration. They vaguely recalled how, when they had paid to redeem their divine sons and holy daughters, Qin Feng had worn the same smug expression, a master of taking money without delivering results, a complete rogue. And you couldn't do a thing about it. When pushed to the limit, he'd even put a knife to the necks of those divine sons and daughters. Talk about infuriating. True to form, the three supreme beings were instantly enraged by Qin Feng's tactics, their faces turning the color of liver. Don't you fear karmic retribution? One of the supreme beings blurted out. Ha! If I dare play this game, I certainly have ways to protect myself. Trivial karma won't touch me. Qin Feng declared arrogantly. With an emperor of the present age by his side and the primordial heaven measuring ruler in his grasp, he was utterly fearless. Damn you! Die! The three supreme beings were enraged. In all their long lives, they had never encountered such infuriating audacity. This was no different from outright robbery. Without a second thought, they pushed themselves to the absolute limit of transcendence, determined to slay Qin Feng. Otherwise, their own Dao hearts would remain unsettled. Qin Feng, flee! Leave this to me. Qian Yandao stepped before Qin Feng, his imperial might surging outward. 10,000 Dao principles surged and receded, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though the three sovereigns had attained enlightenment in the primordial era and cultivated longer than Qian Yandao at the great emperor level, their power was formidable. Yet their remaining lifespans were short, leaving them still lacking the true essence of a great emperor. From the very first clash, the three sovereigns found themselves at a disadvantage, their imperial might instantly crushed by Qian Yandao. Yet Qin Feng could not simply leave. His system's mission remained unfulfilled. Besides, when Qian Yandao was in a fight, how could he, as his brother, not lend a hand? Qin Feng's vital energy surged through his body, the aura of the great perfection primordial holy body sweeping across the entire starry sky. In the next instant, the divine manifestations of the sacred body revealed themselves. A divine king descends upon the 9 heavens. A golden phantom, 100 million zhang tall, rose from the earth, towering between heaven and earth, obscuring the sky, standing proudly at the edge of the cosmos. Simultaneously, a grey-hued, massive ruler materialized in Qin Feng's hand. As runes swirled upon it, an endless aura of slaughter permeated the starry sky. What kind of imperial weapon is this? Its aura alone surpasses that of the purple star mystic sword. Across the 9 great realms, all who witnessed this scene through the heavenly manifestation array were utterly stunned. The powerhouses of the Purple Star Sanctuary were particularly bewildered. They couldn't fathom where Qin Feng had obtained an imperial weapon, and even more baffling, one that surpassed the might of the imperial weapon forged by the Purple Star Emperor, the founder of their sanctuary. It was utterly unreasonable. Of course, most cultivators witnessing this remained intensely excited. They had assumed Qin Feng's lingering presence would only hinder the great Emperor Gaochen. Yet now it was clear, not only would Qin Feng not be a burden, but he could actually alleviate the great Emperor's pressure. After all, the difference between wielding an imperial weapon and not was immense. It's like a bare-handed person fighting someone armed with weapons. Even if their combat abilities are comparable, the one wielding weapons will undoubtedly prevail. Back on the battlefield, Not only the three sovereigns, but even Qian Yandao was stunned. He never imagined Qin Feng possessed such profound foundations, even an imperial weapon. A question now arose in Qian Yandao's mind. Why didn't you mention having an imperial weapon earlier? He needlessly worried for nothing. And if you possess such a weapon, why didn't you use it during the competition for the Great Emperor title? Could it be that you looked down on him? But with a formidable enemy at hand, he certainly couldn't ask now. At the very least, he'd have to wait until after the Imperial battle was over. Qin Feng stepped forward, directly confronting the Heavenly Mechanics Elder. Among the three supreme beings present, he was clearly the weakest. Qian Yandao, meanwhile, was tasked with handling the other two sovereigns. You upstart. What good are your imperial weapon and primordial ancient holy body? A sovereign remains a sovereign, never a true great emperor. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanics wasted no words, launching his attack immediately. The Heavenly Mechanics disc soared from behind him, conjuring a colossal divine form in midair that crashed down fiercely upon Qin Feng. Humph. Bring it on. I've never feared anyone in a head-on clash. Chapter 8. The Nine Great Realms Tremble, an Emperor Falls. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler. Behind him, his Dharma body stood towering, its shadow stretching 1,000,000 zhang across the sky. With a single stroke, the ruler slashed toward the heavenly mechanism disc in the air. Boom! To the stunned gazes of the nine great realms, the heavenly mechanism disc was sent flying by a single strike, only coming to a halt after shattering countless ancient stars. How is this possible? The heavenly mechanism elder was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't he an emperor? But soon, he realized the problem lay with that ruler. A look of greed flashed across the elder of heavenly mechanics' face. This imperial weapon might not be a fake immortal artifact. If he could seize it, the enhancement it would bring him would be immense. Moreover, Qin Feng possessed the great perfection primordial holy physique. His blood essence was so potent it could bring down stars, making him no weaker than any great emperor of this age. Devouring him would not only eliminate the side effects of his extreme ascension but also extend the elder's life by at least 10,000 years. At this thought, the elder of heavenly secrets not only remained undeterred but intensified his attacks, seeking to swiftly slay Qin Feng and seize his vital energy and imperial weapon to reclaim his former peak. In an instant, a torrent of light rained down from the heavens, a terrifying killing intent sweeping across the cosmos as it hurtled toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained utterly unperturbed. What was there to fear from a mere supreme being clinging to life? Qin Feng's vital energy surged like an abyss, his form gradually merging into his golden Dharma body. In the blink of an eye, the golden Dharma body abruptly expanded, towering to pierce the heavens, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the starry sky. Overwhelming and primal, it resembled an ancient deity surveying countless worlds, blocking every beam of the celestial downpour. Before the elder of heavenly mechanics could react, the primordial heaven measuring ruler erupted with boundless divine light, piercing the cosmic void. 1,000,000 zhang shadow descended like a thunderous strike, shattering the void and suppressing the timeless expanse of space and time. The elder of heavenly mechanics instinctively sensed a wave of peril, but before he could recall his imperial weapon, a sharp crack echoed. The primordial heaven measuring ruler severed the emperor's arm cleanly, his imperial blood spilling across the cosmic expanse. Witnessing this scene, the billions of beings across the nine great realms erupted in fervor. Who could have imagined Qin Feng's combat prowess was so staggering? Fighting alone against a supreme being at the peak of transcendence, he not only held his own but was relentlessly overwhelming his opponent. Simultaneously, the supreme beings within the forbidden zones witnessed the spectacle, yet their hearts remained largely unmoved. After all, it was merely a supreme being nearing the end of his lifespan. Achieving such feats through the explosive power of the primordial sacred body and the might of an imperial weapon of the ultimate path was hardly surprising. Qin Feng's emergence not only failed to instill fear in them but instead stirred excitement among many supreme beings. The stronger Qin Feng performed, the more vigorous his vital energy became. By the time he reached his twilight years, these supreme beings would reap a bountiful harvest. As for the curse of the primordial sacred body, they merely refined his vital essence and blood. They would not be tainted by it. On the other side, the battle between the two supreme beings was equally unfavorable, even bleak. After all, they were facing a flawless emperor, one empowered by the heavenly heart imprint, whose every strike could stir the very currents of the cosmos. Within mere moments, both sustained severe injuries, their chests gouged by a vicious sword scar. They waited for the elder of heavenly mechanics to deal with Qin Feng and come to their aid. After all, an unconventional cultivator, even aided by an imperial weapon, could only be so powerful. Yet, when they witnessed the elder of heavenly mechanics being thoroughly beaten as well, a flash of astonishment crossed their eyes. Wait, is this great emperor a fraud? He can't even defeat an unconventional cultivator and ends up getting beaten senseless? But Qian Yandao gave them no time to ponder. Clang! Rolling imperial might engulfed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The heavenly heartmark emerged between his brows, terrifying sword intent piercing the clouds. The void trembled, 10,000 paths bowing in submission. Qian Yandao's imperial robes billowed without wind, his eyes radiating utter dominance and indifference like a true sovereign surveying the mortal world. This sword shall end your lives. As Qian Yandao spoke, his essence, energy, and spirit merged as one. The sword momentum gathered in his hand erupted violently. A colossal sword light emerged from the void, slashing fiercely toward the two supreme beings. The colossal blade light sliced through the dazzling starry sky, severing countless star rivers. Amidst the glittering stars, a single sword subdued the cosmos. Bad news. Defend yourselves. The two sovereigns dared not be careless. They unleashed wave after wave of Dao laws and terrifying divine abilities. Brilliant divine radiance illuminated the starry sky, and the might of an emperor swept across 10,000 miles. They even shielded themselves with their respective imperial weapons, yet they could not block this strike. All laws of the world were shattered by a single sword. Even at the pinnacle of transcendence, they could not overcome the emperor of this age. Boom! The two sovereigns fell. The heavens' heartmark flickered incessantly as endless blood rain poured down, accompanied by the wails of 10,000 paths. Qian Yandao extended his hand, storing the two supreme beings' corpses within his sea of consciousness. The corpse of an emperor is a rare material for forging artifacts. Then, Qian Yandao turned his gaze to another battlefield. There, Qin Feng wielded the pseudo-immortal artifact, the primordial heaven measuring ruler, slashing relentlessly as chilling, deathly aura spread. One measure subdues heaven and earth, one measure annihilates the void. The heavenly mechanics elder couldn't withstand it at all, and his imperial weapon shattered completely. My heavenly mechanism disc. The elder of heavenly mechanics spat out a mouthful of vital blood. This heavenly mechanics disc was not only an imperial weapon but also his life-bound treasure. Now that his treasure was destroyed, he suffered severe backlash, his aura withering. What brought him deepest despair was that the time for his ultimate ascension was nearly over. After this, he would inevitably fall from the great emperor realm. It could be said that even if Qin Feng spared him, the elder of heavenly mechanics would not survive beyond the culmination of his ascension. Fellow Daoist, considering all the treasures I've sacrificed, might you grant me a dignified end? The elder of heavenly mechanics pleaded, desiring to dissolve into the Dao rather than simply perish. For an ordinary person, considering his former status as a great emperor and his role in protecting all living beings, Qin Feng might have granted him the courtesy of a peaceful dissolution. But Qin Feng was no ordinary man. The sovereign was, after all, a former great emperor. Though he had severed himself with a single stroke, his physical body and primordial essence remained at the great emperor tier. The value of an emperor's corpse was infinite. How could a ruthless bandit like Qin Feng allow such a treasure to slip away before his very eyes? Qin Feng showed the celestial fate elder no courtesy whatsoever. Behind him, the illusory form of a heavenly king hovering in the 9 heavens materialized. The colossal Dharma body stood towering between heaven and earth, suspended high in the 9 heavens, radiating the resplendent might of the supreme Dao like an ancient deity descending upon the mortal realm. Then, his true form merged with the Dharma body, his aura growing even more terrifying. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler and swung it with all his might. A million Zhang ruler descended from the heavens, sweeping across the cosmos and shattering the myriad realms. Boom! The elder of heavenly mechanics could offer no resistance whatsoever. Both his divine soul and physical form were cleaved in two by the single strike of the primordial heaven measuring ruler, dead beyond any possibility of revival. This scene was projected onto the celestial screen by the heavenly manifestation array, witnessed by countless beings across the 9 great realms. All present exchanged stunned glances, their faces frozen in utter shock. In an instant, endless blood rain fell, accompanied by a chorus of mournful cries. Only then did they realize, it wasn't just the great emperors of this age who could slay the sovereigns of the forbidden realm. Those who attained enlightenment through alternative paths could do so as well. In that moment, countless beings felt as if they'd been drugged, their fervor for cultivation surging to unprecedented heights. I may not be destined to become an emperor, but carving out an unconventional path to enlightenment is certainly worth a shot. If I truly succeed, I'll be able to slay the supreme ruler of the Forbidden Zone. Back on the battlefield, the moment he slew the old sage of heavenly mechanics, Qin Feng immediately stored the corpse along with the fragments of the heavenly mechanics disc deep within his consciousness, as if fearing someone might snatch them away. Qian Yandao sighed inwardly at this. Was he really that kind of person? Turning to survey this desolate star domain, an indescribable emotion stirred within him. Qian Yandao sighed deeply. If only he had foreseen the emergence of a supreme being sooner, might the creatures of this star domain have been spared? Then, Qian Yandao communicated with the heavenly heart imprint, waving his hand to scatter fragments of vitality. Beside him, Qin Feng, seemingly at a loss for words, patted Qian Yandao's shoulder in consolation. Regardless, those who perished are gone. Regret won't change anything. Instead of dwelling on the past, focus on the future. In a mere 100 years, this star domain will rebirth life. You needn't blame yourself so harshly. Just as Qin Feng offered his consolation, a sudden system notification rang in his mind, causing his expression to stiffen. Chapter 9, Bountiful Harvest from the Undying Mountains, and Qian Yandao's Perplexity. Ding! 3 supreme beings detected from the Immortal Mountain. System task issued. Host, please make a selection. Option 1, let it go. Reward, 1 opportunity to repair the heavenly mechanism disc. Option 2, repay blood debt with wealth. Proceed to the undying mountains to extort them. Reward, 1 fragment of the Law of Thunder. Faced with these 2 options, Qin Feng chose the second without hesitation. He never believed in the adage revenge can wait a decade. To him, such restraint was merely a compromise born of weakness. Why hold grudges when you could settle them immediately? A reigning emperor and a greatly perfected primordial sacred body, though still far from conquering the forbidden zone, exacting some compensation was entirely within his reach. Beside him, Qian Yandao felt much better after hearing Qin Feng's words of comfort. Rather than dwelling on the past, it was better to look toward the future. The past is set, but the future holds infinite possibilities. Brother Qianyan, these 3 sovereigns all hail from the undying mountains. Qin Feng remarked. At these words, Qian Yandao's gaze suddenly deepened. Are you certain? Certain. Qin Feng replied. Then what are we waiting for? The undying mountains must be held accountable for this. The living beings of this star domain cannot die in vain. Qian Yandao communicated with the heavenly heart imprint, radiating the power of the great emperor across all realms. In moments, he pinpointed the location of the undying mountain. In the blink of an eye, Qian Yandao transported Qin Feng to a starry expanse, descending outside the undying mountain. Without a word, the 2 launched their assault upon the undying mountain. Qian Yandao's imperial robes billowed around him as supreme imperial might illuminated the heavens. Wielding the purple star mystic sword, he struck a single, devastating blow. The terrifying sword intent pierced the 9 heavens, shattering the vast cosmos and suppressing infinite spacetime. Qin Feng was no less formidable, as the unique aura of his great perfection primordial holy body spread across the entire void. A peerless figure emerged from behind him, towering between heaven and earth. Golden hair fluttered in the wind, his aura piercing the void as he stood proudly in the heavens like a primordial giant who split the sky. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler. Behind him, his Dharma body manifested as 100 million Zhang Peak, which suddenly crashed down. The laws of thunder enveloped it, supreme thunder ripping apart all things and illuminating the cosmic starry sky. Qin Feng had fused the thunder law fragments rewarded by the system, elevating his comprehension of the thunder Dao to a new level equivalent to an alternative path to enlightenment. With a thunderous crash, the combined strike of Qian Yandao and Qin Feng struck the undying mountain, shattering layer upon layer of its outer defensive arrays and revealing an endless mountain range within. This scene was witnessed by countless factions through the heavenly manifestation array. Majestic and awe-inspiring, its peaks stretched beyond sight, as if it had existed since the birth of the world itself. Infinite primordial energy permeated the mountain range, where rare treasures seldom seen across the 9 great realms grew as abundantly as cabbages found everywhere. Excitement flashed across every face. This was the Forbidden Zone, a land brimming with opportunities, saturated with primordial energy, a treasure trove utterly distinct from the 9 great realms. Qin Feng and Qian Yandao maintained a cautious approach, refraining from recklessly entering the undying mountains, wary of potential ambushes. Great Emperor Gaochen, do you not regard us with any respect? Humph. Do you presume that being the current Great Emperor grants you invincibility? You show us no respect at all. Voices echoed from within the Forbidden Zone, resonating like the tolling of great bells upon the hearts of all races. At that moment, a terrifying imperial aura descended upon the Forbidden Zone, drowning out the voices of these supreme beings as the Supreme Dao's voice resounded. Humph. It was your immortal mountain supreme beings who emerged first, slaughtering all living beings. My journey here is to seek justice for them. If you find me displeasing, then emerge and meet me in battle. Qian Yandao's voice resounded across all heavens and realms, echoing through the 9 great domains and the cosmic frontiers. Every being of every race cried out in unison this was their great emperor, peerless in this age. Damn it! These supreme beings gnashed their teeth in fury. Among them were emperors who had lived through 2 or 3 lifetimes, each an unrivaled power in their era. Yet, they alone were barred from emerging. For according to the intelligence they had obtained, the path to immortality would emerge in a mere 100,000 years. It was clear the path to immortality would be a blood-soaked journey. Even fellow sovereigns of the Forbidden Realm would become enemies. They refused to waste time on Emperor Gaochen, revealing their trump cards prematurely and risking the vigilance of other sovereigns. Seeing the sovereigns stunned by Qian Yandao, Qin Feng remained puzzled. Yet, gazing upon the countless precious medicines below, his eyes turned red with desire, and his heart could no longer contain itself. Brother Qianyan, Qin Feng transmitted telepathically, you hold off those sovereigns. I'll take the treasures. Once we return to the Purple Star Sacred Land, we'll split them 50-50. Qin Feng transmitted his voice. Instantly, a colossal hand, forged from surging vital energy, reached down, snatching toward a patch of primordial spiritual herbs. You insolent brat, dare you! The supreme sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone seethed inwardly. If this had been a great emperor of the present age, they might have turned a blind eye. After all, they were peerless beings of the same era. But for a mere heretic cultivator to dare covet the treasures within the forbidden zone? It was like someone stealing your belongings right before your eyes. You might feel annoyed at most. But if a rat snatched your possessions in plain sight, you'd likely want to crush it underfoot. Boom! One sovereign could bear it no longer, striking out with a palm through the divine source. The colossal palm surged with boundless primordial energy, within which suns and moons seemed to rise and fall, stars flickered and danced, intent on shattering Qin Feng's vital energy palm. Yet Qian Yandao stood watching nearby. Would he ever let that happen? With a mere flick of the Ziwei Xuanji sword in his hand, a thunderous sword chi abruptly cleaved the colossal palm in two. Without pausing, the sword energy surged toward the Supreme Being's position, forcing him to summon his own Supreme Dao Imperial weapon to barely block the strike. Qin Feng's hands never paused, swiftly gathering every fragment of the innate spirit herb into his pouch. His divine sense revealed these innate herbs were called Nine Yang Dragon Bloodgrass, most beneficial for his blood-based cultivation method. This batch of primordial herbs would be nearly sufficient to cultivate his primordial ancient holy body to perfection. Afterward, Qin Feng struck again, his blood energy palm scooping up countless rare treasures and spiritual materials. Qin Feng expected the Supreme Elders to intervene again, but to his surprise, they all chose to seal their divine senses out of sight, out of mind. This emboldened Qin Feng's actions, allowing him to even seize a Nine Heavens forging stone, the finest material for crafting imperial weapons. "Brother Qianyan, let's depart," Qin Feng called out, and the two instantly departed this starry expanse, returning to the Ziwu sacred land. On the way, Qianyan voiced his confusion. "Strange. You clearly went overboard, yet these supreme beings seem to tacitly approve. This doesn't match the ancient texts. According to ancient texts, even great emperors had ventured into the forbidden zone, yet all returned empty-handed. For them to walk out laden with loot was truly unprecedented. Who knows? Perhaps they saw your strength and chose not to emerge. Besides, we never actually entered the forbidden zone. Even if they had objections, they couldn't do anything about us." Qin Feng dismissed the notion. In his view, the supreme beings were all cautious souls who rarely acted on impulse. They generally avoided ventures without certainty. Qian Yandao took the Nine Heavens creation stone, stating he would forge his own supreme emperor weapon. The remaining treasures were left for Qin Feng to enhance his strength. He then led Qin Feng back to the star domain destroyed by the three supreme beings and retrieved the corpses of two of them. Qin Feng looked puzzled, unsure what Qian Yandao intended to do. Chapter 10, Seclusion. The Great Emperor forges his imperial weapon. Qin Feng witnessed Qian Yandao merging the two supreme beings' corpses into the star domain. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy within the star domain surged dramatically. Ethereal music wafted through the air, extraordinary phenomena appeared in the heavens, and myriad paths roared with thunderous energy. Simultaneously, he dismantled the two supreme sovereigns' imperial weapons into countless fragments, scattering them throughout the cosmos. It was clear this star domain would become the most auspicious place for cultivation outside the nine great realms. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. These were two imperial corpses, yet he had fused them without a second thought. It could be said that on this journey, aside from the Nine Heavens creation stone, Qian Yandao had gained nothing. Qin Feng knew he could never match such composure. He wanted to ask why. But Qian Yandao merely shook his head. The title of Great Emperor is not merely a name, but a solemn responsibility. Since the masses have bestowed this title upon me, I shall repay them in the name of the Great Emperor, upholding the dignity befitting an emperor of this age. Afterward, Qian Yandao inquired about Qin Feng's future plans, suggesting he join the Purple Star Sanctuary to protect all living beings. Hearing this, a sudden sense of confusion washed over him. In his eyes, Qian Yandao was a man of deep loyalty and honor, willing to abandon two imperial corpses for the sake of duty. Yet Qin Feng still feared that Qian Yandao might discover the secret of his own immortal path. After all, did not every cultivator devote their entire existence to the pursuit of eternal life? Throughout ancient history, every great emperor began as a youthful figure, brimming with vigor and conviction that their own power could reshape reality, unwilling to sink into the role of a forbidden realm overlord. Yet as time stretched on, how long could such resolve truly endure? When all familiar faces have vanished and the world becomes alien, what meaning remains in guardianship? Especially in old age, when one's lifespan nears its end. Losing everything is bearable, death is simply the end. But when power and influence have reached their zenith, who could accept death with peace of mind? Qin Feng dared not gamble that Qian Yandao would remain unchanged, still clinging to that youthful spirit. At that moment, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected. Qian Yandao inviting host to join the Purple Star Sanctuary. Please make your choice. Option 1, join immediately. Reward, Immortal Golden Body. Option 2, decline and return to the small realm for secluded cultivation. Reward, one portion of the supreme divine soil, Nine Heavens prosperity. In the end, Qin Feng chose the second option. After all, he couldn't fully trust Qian Yandao, fearing the secret of his eternal life Dao Fruit might be uncovered. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Qianyan, Qin Feng replied. Yet unresolved regrets linger in my heart. I intend to seal my divine source until the next golden age dawns. As he spoke, a look of melancholy spread across Qin Feng's face. Is it to attain the path of the emperor in the future? Qian Yandao felt a pang of melancholy, yet he understood. If immortality was the ultimate goal for all living beings in this world, then becoming an emperor was undoubtedly the second. Only an emperor possessed the true qualification to seek the secrets of immortality. Without attaining emperorhood, how could one even speak of immortality? Qian Yan sighed deeply, then turned to leave. No words were needed between men of the Dao. Brother Qin, I hope we may meet again someday. Perhaps. Watching Qian Yandao's retreating figure, Qin Feng suddenly called out. Brother Qian Yan, will you succumb to corruption? At those words, Qian Yandao's footsteps halted, yet he seemed to grow resolute. Never. Qin Feng returned to his microcosm and retrieved the nine heavens bustle from his consciousness. See a reward from the system. The nine heavens' prosperity was small, no larger than a handful, roughly the size of a palm. It radiated supreme sanctity, emanating a potent vitality of creation. The moment it touched his body, he felt the wood Dao within him stir restlessly. Qin Feng planted it within his microcosm. Given sufficient time, the soil within would be entirely replaced by the nine heavens' prosperity, such was its inherent nature. A single spark could ignite a prairie fire. Qin Feng then sat cross-legged beside the nine heavens' prosperity, beginning his cultivation of the wood Dao. As for the Imperial corpse obtained by slaying the heavenly mechanic's elder, truth be told, Qin Feng hadn't yet decided its purpose. Primarily, he now possessed the primordial heaven measuring ruler, which would suffice for his needs for a very long time. Qin Feng had certainly contemplated forging a collection of supreme imperial weapons for himself. But upon truly stepping into the realm of alternative paths to enlightenment, he discovered matters were far more complex. Setting aside the 9 sacred bodies, each Dao could only wield one supreme imperial weapon. To wield more, one must cultivate additional Daos. Yet this was fundamentally impossible for an emperor, the most immediate obstacle being the issue of lifespan. For an emperor to live a second life, he must achieve breakthroughs within the Dao paths he cultivates. To transcend the existing limits and reach the next threshold. The question then arises, is it easier to break through the Dao currently cultivated, or to cultivate a new Dao? The answer is undoubtedly the former. This explains why an emperor can only wield one supreme imperial weapon. For Qin Feng, however, this posed no problem at all. Possessing the fruit of immortality, his lifespan was boundless. Though he could not attain the path of an emperor, he had the advantage of sufficient longevity to dedicate himself to researching other Dao paths. This allowed him to wield multiple supreme imperial weapons, fully unleashing his potential. This, in itself, was another distinct advantage. Time swiftly passed in the outside world. The Dao laws of the great Emperor Gaochen radiated across all heavens and realms. After their previous venture into the Forbidden Zone, Qian Yandao seemed to have tasted success. Want quick money? Just seize it by force. The great Emperor Gaochen was certain the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones wouldn't dare emerge lightly. Over 300 years, he frequently ventured into the major Forbidden Zones, gathering materials for forging imperial weapons. He had visited all 6 major life-restricted zones: the Mountain of Immortality, the Sea of Reincarnation, the Primordial Ancient Mine, the Divine Ruins, the Immortal Tombs, and the Mountain of Guards, acquiring countless rare treasures and divine materials. Countless factions witnessed this through the Heavenly Manifestation Array, and all races marveled at the power of this great emperor. Venturing alone into 6 major forbidden zones and emerging unscathed was an event worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Yet, inexplicably, when the Emperor of Gaochen emerged from the Divine Ruins, they could sense his profoundly despondent mood, as if he had suffered some devastating blow. His divine consciousness swept across the myriad realms, causing the Supreme Heaven's heart to tremble incessantly, as if searching for something elusive. Unconsciously, the look of disappointment on Qian Yandao's face deepened. Witnessing this scene, the myriad races felt both puzzlement and a hint of worry. The Emperor's fate held the key to whether they could escape the purge of the dark turmoil. He must not falter. Fortunately, Qian Yandao quickly regained his composure, restoring his usual domineering demeanor. On this day, Qian Yandao arrived at a star domain. Using the heavens and earth as his forge, he ignited a cluster of divine flames in the depths of the cosmos. Countless divine materials he had gathered were cast into the flames, as he set about forging his own supreme imperial weapon. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. A brilliant light erupted from the cosmic void, radiating across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine might of the Supreme Emperor swept through all realms. Powerhouses from myriad races turned their gazes toward this spectacle, each eager to glimpse the might of the supreme imperial weapon. Such a sight would provide them with bragging rights when conversing with their peers in the future. "I've seen the imperial weapon of the current great emperor, have you, you old fart?" Yet before the crowd could discern the form of the great Emperor Gaochen's weapon, disaster struck the imperial gate. A surging tide of primordial chaos violently battered the imperial gate, claiming countless defenders and filling the air with the wails of suffering souls. Chapter 11, The Chaos Tide, Emperor Gaochen investigates its source. The chaos tide, saturated with primordial order and laws, erupted every 3,000 years, bringing utter devastation to all living things. This was the very reason the Imperial Gate was built, to prevent the chaos tide from breaching the 9 great realms. Yet this time, the tide's power surpassed all expectations. Despite 3 quasi-emperors, dozens of great saints, and saint kings defending the Imperial Gate, they failed to hold it back. Just as the chaos tide was about to breach the Imperial barrier, an overwhelming divine might suddenly descended upon this starry expanse. The chaotic order and laws froze for an instant. The great Emperor Gaochen arrived, bearing his supreme imperial weapon. Golden light blazed from Qian Yandao's hands as an ancient, simple bell slowly materialized. Engraved upon it were landscapes, beasts, sun, moon, and stars. Atop the bell, the characters chaos were inscribed in ancient divine script. As the golden light surged, the imperial might subdued the cosmos. The chaotic order and laws dissolved the instant they touched the golden light, vanishing as if they had never existed. Soon, the tide of chaos receded, leaving only one imperial gate standing proudly amidst the cosmic starry sky. Glory to the Emperor! We thank the great Emperor for saving our lives. Upon the Imperial Gate, countless mighty beings witnessed this scene, all prostrating themselves upon the ground, chanting the name of the Emperor of this age. Qian Yandao waved his hand lightly, and a gentle surge of divine power lifted the crowd. You are all heroes. Heroes need not kneel. It is I who arrived too late. As the words fell, a trace of sorrow flashed across Qian Yandao's face. Gazing upon the figures who had fallen amidst the chaotic tides, a mix of reverence and regret welled up within Qian Yandao. They had guarded the imperial pass for generations, yet their names remained unknown to the world. Was this not a profound tragedy? Then, with immense power, Qian Yandao fashioned an imperial stele, engraving the names of all the cultivators who had perished in the chaos tide upon its surface. Heroes should not be nameless, they should be remembered by the world. Thank you, great Emperor. Many powerful figures were moved to tears, grateful for the Emperor's sacrifice. Now, it is time to seek the source of the chaos tide. Qian Yandao's imperial robes billowed around him as myriad realms bowed in submission. The majesty of the supreme Dao pierced the heavens, peerless and unmatched. The chaos bell hovered above his head. With a single step, a golden path of light extended beyond the Imperial Gate. Soon, Qian Yandao vanished into the boundless void. Within the miniature realm, Qin Feng's divine sense had been monitoring the Imperial Gate situation. Upon seeing Qian Yandao depart to seek the source of the chaos tide, it would be untrue to say he wasn't worried. With a deep sigh, Qin Feng resumed his seclusion, immersing himself in the comprehension of the way of wood. With his eyes closed, 5,000 years passed. Qin Feng successfully elevated the way of wood to the sovereign level, achieving an alternative path to enlightenment. Currently, Qin Feng possessed 2 Dao paths that had reached this unique state of enlightenment, the path of thunder and the path of wood. Combined with his fully perfected primordial ancient holy body and the Hongmeng measure of heaven, a pseudo-immortal artifact, his power likely surpassed that of a first-generation great emperor, reaching the level of a second-generation great emperor. Notably, Qian Yandao had yet to return from the boundless void. Were it not for the Dao suppression of the great Emperor Gaochen still lingering in the world, Qin Feng might have assumed him dead within. Qin Feng's divine consciousness swept across the 9 great realms, discovering that others shared his concern for the great Emperor Gaochen's safety. Yet at that very moment, the myriad Dao of heaven and earth suddenly trembled. All could sense a faint, weakened aura emanating from the Dao of heaven. What's happening? Could the great Emperor be injured? Countless beings across the 9 great realms murmured such speculations. The great emperor was intimately connected to the heavenly heart imprint, which itself represented the way of heaven. Should anything befall the great emperor, the way of heaven would surely be the first to sense it. In an instant, all races and beings were filled with deep concern. The great emperor was synonymous with peerless might in this era. For such a sovereign at the pinnacle of power to face peril, the source of the chaos tide must be truly dangerous. Within the miniature realm, Qin Feng shared the same apprehension. Just then, the system's voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Crisis detected for Qian Yandao. Host, please make a selection. Option 1, go to the rescue. Reward, immortal golden body. Option 2, continue seclusion to comprehend the Dao. Reward, fragment of the law of fire. Without hesitation, Qin Feng selected the first option. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat erupt within his body. It circulated from his dantian throughout his entire being, increasing the strength of his physical form by roughly 5-fold. Moreover, the immortal golden body possessed an utterly monstrous ability, its terrifying regenerative power. Even if his physical form was destroyed in battle, a single drop of blood would suffice for rebirth. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng shot skyward from his miniature realm, concealing his aura. He swiftly crossed the Imperial barrier, entering the boundless void beyond. Qin Feng dared not be careless. After all, even a great emperor of this age had stumbled within. Gripping the primordial heaven measuring ruler, golden hair cascading over his shoulders, he instantly activated the perfected form of the ancient holy body. Simultaneously, the Dao of Thunder and the Dao of Wood manifested behind him, finally granting Qin Feng a semblance of security. In an instant, his figure abruptly transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the boundless void. Here, darkness enveloped all, and the very concepts of time and space seemed to dissolve. Qin Feng had anticipated this situation and had left a Dharma body behind in his small realm beforehand. Through the connection between his physical body and this Dharma body, even if he couldn't locate Qian Yandao, he wouldn't get lost in this boundless starry sky. He could always retreat back to the 9 great realms at any time. Qin Feng had no idea how long he had been traveling. Even with his current state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a hint of weariness. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted his steps. To his right, his divine sense detected an extremely faint ripple of combat energy. Without hesitation, he turned and sped toward the source. The closer he drew, the more intense the battle fluctuations became, and he even sensed a familiar aura within them. It was the Imperial might of Qian Yandao, though it was gradually weakening with time. Soon, Qin Feng witnessed a scene that sent a chill down his spine. High above, at an unknown distance, a vast black ocean stretched across the sky, seemingly belonging to another realm. Endless waves churned and boiled like a cauldron. Each wave contained a world, each wave encompassed a universe. Amidst the countless waves, Qin Feng even discerned an Imperial corpse, drifting silently, rising and falling with the surging tides. A sudden sense of danger surged within Qin Feng. Even across vast distances of time and space, he could still sense its immense power. This was likely an emperor who had lived at least 5 lifetimes. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an even more powerful battle aura abruptly jolted him awake. Qin Feng gazed into the distance, where a rift stood silently, yet it was blocked by a massive bell, seemingly preventing the beings within from descending into this world. Qian Yandao stood across the gap, his presence starkly different from his former domineering might. Now, he was covered in wounds, his aura weakened, and endless Imperial blood spilled into the void. He looked utterly battered, yet he continued to fight, never retreating a single step. Before him stood 2 Imperial corpses. Their aura was identical to what he had witnessed earlier, though slightly weaker, roughly at the peak of the 2nd-generation Great Emperor realm. Seeing Qian Yandao on the verge of collapse, about to be slain by the 2 Imperial corpses, Qin Feng could no longer remain seated. Chapter 12, The Great Battle Erupts. Boom! The unique, supreme aura of the Great Perfection Primordial Holy Body filled the void. Golden battle flames surged across Qin Feng's body. Clutching the primordial heaven measuring ruler, the Dao of Thunder and the Dao of Wood manifested behind him. This aura was swiftly detected by the 2 Imperial corpses on the battlefield, though it was already too late. The primordial heaven measuring ruler manifested a million zhang shadow, obscuring the sky and sun as it descended from the heavens. Its tip struck the Imperial corpses with devastating force. Grey immortal light surged forth, the power of ascended immortals shaking the heavens, suppressing the vast multiverse, shattering infinite spacetime. The primordial heaven measuring ruler's strike forced the 2 Imperial corpses back, only halting after shattering boundless void. Brother Chen Yan, I have arrived. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler, stepping forward to block before him with unrivaled dominance. Thank you. Chen Yan expressed his gratitude without questioning why Qin Feng had appeared here. The bond between men needed no words, pure and unadorned, everything understood without speech. A piercing light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he coldly surveyed the 2 Imperial corpses through the boundless void. Perhaps influenced by some mysterious force, their physical forms were incredibly hardened. Even the primordial heaven measuring ruler could only leave 2 shallow gouges. Instead, Qin Feng's hand throbbed painfully from the recoil. Brother Qian Yan, what kind of monsters are these? Why does my Imperial weapon barely scratch them? And what is that crack behind you? Qin Feng asked in confusion. The ocean you see above is called the Chaos Sea, but it is merely a projection. It connects to this world through the fissure behind me. Long ago, while searching for the Chaos Tide, I stumbled upon this place. I discovered the Chaos Tide emanates from this very fissure, and within it lurks a great terror. These 2 Imperial corpses also crossed over from the illusory Chaos Sea through this fissure. Qian Yandao explained, which was why he had used the Supreme Emperor's weapon to seal the crack. If 2 Imperial corpses were already so troublesome, what would happen if more arrived, or something even more terrifying descended? It was too dreadful to contemplate the devastation it would bring to this world. I see. Qin Feng grasped the situation. By the way, I suspect they've been affected by the Chaos Sea's power, making their physical bodies incredibly resilient. They've long since lost their consciousness, now they're merely 2 puppets that feel no pain and follow only their killing instincts. Only by completely obliterating their origins can they be utterly destroyed. Qian Yan added. Brother Qian Yan, are you still fit for battle? Qin Feng inquired. Of course. Qian Yandao declared with unwavering resolve. A man couldn't admit defeat, especially not in front of his brothers. Qian Yandao's Imperial aura surged around him. The heavenly heart mark between his brows erupted with dazzling divine light, forcibly restoring his combat power to its peak. He charged toward one of the Imperial corpses. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler, his dharma body towering between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura unique to the great perfection primordial ancient holy body manifested in the void as he charged toward another sovereign. The primordial heaven measuring ruler swung with sweeping force, imbued with the Dao of thunder. A torrent of thunderbolts pierced the heavens, striking directly at the Imperial corpse's primordial source. Refusing to perish so easily, the Imperial corpse unleashed its ultimate might. Boundless divine flames enveloped its form, forging a colossal, blazing dharma body. Seizing the moment when Qin Feng's attention wavered, it unleashed a powerful punch, sending the primordial heaven measuring ruler flying. Then, with a sweeping gesture, terrifying divine flames materialized in the void. Like a blazing sun suspended high in the heavens, they scorched the sky and boiled the seas, radiating resplendent celestial might. Wherever its rays touched, all things melted away. Boom! The Emperor corpse held the great sun in his palm, his feet planted upon boundless void. He hurled the sun toward Qin Feng, intent on crushing him utterly. Qin Feng stood bathed in thunder, his golden dharma body towering behind him, defiantly standing atop the heavens. He raised his colossal hand, its surface shrouded in an indestructible divine light, coiled with countless bolts of thunder. A fist, imbued with terrifying vital energy, erupted with overwhelming force. One fist shattered the cosmos, one fist subdued heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The great sun hurled by the Emperor corpse exploded violently, its terrifying heat spreading for billions of miles, obliterating boundless void. Yet Qin Feng too was wounded by the aftershock. The Emperor corpse's fire Dao penetrated every pore, countless divine flames entering his body through his meridians to wreak havoc. Put! A mouthful of vital blood spurted forth, staining the heavens crimson. Truly worthy of a second-generation peak. Even without an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, this power remains utterly terrifying. Within Qin Feng's body, myriad bolts of thunder instantly manifested, extinguishing the countless divine flames. Then, his undying golden body and the way of wood swiftly restored his injuries. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak state. His peerless figure stood proudly in the void, the might of the supreme path reverberating across all heavens and realms. Fight again! Qin Feng roared, his golden hair whipping wildly as his battle intent pierced the heavens. Thunder crackled around him as he raised his hand, unleashing a thunderous strike. At that moment, Qin Feng resembled the thunder god himself, commanding the world's divine punishment. Yet, the solitary path of thunder was merely an unconventional realm of enlightenment. How could it possibly overcome an emperor, let alone one at the peak of the second realm? The Emperor corpse merely raised a hand lightly, and boundless divine flames appeared in the void, swallowing all the thunder in the sky. Not a single bolt could touch him. Qin Feng seized the moment to recall the primordial heaven measuring ruler, but the Emperor corpse would never grant him such an opportunity. Even with his divine consciousness long extinguished, he sensed the threat posed by the primordial heaven measuring ruler. After all, it was a pseudo-immortal artifact. In the next instant, the Emperor corpse's fingers danced with lightning speed, inscribing mystical runes into the void. The Dao of fire manifested beneath his feet, forming an impenetrable cage of Dao power around him. This temporarily severed the connection between Qin Feng and the primordial heaven measuring ruler. Then, the Imperial corpse swiftly closed the distance between them, two balls of flame surging from his hands. One black, one white, one yin, one yang, the supreme yin yang divine flames of the cosmos. The yin fire devoured vitality, scorching divine souls, while the yang fire consumed flesh and blood, burning magical power and spiritual energy. Legend held that when yin and yang united, they could even consume time itself. It seemed this Imperial corpse had relied upon this divine fire to defy death and live a second life. As the Emperor corpse hurtled toward him, a palpable sense of impending doom gripped Qin Feng. Boom! The corpse's left fist erupted with a punch, its black fist shadow piercing through space like a bamboo splitter. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Qin Feng. He tried to evade, but this spacetime had already been sealed. Where could he possibly flee? Helpless, Qin Feng could only command the golden dharma body behind him to counter with a punch of its own. A terrifying explosion echoed through this realm, shattering the void as countless rifts roared. Qin Feng's figure was sent flying backward, leaving a long gash in the void. His face contorted in agony, a searing pain emanating from his very soul, piercing his mind. Even though the yin fire was swiftly extinguished by the thunder Dao within his body and the holy body's primordial essence, and the wood Dao restored his injuries, the pain remained real. Moreover, the divine soul fell outside the scope of the immortal golden body's recovery. The wood Dao was merely an alternative path to enlightenment, and its restoration of the divine soul was slow. What troubled Qin Feng most was that the yin fire's punch had siphoned roughly 300 years of his life force, feeding it back into the Emperor corpse and amplifying its aura. Even though Qin Feng possessed the Dao Fruit of Immortality and cared little for the loss of vitality, if he allowed this drain to continue, it would be his own life that perished in the end. No, I must find a way to break out of this prison. Chapter 13, On the Brink of Life and Death, Burning the Holy Body's Essence for a Final Battle. Qin Feng murmured inwardly. But before he could ponder further, the Imperial corpse swung its yin-yang divine fire once more, charging toward him. With no other choice, Qin Feng raised both fists to meet the assault. A storm of fist imprints shook the heavens, the power of the Dao saturating this realm. The void shattered, 10,000 paths roared, neither would yield, locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Seizing the moment, the Emperor corpse unleashed a left fist enveloped in yin fire. A dazzling fist beam pierced the heavens, shattering half of Qin Feng's body in an instant. Sacred blood stained the sky. Simultaneously, the yin fire seeped through the wound into his body, scorching his soul and siphoning his life force to nourish the corpse. Qin Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, channeling all his vital energy into his left fist. He unleashed a punch of equal ferocity, striking directly at the Emperor corpse's core essence and forcing it back. Then, the way of thunder extinguished the yin fire within his body, the way of wood healed his soul, and the indestructible golden body repaired his flesh, reconstructing his form. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained solemn. The yin fire had siphoned life force to sustain the Emperor corpse, effectively nullifying the punch's impact. Moreover, the damage inflicted upon his soul was beyond the swift restoration capabilities of the wood Dao. In essence, he had gained no advantage, indeed, he had suffered a net loss. If this continued, death would surely be his fate. Better to take a gamble. Qin Feng swiftly devised a countermeasure, forcibly ignite the primordial essence of his sacred body to unlock power beyond his peak. Combined with the forces of the Thunder Dao and Wood Dao, he might shatter this prison. But this came with consequences. If the cage remained unbroken by the time the sacred body's essence burned out, he would lose the combat boost granted by the great perfection ancient sacred body. Though the eternal life Dao fruit would prevent his death at worst, he'd be gravely injured. Relying solely on the remaining 2 Dao powers would be utterly insufficient to withstand the Imperial corpse's subsequent attacks. Ultimately, death would still be inevitable. Qin Feng weighed his options, searching for a more reliable way to break the stalemate. Yet this was a life or death battle. How could the Imperial corpse grant him time to ponder? Beneath the Emperor corpse's feet, a path of fire manifested, its terrifying aura shaking the heavens. In that moment, he stood like a fire sovereign, with all flames in the world bowing to his command. Boom! He raised both hands high, gathering yin-yang divine fire within his palms. It grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal sun appeared in this realm of time and space. It obscured the heavens and blocked out the sun, radiating the resplendent majesty of the ultimate Dao. Yet even this felt insufficient to the Imperial corpse. With a single thought, the fiery path beneath his feet stretched for countless miles, endless divine flames emerging within it. In the next instant, countless divine flames merged with the fire Dao into the great sun, amplifying its aura to terrifying heights. It hung above the vast cosmos like a true blazing sun. Life and death arise from the palm's edge, eternal and immortal. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew his time was running out. Damn it, I'll go all out. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Today, either he dies or I perish. In the next instant, the primordial essence of the divine body within Qin Feng was ignited, erupting with boundless divine light, dazzling and brilliant beyond measure. A terrifying aura, towering above all living beings, surged forth from his body, shaking the void for 10,000 miles. Qin Feng dared not hesitate. He directly burned over half his sacred body's essence, channeling the ultimate power of his entire being into a single punch. Empowered by the Dao of Thunder and the Dao of Wood, the terrifying divine light spread across infinite space and time. The punch shattered the cosmos, obliterating the myriad realms. Boom! Qin Feng's right arm shattered completely. Yet, far from disappointment, his face wore an expression of exhilaration. With a crack, the barrier forged from the power of the Dao suddenly crawled with spiderweb-like cracks before shattering with a thunderous crash. From a vast, unknown distance in the void, a grayish-black ruler stood silently planted there. Suddenly, as if sensing its master's presence, the gray-hued ruler began to tremble violently. It then shot upward from the ground, streaking toward the battlefield at near light speed before being grasped firmly in Qin Feng's hand. Everything must come to an end. Qin Feng murmured as he traced the runes etched upon the ruler's tip. As if sensing its master's emotion, the primordial heaven measuring ruler suddenly erupted with dazzling divine light, startlingly brilliant, timeless, and eternal. Behind Qin Feng, his golden Dharma body rose from the earth, towering between heaven and earth, revealing a peerless presence. The immortal king descended upon the 9 heavens. Then, the golden Dharma body merged directly with his physical form. Every bone, drop of blood, and strand of hair on Qin Feng's body transformed into gold, radiating an ancient, boundless aura of ascended immortality. In an instant, the Hongmeng measure of heaven in Qin Feng's hand flashed with light. A terrifying blade of light crashed down, as if myth had materialized into reality. Years of battle instincts caused this Imperial corpse to sense an intense sense of danger in the very first moment. He had no doubt if he couldn't block this strike, death was certain. Instantly, he hurled the blazing sun forged from countless divine flames and the Dao of fire toward Qin Feng, attempting to block the strike. Alas, this was a quasi-immortal artifact. Propelled by Qin Feng's sacred body essence and bolstered by 2 Dao forces. Pseudo-immortal artifact sounds awkward henceforth, it shall be called a near-immortal artifact. In the next instant, the blazing sun, forged from countless divine flames and the Dao of fire, was cleaved in two by the primordial heaven measuring ruler. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The terrifying radiance of the ruler, its might undiminished, spanned infinite void and struck directly at the Emperor Corpse's dantian, utterly obliterating his primordial essence. In the final moment before death, Qin Feng even glimpsed a flicker of astonishment in the Emperor's Corpse's eyes. Phew, finally settled. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, his entire body feeling utterly drained. One hand pressed against his chest while the other supported the primordial heaven measuring ruler as he collapsed directly into the void. Of course, he didn't forget to store the Imperial corpse within his consciousness. See, after all, it was his spoils of war. This battle was undoubtedly the most grueling Qin Feng had ever faced since stepping onto the path of cultivation, nearly costing him his life on multiple occasions. Had he not decisively burned over half his half-saint body's essence at the last moment, the outcome would have been far from certain. The primary reason was the overwhelming power of the yin-yang divine fire wielded by the Imperial corpse. The yin fire devoured vitality, scorched divine souls, and could even feed the absorbed life force back to itself. The yang fire incinerated flesh and blood, consuming magical power and spiritual energy. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as the world's foremost divine flame, utterly unrivaled in its dominance, a complete gamebreaker, a pure perpetual motion machine. A yearning stirred within Qin Feng's heart. For those supreme beings, this flame was nothing short of poison. Their lifespans were already short. Burned by the yin fire, they would likely perish from exhaustion before the battle even ended. He planned to begin seclusion upon returning to his microcosm, absorbing the yin-yang divine fire contained within the Emperor corpse. Moreover, the Emperor corpse had cultivated the fire Dao, which could be used to perfect his own 5 elements Dao. Then, with the combined damage of the Thunder Dao and Fire Dao, plus the terrifying burst of power from his perfected primordial ancient holy body, Qin Feng dared not imagine how devastating his attacks would become. After a brief rest, he finally regained some strength. Qin Feng struggled to his feet, his eyes gleaming with divine light as he gazed through the boundless void toward the direction of Qian Yandao. Feeling the terrifying battle fluctuations emanating from that location, he murmured to himself. Next, it's time to end all of this. Chapter 14, Divine Ruins, Graveyard of the Primordial Sacred Body. Qin Feng forced himself to stand. His internal injuries had largely healed under the Wood Dao's restorative power. What surprised him was that after burning the source of his sacred body, he had braced himself for severe injury. Yet, the eternal life Dao fruit within his dantian had activated. Waves of gentle, life-giving energy surged into the core of the sacred body, restoring it to perfection and returning its combat prowess to its peak. Qin Feng took a single stride, traversing boundless void, and in the blink of an eye descended upon the battlefield where Qian Yandao stood. There, Qian Yandao was locked in fierce combat with another Imperial corpse. Compared to his own, this corpse seemed rather ordinary, lacking the game-breaking abilities of the yin-yang divine fire. Nevertheless, its combat prowess was terrifying, having already set one foot into the realm of the Three-Era Great Emperor. Without either possessing an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, the two fought to a stalemate. Qin Feng closely observed Qian Yandao. Though he was only a first-generation emperor, his Dao was overwhelmingly domineering the supreme Imperial Dao that commanded the laws of Imperial rule. This granted him the combat prowess of a second-generation emperor even while still a first-generation emperor. Of course, this alone was insufficient. Were it not for Qian Yandao being an emperor of this era, with the supreme heavenly heart ceaselessly replenishing his power, he likely wouldn't withstand the Imperial corpse's onslaught. As things stood, the Emperor corpse's primordial power would diminish with each battle, while Qian Yandao possessed the heavenly heart imprint to replenish his own expenditures. Prolonging the fight favored Qian Yandao. He could simply wear the Emperor corpse down until it perished. But that would be far too slow. Qin Feng decisively joined the fray, wielding the primordial heaven measuring ruler with sweeping, powerful strokes. Behind him, the Dao of Thunder and the Dao of Wood manifested, while he summoned the sacred body's divine aura to join the fierce battle. Combined with Qian Yandao's Imperial Dao laws, their joint assault, bolstered by the quasi-immortal artifact, swiftly brought down the Imperial corpse. It's finally settled. Honestly, I owe Brother Qin a great debt this time. Even as the current Great Emperor, I couldn't have taken down 2 second-generation Great Emperors alone. Qian Yandao expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he never imagined they would meet again before the Chaos Fissure. By the way, Brother Qin, how much time has passed? Qian Yandao had fought for so long that he had long since lost track of time. Moreover, the peculiar nature of this void rendered the concept of time meaningless here. When I entered, 5,000 years had already passed. As for how much time has elapsed since then? Who could possibly know? Qin Feng sighed. At least 5,000 years? Qian Yandao chuckled wryly. Such a vast span of time meant his family, master, and fellow disciples had likely all passed away long ago. After all, a quasi-emperor could only live for about 8,000 years. Which meant that in this era, the only person left connected to him was likely Qin Feng. Take care. Qin Feng patted Qian Yandao on the shoulder. Though he didn't understand this emotion yet, he would likely grasp it soon enough. After all, even a great emperor could live only up to 12,000 years. Qian Yandao didn't have much time left. The dead are gone, Qin Feng consoled him. The living must carry on. We shouldn't dwell on the past instead, we should look toward the future. Qin Feng offered comfortingly. Truth be told, his own heart was in turmoil. As an immortal, he would have preferred Qian Yandao to die sooner rather than later. That way, when he chose to emerge in future eras, he wouldn't have to tiptoe around, constantly fearing his immortal essence would be discovered. Yet as a friend, he couldn't bear to see Qian Yandao die. After all, in this world, Qian Yandao was the only person he truly knew. If Qian Yandao died, would he become a mere passerby in this world? When the seas turned to fields and the world changed beyond recognition, all its wonders would be left for him to behold alone. With all familiar faces gone, left alone in this world, even if the mortal realm offered endless splendor, there would be no one to share it with. From this perspective, perhaps immortality is a curse after all. Qin Feng pondered this, suddenly shaking his head with a bitter smile. You're right. I should set my sights on the future. Perhaps when I grow powerful enough to transcend all limitations, time will become merely a concept to me. I could reverse it at will, bringing those lost to the present. Qian Yandao declared with conviction, his desire to grow stronger never more intense than it was today. Hearing this, Qin Feng found Qian Yandao's words profoundly reasonable. If he couldn't change immortality itself, why not use the infinite time to become the strongest, and bring those from the past back to life? Instantly, a burning desire to grow stronger surged within Qin Feng as well. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly noticed Qian Yandao staring at him with an unusual expression. 1 part helplessness, 2 parts hesitation, 3 parts regret, and 4 parts utter bewilderment. Damn it, Qian Yandao, what kind of look is that? I'm not into men. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse, immediately covering his chest and backing away from Qian Yandao. What the hell are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Qian Yandao, realizing the misunderstanding, hastened to explain. Here's the thing. I have 2 secrets. One concerns ascending to immortality, and the other concerns you. Qin Feng, which one do you want to hear first? Qian Yandao was so flustered his words nearly tripped over themselves. In his view, one could die in battle, but never suffer social death. Hearing news concerning himself, Qin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be, his secret to immortality had been discovered? Where did you hear this? Qin Feng's expression instantly turned grave. He was certain no one else knew about the Dao Fruit of Immortality within him. He had never revealed even the slightest hint of it to others, especially forbidden beings. Logically, it shouldn't have been discovered. Earlier, I entered various forbidden zones to gather materials for forging Imperial weapons. But upon entering the Divine Ruins, I unexpectedly discovered numerous humanoid monsters within. Unlike the sealed sovereigns in other forbidden zones, these creatures were covered in crimson fur, bore ferocious expressions, and proved exceptionally difficult to slay. Most crucially, they carried the same aura as you specifically, the primordial sacred physique. Qian Yandao paused here to observe Qin Feng's reaction. Seeing little change in his expression, he continued. After returning, I pored over countless ancient texts and discovered that throughout history, whenever a bearer of the primordial sacred body emerged, they would mysteriously vanish in their later years, their whereabouts unknown. I suspect they all journeyed to the divine ruins. Perhaps this is a curse unique to the primordial sacred body. Qian Yandao sighed, patting Qin Feng's shoulder in consolation, knowing this revelation would be devastating. After all, no one would willingly watch themselves become a monster. Yet the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Qin Feng did not display the despondency Qian Yandao had anticipated. Instead, his expression was calm, even indifferent. Wait, the curse of the primordial holy body? That turns you into a monster covered in red hair. Aren't you even a little worried? Chapter 15, The Curse Only Takes Effect in Old Age, Secrets of Immortality. Qian Yandao admitted he didn't quite understand why Qin Feng reacted this way. Qin Feng nearly laughed out loud. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of the ancient holy body's curse. But with the Dao Fruit of Immortality within him, eternal and evergreen, turning into a red-haired monster would only happen in his twilight years. Thus, while others viewed the primordial holy body as poison, to him it was a treasure. Moreover, upon reaching the peak of his sacred body, he had examined its primordial essence pure beyond compare, flawless and complete. It bore no resemblance to a cursed state. But upon reflection, it made sense after all, anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. If it dared bestow upon him a primordial sacred body tainted with a curse, it would surely risk ruining the system's reputation. Now he realized that the gaze he had felt during his enlightenment ceremony that day likely came from the Lord of the Divine Ruins. Or perhaps, it was the first primordial sacred body. Still, seeing Qian Yandao's worried expression, Qin Feng decided to make up an excuse to brush it off. Brother Qian Yan, rest assured about the curse. This is not a, but one forged later in life. When I ascended to Quasi-Emperor, I entered an ancient planet where a great saint body had fallen tens of thousands of years ago. There, I obtained a strand of the ancient saint body's essence blood. When Qin Feng told lies, he did so with eyes unblinking and heart unflinching, making them sound utterly convincing. Qian Yandao owed him an Oscar for his performance. This was my backup plan. If I couldn't attain enlightenment, I'd try fusing the sacred body's essence into my own body to forge an acquired sacred body. To my surprise, it actually worked. Moreover, upon inspecting my core essence, I found nothing amiss. As he spoke, Qin Feng projected his sacred body's source energy outward. True to his words, it was utterly pure, without a trace of abnormality. Qin Feng's actions held deeper meaning. First, to reassure Qian Yandao. Second, to present this proof to the current emperor himself as a final safeguard. Indeed, there are no abnormalities. Qian Yandao declared after scrutinizing it for a long while. At least, from the perspective of this great emperor of the present age, there appeared to be no issues. Though I see no immediate issues, this curse may have a dormant period, potentially manifesting abnormalities in your later years. You must remain vigilant. Qian Yandao cautioned with care. By the way, brother Qianyan, what was that other piece of news you mentioned about ascending to immortality? Qin Feng clearly didn't want to waste any more time on the curse and immediately changed the subject. In roughly 100,000 years, the path to immortality shall open. Qianyan revealed an earth-shattering secret information he'd obtained from the primordial ancient mind. To be precise, it came from the ruler of the primordial ancient mind, the Nine-Orifice Stone Emperor. When I entered the primordial ancient mind seeking the primordial fate stone as the primary material for the chaos bell, the Nine-Orifice Stone Emperor's divine form appeared before me upon my discovery. He informed me that the path to immortality would open in 100,000 years and invited me to join him in conquering that path. But I did not accept. Qian Yandao spoke slowly. That's good. Qin Feng breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had feared Qian Yandao would succumb to corruption so swiftly. However, the opening of the path to immortality was good news for him. 100,000 years might seem like an eternity to Qian Yandao, perhaps even too long to wait, but for an immortal like him, it posed no challenge whatsoever. As if reading the excitement in Qin Feng's eyes, Qian Yandao shook his head in exasperation. You still want to become an immortal? You're dreaming. Do you even think you'll live that long? If you truly endured that long, how much of your power would remain? That Nine-Orifice Stone Emperor, even just one of his Dharma bodies sends shivers down my spine as an emperor. Imagine the might of his true form. I estimate he must have lived through at least 6 or 7 lifetimes as an emperor. Qian Yandao patiently advised, urging him to focus on the present rather than fantasizing about future immortality. Of course, if Qin Feng intended to follow the path of the Forbidden Zone sovereigns devouring all life, he wouldn't advise personally slaughtering them. Qin Feng ignored Qian Yandao's slightly unsettled gaze. His mind was consumed by a single thought: how much could he enhance his combat prowess in 10,000 years? Could he truly reach the level of those Forbidden Zone sovereigns? Unbidden, a sense of urgency welled up within him once more. Brother Qianyan, what should we do about this chaos rift? We can't keep blocking it with your chaos bell forever. Qin Feng decided to postpone his cultivation until he returned to the microcosm. For now, he needed to resolve the immediate crisis. Upon hearing his words, Qian Yandao fell deep in thought, seemingly pondering a solution. Just then, a familiar system notification suddenly rang out in Qin Feng's consciousness. Ding! Detected a chaos fissure requiring sealing. System task issued. Host, please make a selection. Option 1, continue blocking the fissure with the chaos bell. Reward, 1 primordial fate stone. Option 2, use the primordial heaven measuring ruler to seal the rift. Reward, water law fragment. Option 3, use the emperor corpse to seal the rift. Reward, fragment of the earth law. System, I choose the third option. The moment Qin Feng's words fell, he sensed a new light sphere appearing within his consciousness. Brother Qianyan, I have a solution: use this Imperial corpse to seal the fissure. With the Dao power within it, sealing it for tens of thousands of years should pose no problem. Qin Feng gestured toward the Imperial corpse they had previously vanquished. That's one way to do it. Qianyan nodded in agreement. Then, surging Imperial might erupted around him. The great power of an emperor manifested chains that pierced through the void. Centered on the Imperial corpse, they formed a heaven-sealing, earth-binding great array, blocking the chaotic rift. With that done, the two prepared to traverse the boundless void back to the Imperial Pass. 8,000 years had passed since the great Emperor Gaochen ventured into the boundless void across the 9 great realms. Throughout this era, the Dao of the great Emperor Gaochen continued to suppress all celestial and terrestrial Daos, signifying that the great emperor still lived. On this day, 2 figures materialized atop the great wall of the Imperial Pass, none other than Qian Yandao. The moment the great Emperor Gaochen appeared, the supreme heavenly heart trembled. Ethereal celestial music wafted through the void, 10,000 paths roared in unison, and the entire world seemed to celebrate. The mighty beings of all races immediately sensed the shift in the cosmos, casting their divine senses toward the Imperial Pass. At last, they witnessed the great emperor's return from the boundless void. As for the other figure, they had heard of him as well. Ancient texts from various factions recorded him Qin Feng, the great perfected primordial holy body who had attained the Dao in a unique manner after the great Emperor Gaochen. Moreover, judging by the situation, it appeared that this great perfected holy body had actually brought back the current great emperor. Unsurprisingly, the 9 great realms and all the races plunged into celebration, singing praises of Qin Feng's noble deeds and rejoicing at the safe return of the current great emperor. Yet Qian Yandao, the one involved, could not muster any joy. 8,000 years had passed. The familiar faces were gone, everything had changed beyond recognition. Life had cycled through generations, and of that era, only he and Qin Feng remained. A wave of sorrow washed over Qian Yandao. Yet, as the current great emperor, this emotion flickered only for an instant before vanishing. He swiftly reclaimed his imperial bearing, dominant, formidable, and looking down upon all beings beneath the heavens. As for Qin Feng, he immediately retreated into seclusion within his small realm, unwilling to expose himself too much to the world. Within the small realm. The moment Qin Feng entered, he sensed the profound power within the microcosm had grown significantly denser. He surmised this was all due to the function of the 9 heavens bustle. In merely 8,000 years, it had assimilated 1/3 of the land within the microcosm, even altering its fundamental laws to diverge from the outside world. At that moment, a peculiar thought surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Does this place count as a forbidden zone? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Strengthening his power was the priority now. Just as he retrieved the Imperial corpse he had slain earlier, intending to comprehend its fire Dao and refine the yin-yang divine fire. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed an unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching, its target directly aimed at his microcosm. Chapter 16, The Immortal Elixir Takes Root in the Miniature Realm. Qin Feng was certain he had never encountered this aura before. Instinctively, his thoughts turned to the red-haired old monster in the divine ruins. If anyone in this realm paid him the most attention, it was either Qian Yandao or them. They likely regarded him as kindred spirits, given that they all possessed the primordial divine physique. The only difference was that their primordial sacred bodies bore curses, while his did not. Yet what puzzled Qin Feng was this: if the red-haired old monster from the divine ruins had emerged, why had Qian Yandao, the great emperor of this age, failed to detect it? Could it be that this red-haired old monster possessed a technique akin to the heavenly mechanics elders, capable of temporarily obscuring the heavenly mechanisms? Qin Feng extended his divine sense across the starry sky, seeking to glimpse the newcomer's face. Yet, the moment he truly saw the figure, he froze in utter shock. For it was not a human at all, but a green lotus. The lotus radiated a primordial aura, ancient and sacred, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Qin Feng could even sense a potent vitality emanating from it, crowned by a bud poised to bloom. This is actually an immortal divine herb. Qin Feng exclaimed, his mind racing to compare it with the immortal herbs described in ancient texts. A blue lotus, a chaotic aura. Could it be the legendary chaos blue lotus? Upon maturity, it bore the Dao unifying flower, the most extraordinary among all immortal elixirs, transcending even the category of immortality-granting herbs. The reason for this distinction was that unlike other immortal herbs which merely extended one's lifespan, consuming the Dao unifying flower directly aided one in attaining the Dao. It shattered the shackles of heaven and earth, forcibly enabling one to become an emperor. Even if an emperor already exists in the world, it can forcibly imprint the user's Dao into the heavenly heartmark, creating a second emperor. Though such an emperor, who attains the Dao through external means, is the weakest among all emperors, it is still an emperor nonetheless. With the heavenly heartmark's endorsement, one could freely command the power of heaven and earth, trampling all paths beneath their feet to suppress everything in the world. Yet what puzzled Qin Feng was why such an immortal elixir would seek him out. Could it be that he was simply too handsome, causing a green lotus to fall for him? Qin Feng suspected that might be the case after all. He possessed a face as handsome as that of the esteemed readers themselves. Who wouldn't be charmed by that? At that moment, outside the miniature realm, the chaos green lotus darted wildly through the starry expanse, seemingly bewildered. It had clearly sensed a yearning aura here, yet for some reason, it couldn't locate it. Now, the chaos green lotus stood frozen in place, its limited sentience completely consumed. Qin Feng, observing this scene within the microcosm, couldn't help but smile. His microcosm was protected by the 10,000 phenomena heaven and earth array, a reward from the system. Unless he personally opened it, not even an emperor of this world could find this place. After teasing the chaos green lotus for a while, Qin Feng manipulated the 10,000 phenomena heaven and earth array to open a gap. After all, this was an immortal divine herb. He wasn't some little cutie. He wasn't about to let the chaos green lotus leave. Sure enough, the chaos green lotus seemed to sense something. Its leaves trembled excitedly. The next moment, the chaos green lotus transformed into a streak of green light, slipping through the opening and into the miniature realm. Without so much as a glance at Qin Feng beside it, the chaos green lotus immediately burrowed downward, rooting itself into the nine heavens' bustling ground. This left Qin Feng, who had just reached out to catch the immortal herb, momentarily stunned. Thought it was drawn to his own dashing charm. Little did he expect that its true love lay with the nine heavens' prosperity. He was merely an accident. But upon reflection, it made sense. Legend held that the nine heavens' prosperity had existed since the dawn of the world. Legend held that at the dawn of creation, 7 supreme divine soils had been born. They were the 9 heavens fertile soil, the 5-colored fertile earth, the Buzhou immortal soil, the Kunlun divine soil, the 9 netherworlds dark soil, the primordial spirit soil, and the creation blood soil. The 9 heavens bustling lands stood as the foremost among these 7 supreme divine lands. Damn it! Qin Feng let out a furious exclamation. After all, he couldn't very well pick a fight with a plant. It would be beneath his dignity. Just then, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded in his consciousness. Ding! Detected Chaos Green Lotus approaching. Host, please make a selection. Option 1, immediately consume the Dao merging flower upon the Chaos Green Lotus's maturation to become the world's second great emperor. Reward, fragment of the law of fire. Option 2, continue cultivating in seclusion while nurturing it temporarily. Reward, supreme emperor's weapon, the 9 yang heavenly vessel. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not rush to make a decision but instead fell deep in thought. Purely in terms of rewards, the supreme path emperor's weapon was undoubtedly the more lucrative choice. After all, he possessed an emperor's corpse, allowing him to comprehend the fire laws it contained. Thus, the fire law fragment became somewhat dispensable. Moreover, to be honest, he wasn't eager to ascend to emperorhood so soon. The reason, as Qian Yandao had mentioned, was that the path to immortality would open in 10,000 years. It was foreseeable that the opening of the immortal path would inevitably bring extreme slaughter. Even those supreme beings who had lived 4 or 5 lifetimes would likely be no more than ants. After all, ascension to immortality was surely limited. It was impossible for everyone to become an immortal. Consider this, once the immortal path closes, what will become of those supreme beings who have already ascended to their ultimate heights? Immortality had become an obsession in their hearts. Perhaps they would choose to endure once more, waiting for the next opening of the immortal path. To purge the side effects of their ultimate ascension, and more crucially, to accumulate sufficient life essence to await the next opening of the path to immortality. They would inevitably absorb vast quantities of vital essence, even hunting down the great emperors of this age. The essence within a great emperor's body could sustain several supreme beings for tens of thousands of years. Qin Feng did not wish to reveal himself prematurely before those supreme beings of the forbidden zones. Especially when the path to immortality reopens in 100,000 years, he couldn't be certain if his immortal fruit would be detected by the rulers of those forbidden realms. That would spell trouble for him. System, I choose the second option. After weighing all factors, he chose the second option. As for whether he would become an emperor in the future, perhaps he would, perhaps he wouldn't. After all, who could truly know what lay ahead? He had already formed a clear outline for his path to invincibility. Through endless time, he would delve into multiple paths of the Dao, accumulating quantitative changes until they sparked a qualitative leap, ultimately unifying all paths into one. By then, becoming an emperor might just be a burden to him. Without further thought, Qin Feng proceeded to gather rare celestial treasures from the 9 great realms and planted them beside the Chaos Green Lotus. Leveraging the supreme transformative power contained within the Chaos Green Lotus and the 9 heavens' bustling energy, he might refine these treasures into supreme medicinal herbs second only to the immortal divine elixir. Moreover, it would add a touch of elegance and novelty to this small realm. 2 words, pleasing to the eye. Only then did Qin Feng begin refining the emperor corpse, distilling the yin-yang divine fire and comprehending the fire Dao within it. Simultaneously, Qin Feng discovered something else. Ever since the Chaos Green Lotus took root in the microcosm, it radiated a potent aura of cosmic essence, accelerating his comprehension of the Dao. Moreover, the Dao laws within this miniature realm had diverged from those of the outside world, effectively becoming a forbidden zone where the constraints of heaven and earth no longer held sway. Time flew by, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Qin Feng was in seclusion as usual. Suddenly, the heavens and earth erupted with violent upheaval, jolting him awake from his seclusion. Chapter 17, The Great Emperor Gaochen enters his twilight years. Have you finally fallen? The myriad paths of heaven and earth wailed ceaselessly, while the supreme heavenly heart flickered erratically. Across the 9 great realms, all races and beings sensed a profound sorrow permeating the cosmos. All understood, the great emperor of this age had entered his twilight years. Brother Qian Yan, you have grown old. Qin Feng sighed deeply. If Qian Yandao were to die, he would be the sole survivor of their era. Moreover, Qin Feng knew well that despite the emperor's seemingly boundless glory, his twilight years were profoundly tragic. Supreme beings seized the opportunity to unleash dark turmoil, hunting down the current great emperor to replenish their own lifespans. Especially at this sensitive juncture when the path to immortality was approaching. What astonished him, however, was that over 3,000 years, Qian Yandao had not sought a single immortal herb. Or perhaps he's baiting a hook. Yet he swiftly dismissed this notion, his gaze shifting toward the Chaos Green Lotus beside him. A suspicion formed in Qin Feng's mind, perhaps the immortal divine herbs were bound to the supreme divine soil. The origins of the immortal divine herb were unknown to all. It was only understood that they had existed since the dawn of the world. Coincidentally, the 7 supreme divine soils shared this same origin. Moreover, the immortal divine herbs held a profound fascination for the supreme divine soils. The supreme transformative power contained within them served as the finest nourishment imaginable for these immortal herbs. This was evident from the fact that the chaos green lotus had traversed vast stretches of starry sky to reach this place. Over the past 3,000 years, Qin Feng attempted to communicate with the chaos green lotus, learning that it originated from the void beyond the cosmic wilderness. Due to its unique nature, it could absorb nutrients from the void to survive. However, as it gradually grew, the nutrients in the void became insufficient. Thus, the chaos green lotus sought out Qin Feng, or rather, the 9 heavens breathing soil. During this time, it had sensed other supreme divine soils, yet none held the same allure as the 9 heavens breath soil. After all, as the foremost among the 6 supreme divine soils, it contained the most abundant and purest essence of supreme creation. This further confirmed Qin Feng's conjecture. Previously, the 9 heavens fertile soil could only alter some of the cosmic laws within the microcosm. But since the chaos green lotus took root here, seemingly influenced by its own peculiar Dao essence, the cosmic laws within the microcosm underwent a complete transformation, evolving into a forbidden zone. Perhaps all the immortal elixirs still existing in the world are within this forbidden zone. Or perhaps the immortal elixirs themselves are the true masters of the forbidden zones, their natural habitats merely usurped by those supreme beings. Were it not for the chaos green lotus's unique nature, coupled with the 9 heavens breath soil granted by the system, it might have fled to other forbidden zones to survive. Now, Qin Feng could almost certainly conclude that Qian Yandao did not possess the elixir of immortality at all. Moreover, having squandered 8,000 years in the boundless void, he could no longer rely on his own strength to live a second life. What awaited Qian Yandao was the same tragic late-life crisis that had befallen all the ancient great emperors. Unless he chooses to sink into depravity and become a sovereign of a forbidden zone. Brother Qianyan, what path will you ultimately choose? Qin Feng murmured, lifting his gaze to pierce through endless time and space, fixing it upon the great emperor's Dao field within the Ziwu sacred land. In the blink of an eye, another 2,000 years passed. 13,000 years had elapsed since Qianyan attained the Dao. The supreme heavenly heart grew increasingly dim, as if heralding the impending demise of the current great emperor. A typical great emperor possessed a lifespan of only 12,000 years, not counting the time before attaining enlightenment. However, the great Emperor Gaochen seemed to have consumed some heavenly treasure that extended his lifespan, allowing him to continue living. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket, offering little real extension to his days. The gaze of all races and beings never ceased to fix upon the purple star sacred land. Not only them, but even some supreme beings from the forbidden realms had turned their gaze toward it, eager to see how this reigning great emperor would choose. Truthfully, they hoped even more than the myriad races that the great Emperor Gaochen would not succumb to corruption. After all, the number of beings in this world is finite. If others consume more, there is less left for me. Moreover, the vital essence contained within a great emperor's primordial source surpasses that of billions of beings combined. This made them even more determined to prevent the great Emperor Gaochen from falling. Another 100 years passed. Some within the forbidden zone were nearing the end of their lifespans, desperately needing to ignite a dark uprising to replenish their own vital essence. Yet in the end, they forced themselves to endure. No one knew how much combat power the great emperor still possessed, and no one was willing to take the risk. In any case, it all boiled down to one word: wait. They waited for the great emperor to grow utterly decrepit, while simultaneously waiting for other sovereigns to falter to test the waters for them. On this day, Qin Feng emerged from seclusion, exhaling a cloud of stale breath. After 4,100 years, he had fully refined the yin-yang divine fire within the emperor's corpse, infusing it into the supreme emperor's weapon, the 9-yang heaven and earth cauldron previously rewarded by the system. With a mere thought, he could now summon it at will. Simultaneously, he had mastered an additional Dao, attaining a unique form of enlightenment. Excluding the quasi-immortal artifact, the primordial heaven measuring ruler, his combat prowess now rivaled that of a second-generation peak cultivator. Yet before he could savor his triumph, a sudden disturbance rippled through the heavens and earth. Within the purple star sanctuary, an imperial form materialized, standing tall between heaven and earth. After 5,000 years, the great Emperor Gaochen once again revealed himself to the world. Yet compared to before, his face had aged considerably, his frame bent and stooped. Not a single strand of black hair remained behind him. He now resembled a white-haired old man nearing the end of his days. Seeing his old friend in this state, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. Back to Qian Yandao's side. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. A golden path emerged from beneath his feet, spanning countless realms and extending all the way to the forbidden zone of Shodao Mountain. In that moment, all creatures of myriad races stood frozen in place, tears welling in their eyes. Yet some still refused to believe it. They had long held the great emperor as their faith. How could they accept such a fall? Perhaps the great emperor was gathering his final, peak strength to conquer the forbidden zone? Yet, facts speak louder than words. Since the great emperor Gaochen entered the restricted zone, not a single sound had been heard from him. Seeing this, the others knew full well that the great emperor had abandoned them. Supreme beings within other forbidden zones witnessed this scene and sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. Within the small realm, Qin Feng watched the scene unfold in silence. Every soul in this world had their own choices to make, and he had no right to interfere. Finally, all that silence dissolved into a single sigh, filling the entire microcosm. Qian Yandao, have you truly fallen? P.S. The author bows deeply to all our dear readers here. We sincerely hope you'll tap that 5-star rating, send a little free gift, and show your support with a follow. Chapter 18, The Late Life Crisis of the Great Emperor, Imperial War Erupts. Qin Feng's thoughts drifted back to that ruined star domain of the past. He still remembered that day in the starry sky, after Qian Yandao had fused the 2 Imperial corpses into the decaying star domain. He had asked him then, "Will you succumb to darkness?" That day, Qian Yandao's tone had been resolute. He refused to align with darkness, choosing only to follow the light. Yet in the blink of an eye, 13,000 years had passed, and he had changed. Perhaps it was the fear of death. Even an emperor of this age could not face it calmly, yearning instead to live forever. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the pursuit of immortality. Qin Feng sighed deeply once more. He was not Qian Yandao, nor did he have the right to interfere with his choice. One cannot counsel others to do good without having endured their own suffering. All Qin Feng could do was master his own path, carving out an invincible journey uniquely his own through the endless ages, ultimately ascending to immortality. That was all. In the blink of an eye, a century had swiftly passed. Within Shodao Mountain, a sudden surge of battle energy erupted, its roar shaking the heavens and the cosmos. Immediately after, the figure of the great Emperor Gaochen withdrew from Shodao Mountain, a look of disappointment on his face. Such commotion was swiftly detected by the supreme beings residing in other forbidden zones. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seemed the current great emperor had failed to reach an agreement with the ruler of Shodao Mountain. Another 100 years passed. The supreme heavenly heart dimmed, its radiance fading as the great emperor's Dao grew increasingly weak. Notably, throughout this century, the great emperor Gaochen had not set foot in any other forbidden zones. Countless beings cried out in unison, "The emperor remains the emperor." Yet this was but a minority. The vast majority continued their clamor. "The emperor has abandoned us all. Perhaps he's already found a new patron." On this day, the great Emperor Gaochen emerged from the sacred land of Ziwei. His figure stooped as he slowly made his way to a barren star domain at the edge of the cosmos. There he sat, cross-legged and still, as if choosing this place as his final resting ground. Witnessing this scene, the sovereigns within the forbidden zone knew the current great emperor could no longer hold on. In an instant, the 3 great forbidden realms, the Mountain of Immortality, the Primordial Ancient Mine, and the Sea of Reincarnation emerged from the void. 6 sovereigns stepped forth from within. "Ha! It seems the current emperor is nearing the end of his life. It is time for us to unleash the dark turmoil," declared the sovereign of the Sea of Reincarnation. They immediately rushed toward a distant star domain, launching a brutal slaughter of its inhabitants to absorb their vital essence and replenish their own power. Beside them, the 5 supreme beings who did not join in were all from the Undying Mountains and the Primordial Ancient Mine. A mere dark uprising could plunder only so much vital essence. It was far more satisfying to hunt down the great emperor directly and divide his primordial essence among themselves. The 5 sovereigns transformed into streaks of light, arriving in the barren star domain in the blink of an eye. There, they encountered Qian Yandao seated cross-legged in the void. "You've arrived." Qian Yandao sat cross-legged, his tone carrying ease and release. "Humph, deceitful tricks. You're on the brink of sitting into nirvana. How much combat power can you possibly muster?" A cold, clear voice rang out among the sovereigns. She was known as the Divine Silkworm Ancient Emperor, whose legendary exploits were etched in ancient chronicles. She had pioneered the 9 transformations of the Divine Silkworm, each shift reshaping the cosmos, enabling her to live a second life without relying on the elixir of immortality. "Precisely. You're but a dying emperor. With so many of us Dao companions attacking together, how much can you possibly withstand? Hand over your primordial essence now, and we'll grant you a swift death." Another sovereign spoke up. He was known as the Qin Emperor, who attained enlightenment in the ancient primordial era and was also a second-life great emperor. "Whether that's possible or not, we'll only know after trying. Let this broken body make its final contribution to this realm." In the next instant, Qian Yandao rose slowly. His hunched form straightened, wrinkles vanished from his face, and he instantly returned to his peak state. Battle flames surged skyward, imperial aura enduring through the ages, divine might sweeping across all realms like a celestial sovereign surveying the mortal world. With a wave of his hand, Qian Yandao summoned an ancient bell that hung before him, radiating the might of the ultimate Dao. "Humph, all bark and no bite." Nearly 14,000 years had passed. Even if the great Emperor Gaochen still retained his peak strength, how much could possibly remain? Kill. Slay him today and divide his imperial blood in primordial essence. The divine silkworm ancient emperor declared, his world-shaking divine power suspended in his palm. Surges of colossal energy rippled out, terrifying killing intent piercing the heavens, causing endless star rivers to tremble. The Qin Emperor and the other two sovereigns followed suit, unleashing their peerless killing techniques toward Qian Yandao. Yet Qian Yandao merely swung a single fist, effortlessly deflecting all assaults. Is this all you've got? Qian Yandao sneered. The four supreme beings remained silent. To them, this was merely the final, peak power of the great Emperor Gaochen, something they could easily exhaust without needing to push themselves to their absolute limits. But as the battle continued, they realized they were wrong. The turn of events caught them completely off guard. Qian Yandao grew fiercer with every strike, swinging the chaos bell with thunderous force as he hurled it toward the four supreme beings. Even when they summoned their own supreme imperial weapons, the slightest lapse in focus sent them flying tens of thousands of miles away, looking utterly disheveled. Damn it! The four supreme beings trembled with rage. They were once peerless rulers of their era, having dominated an entire age. When had they ever been so thoroughly humiliated? In the next instant, they held nothing back, each ascending to restore the flawless majesty of the great emperors of old. For supreme imperial auras crushed the present age, their boundless supreme-level energy reverberating through time and space. Countless stars plummeted, shattering the void. Countless beings across the 9 great realms sensed this terrifying aura, their hearts filled with dread as if a demon god had descended upon the world. Through the heavenly manifestation array, all eyes fixed upon Emperor Gaochen, wondering if he could hold back the 4 former emperors. Ha ha ha! Emperor Gaochen, to have forced us 4 supreme beings to push ourselves to the limit of transcendence, you do possess some strength. Yet alas, today you shall still fall. The Qin Emperor sneered. Truth be told, when you chose to fall into darkness that day, we felt a hint of regret for wasting such a peerless elixir. But we never imagined the Lord of Shodao Mountain would actually reject you. The divine silkworm ancient emperor chimed in, greed evident in his brows. Fall? Ha ha ha. Qian Yandao burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. His expression then hardened with resolve as his divine voice resounded across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am the great emperor of this age. The masses honor me with the title of great emperor, and I shall repay them with deeds worthy of that name. A true man born under heaven must stand tall and walk the earth, accomplishing extraordinary deeds. If it benefits all beings under heaven, what is there to fear in death? Moreover, I have long promised my old friend that I would never ally myself with the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone in this lifetime. The emperor's words echoed in the ears of countless beings, filling their hearts with regret. The great emperor had always stood by their side, yet they had mistakenly believed him to have long since fallen. The great emperor remained the same great emperor unchanged, both in the past and present. In the name of the emperor, he acts as an emperor, seeking only to live without shame before heaven, earth, and all beings. Chapter 19, Qian Yandao burns everything, Qin Feng finally arrives. A terrifying battle raged across the starry sky. Extreme Dao Imperial weapons collided in the void, their waves causing the heavenly manifestation array to tremble faintly. Only blurred fragments could be seen. Within the microcosm, Qin Feng's divine sense never ceased monitoring the battle. He knew he had been wrong to doubt Qian Yandao. From the very beginning, he had been an emperor. Suddenly, a system notification sounded within Qin Feng's sea of consciousness. Ding! Qian Yandao has encountered a late-life crisis. Host, please make a choice. Option 1, immediately proceed to rescue him. Reward, fragment of the water law. Option 2, forego the rescue mission and instead retreat to seclusion to contemplate another path, the Earth Path. Reward, 1 true dragon immortal elixir. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chose the first option without hesitation. If Qian Yandao had already fallen into corruption, he certainly wouldn't rescue him, for he had become a supreme being. Moreover, an additional immortal elixir would enhance the cosmic resonance and spiritual energy concentration within his miniature realm. But now that he knew Qian Yandao hadn't fallen, it meant he was still his friend, and that meant rescue was imperative. In short, the value of a single immortal elixir pales in comparison to the worth of a friend like Qian Yandao. Back to the battlefield. At this moment, Qian Yandao was drenched in blood, his body covered in terrifying wounds, his imperial blood spilling into the starry sky. Even the imperial weapon of ultimate path in his grasp began to crack. So, it still wasn't enough? Qian Yandao murmured in agony. For him alone to confront 4 second-generation great emperors was simply too much to bear. Had he not been a reigning great emperor, sustained by the boundless energy of the supreme heavenly heart, coupled with his extraordinary innate talent which had granted him the combat prowess of a second-generation great emperor, even nearing its peak, during his first-generation reign he would likely have perished long ago. But now, death seemed ever closer. He could sense that this crisis felt even more hopeless than his battle at the Chaos Fissure. His former ally had already sealed himself away. Across the entire world, only he remained who could aid him utterly alone and without support. Ultimately, it was the battle at the Chaos Fissure that cost him too much time. Otherwise, he would have been absolutely certain he could rely on his own strength to live out a second life. Yet he harbored no regrets. For he was the emperor of this age, and the duty of an emperor was to protect all beings under heaven, to safeguard the security of this world. Perhaps this is my final battle. Qian Yandao glanced back at the 9 great realms, the place of his birth, where he had trained and forged friendships, and the very source of faith for all beings in the cosmos. He would never allow the supreme sovereigns to lay their hands upon it. In the name of the emperor, he would act as an emperor, seeking only to be without shame before all beings under heaven. In the next instant, dazzling light began to surge around Qian Yandao. No! Great Emperor Gaochen, have you lost your mind? The 4 sovereigns, sensing the danger, immediately activated their supreme imperial weapons to intervene. Terrifying Dao laws shook the world, shattering the vast cosmos. Overwhelming divine radiance pierced through the ages, tearing apart the void and obliterating endless spacetime. Yet they were still a step too late. A surge of unparalleled imperial might erupted from Qian Yandao's body, roaring like the ceaseless flow of the Milky Way. Imperial blood, imperial bones, divine soul, primordial essence, everything was burning, transforming into the most dazzling light that illuminated all heavens and worlds. At this moment, the 4 supreme beings felt themselves like a lone boat adrift in an ocean. All their attacks and divine abilities melted away before this divine might. Qian Yandao burned everything within him, temporarily elevating his power to that of a 3-era great emperor, all to slay the formidable foe and protect the 9 great realms behind him. Great Emperor! Within the 9 great realms, countless beings witnessed this scene, all crying out the name of the Emperor of Gaochen. Some even desired to die in place of the current emperor. Many sacred lands and noble clans rushed to their ancestral temples. These were powers whose forebears had produced emperors, possessing supreme imperial weapons or other foundational treasures left by ancestors. They sought to summon these supreme imperial weapons to aid the current emperor in slaying the 4 sovereigns. Yet Qian Yandao repeatedly blocked them. For one supreme being still rampaged across the cosmic wilderness, slaughtering all life and eyeing the 9 great realms with predatory intent. After all, how much vital essence could the cosmic wilderness truly hold? Should he perish, the foundations held by these factions would become the 9 great realms' last hope. Back on the battlefield, the 4 supreme beings gritted their teeth in frustration. They had counted on using the vast life essence contained within the great emperor's primordial essence to purify the side effects of their ultimate ascension. Yet here you were, burning it all away. Even if they succeeded in slaying Qian Yandao in this battle, they could find no joy in it. Gaochen Emperor, you deserve to die. The 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, unleashing their peak combat power once more. Gripping their supreme imperial weapons, they charged forward, determined to end this swiftly. They sought to cut their losses before Qian Yandao's primordial essence was completely consumed. A terrifying battle erupted across the starry sky. 5 divine auras of the supreme god intertwined, laws of the cosmos flew wildly, and the power of slaughter stained the heavens. The 4 sovereigns spat blood as they were flung back, their auras weakened and faces drained of color. Yet Qian Yandao's condition was no better. Half his body lay shattered, both arms severed, a horrific gash gouged into his skull. Most crucially, he acutely sensed his peak power steadily waning. After nearly 14,000 years, he was utterly aged. Surviving this long in battle was sustained solely by an unyielding resolve to protect all beings under heaven. This was his duty as the current great emperor. He sought neither immortality in history nor the remembrance of the masses. His sole wish was to fulfill the promise he had made to his friend long ago, to never fall into corruption, to never ally with darkness, and to never betray the dignity befitting an emperor. Just then, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was none other than Qin Feng, who had rushed here at full speed. "Brother Qin, it's you!" Qian Yandao exclaimed with emotion. Hearing this, Qin Feng said nothing, merely nodding faintly. He stepped forward, his towering figure immediately shielding Qian Yandao behind him. Who is this man? He seems incredibly powerful, no weaker than the great emperors of this age. Could he be another sovereign? A being spoke up with the question. Most of them were solitary cultivators who had never seen Qin Feng before. Even if someone had been fortunate enough to witness his appearance, over 10,000 years had passed, they were likely long dead. No one could escape the ravages of time except those who had attained immortality. Bull! Are you stupid? If he were a supreme being, why wouldn't he attack the great emperor? Why would he even shield the great emperor with his own body? This man clearly came to lend the great emperor of this era a helping hand. Another being retorted. Unwittingly, a new spark of hope reignited across the 9 great realms. Later, it was only through sacred lands poring over ancient texts that they confirmed his identity, Qin Feng, the great emperor's closest confidant and a peerless ancient saint body. Together, they had once slain a supreme being across a star domain, their might unparalleled. In an instant, the 9 great realms and all beings under heaven resounded with the name of the great perfection holy body. They could almost envision the scene, the 4 sovereigns being slain by the great emperor and the perfect ancient holy body joining forces. P.S. Still sick after a day, will make up the remaining 6,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 20, Qin Feng battles 4 ascended sovereigns alone. Brother Qianyan, rest for a moment. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feng addressed the 4 supreme masters, his gaze carrying utter disdain. Hearing this, Qian Yandao instinctively wanted to protest, even to fight alongside him. After all, these were 4 ascended supreme sovereigns. Though severely wounded by Qin Feng, they were still 4 second-generation great emperors. And Qin Feng? He wasn't even an emperor. Yet, Qian Yandao immediately recalled Qin Feng's legendary battle within the chaos fissure. He fell silent. The radiance enveloping his body gradually faded, ceasing to consume everything. Ultimately, Qian Yandao chose to trust Qin Feng, to trust this former comrade. As he emerged from this state, an indescribable sensation surged through his entire body. Weakness and emptiness, his mind foggy and dazed, much like someone who'd pulled an all-nighter. Elsewhere, the 4 supreme masters watched Qin Feng with wary expressions. Judging by his aura, he was in no way weaker than them. Yet, the 4 quickly sensed the blazing vitality within him, radiating like a scorching sun. The 9 sacred bodies. All 4 were men of considerable experience, and they quickly made the connection to the 9 sacred bodies. Such overwhelming vital energy could only belong to either the primordial saint body or the heavenly sovereign body. Yet they couldn't fathom why didn't a perfected sacred body only rival an emperor? How could his aura be so formidable, even matching theirs? They couldn't fathom it, and soon stopped trying. Simultaneously, a wave of greed surged within them. Whoever this person was, killing him would grant access to the immense vital energy within his body. This energy could purge the side effects of their extreme ascension and extend their lifespan significantly. In the next instant, the 4 exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their supreme imperial weapons, charging toward Qin Feng. In an instant, terrifying Dao power erupted from their bodies, saturating the entire starry sky. The void shattered, myriad paths roared, and dazzling divine light illuminated the heavens, as if gods had descended to the mortal realm. Yet Qin Feng neither dodged nor retreated, standing there in perfect stillness. All beings across the world watching through the heavenly manifestation array were dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend this action. Had he been scared out of his wits? Yet the next moment, they were utterly stunned by Qin Feng's actions, feeling their very worldviews shaken to their core. Within his body, the sacred physique manifested in the void. A colossal Dharma body surged from the earth, towering to the heavens and merging with him as one. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler, the 9-sun heaven-earth cauldron crowned his head, and the power of immortality swirled around him. Yin-yang divine fire flickered between his brows, radiating unparalleled dominance as he stood proudly amidst the starry sky like a titan who split the heavens. Simultaneously, behind him, 3 Dao paths thunder, flame, and divine wood shot skyward, their supreme might sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the million Zhang peak crashed down. 3 great Dao energies fused with its form. Thunderous bolts flashed, boundless divine flames roared, and a heaven-piercing divine tree shot straight into the clouds. Even the 4 sovereigns, wielding supreme imperial weapons and unleashing earth-shattering killing power, were utterly overwhelmed by this strike. All were driven back, their spirits crushed. Put! The 4 sovereigns coughed up blood, nearly staining the starry sky crimson. Their hands gripping the supreme imperial weapons trembled slightly. They could not comprehend how a great perfected primordial saint body could be so powerful. How had he mastered so many Dao? Though these Dao realms only reached the level of alternative enlightenment, the combined power of 3 Dao realms, amplified by the great perfection primordial holy body's explosive might and the imperial weapon in his hand, had actually driven them back. Remember, even gravely wounded, they were still second-generation great emperors. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Emperor Koan's eyes nearly blazed with fury. He was an emperor, peerless in the world, yet now he had been struck until he coughed up blood by a great perfection holy body. Where could he possibly save face as an emperor? Without hesitation, he charged forward, wielding the great wasteland devouring heaven blade. A torrent of blade intent surged forth, its might swallowing countless star rivers. A shattering blade light pierced the heavens, sweeping across the 8 desolate realms in 6 directions, threatening to shatter the entire universe. The other 3 sovereigns followed Emperor Koan's lead. Each possessed the majesty of an emperor, each once the unrivaled ruler of their era. They were peerless and could not be defied. Moreover, they had now reached the pinnacle of their ascension. Only 2 paths lay before them. Either stake everything on a decisive strike to slay Qin Feng, dividing his vital essence to extend their own lifespans. Or they could depart now, waiting quietly for death to come. They refused to die. The path to immortality would arrive in 10,000 years. They craved immortality, yearned for eternal life. How could they accept death? Even if it means exhausting every last ounce of strength, they must fight for a sliver of hope. Seeing the 4 sovereigns charging toward him, Qin Feng resolved to deal with the Kuan Emperor first. What choice did he have? The Emperor of Earth had charged forward first. The primordial heaven measuring ruler shot forth, 3 Dao paths coiling around its body. As a quasi-immortal artifact, it temporarily held off the 3 sovereigns, buying Qin Feng precious time. Qin Feng raised the 9-yang heaven-earth cauldron with one hand, unleashing a colossal force that crashed down, violently suppressing the Earth Emperor. Seeing this, the Qian Emperor felt an instinctive sense of danger surge within him. He subconsciously raised his supreme Imperial weapon to block the attack. Clang! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, echoing across 100 million miles. The immense recoil sent a searing pain through the Emperor of Earth's hands, his palms even beginning to bleed faintly. The Qian Emperor realized he couldn't allow Qin Feng to suppress him like this. He wanted to strike back. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, he caught a trace of mockery in the other's eyes. Seeing this, Emperor Qian felt puzzled, unable to fathom why Qin Feng was laughing. But in the next instant, he understood. Suddenly, a surge of black and white flames erupted from the 9-yang heavenly cauldron, swiftly spreading along the blade's edge and engulfing his body. In an instant, the Qian Emperor was engulfed in flames. What kind of flame is this? Why is it scorching even my divine soul and lifespan? The Qian Emperor screamed in agony. At that moment, Qin Feng smiled triumphantly. This was precisely the confidence that allowed him to face 4 supreme beings alone. The yin fire devoured vitality and scorched divine souls, while the yang fire incinerated flesh and blood, consuming magical power and spiritual energy. Especially the yin fire devouring life force for the supreme beings clinging to existence within the forbidden zone, it was nothing short of a fatal blow. It was like using paraquat against people. Emperor Qian. The divine silkworm ancient emperor witnessed the Emperor Qian's pitiful state and felt a chill run through her heart. She could sense the terrifying might contained within this fire. Of course, her cry for the Qian Emperor did not stem from pity, but from the grim truth that if he perished, their own deaths would be imminent. Immediately, the divine silkworm ancient emperor communicated telepathically with the other 2 supreme beings, instructing them to focus all their strength on fending off that formidable imperial weapon. This would free her from the obstruction of the primordial heaven measuring ruler, allowing her to rush to the Earth Emperor's aid. Agreed. We shall do our utmost to draw its attention. As great emperors, they couldn't possibly overlook this. For their own safety, the 2 quickly agreed. As the saying goes, if 4 great emperors couldn't defeat it, what good were 3? They might as well find an auspicious spot to be buried. Instantly, the 2 unleashed their full might. Surging imperial might swept across the starry sky, terrifying divine abilities crashing against the primordial heaven measuring ruler like raging waves, preventing it from hindering the departing divine silkworm ancient emperor. Yet, just as the 3 sovereigns believed victory was assured, an unexpected twist emerged. Chapter 21, The Imperial Battle concludes. Qian Yandao lives out his second life. Part 1. The divine silkworm ancient emperor had just withdrawn from the battlefield, intending to rescue the Qian emperor. Suddenly, a colossal bell descended, carrying the overwhelming might of the Imperial Dao. With the force of a crushing army, it slammed into the ancient silkworm emperor's body, sending her flying tens of thousands of miles away. The divine silkworm ancient emperor hadn't anticipated that Qian Yandao, barely clinging to life, would dare to intervene instead of merely watching from the sidelines. Put! Qian Yandao seemed to have reached his limit, spewing another mouthful of blood. That strike had been the last of his peak strength. Thanks to the time Qian Yandao had bought, before the divine silkworm ancient emperor could return, the yin-yang divine fire swiftly consumed the Qian emperor. In that instant, heaven and earth sensed the change. A torrential rain of blood fell across the starry sky, accompanied by 10,000 wails of mourning signifying the demise of a once great emperor. Gauchen the great emperor, you deserve to die. Boundless fury ignited within the divine silkworm ancient emperor. Had it not been for the obstruction of the chaos bell, she could have saved the Qian emperor long ago. Divine silkworm 9 transformations. The divine silkworm ancient emperor roared, her hands violently forming one mystical rune after another. This was a divine technique she had deduced through profound calculations. Each transformation brought creation, each shift reshaped the cosmos. Through metamorphosis, she embraced rebirth. It was precisely this technique that had allowed her to successfully live a second life. Suddenly, the divine silkworm ancient emperor's aura surged, wave upon wave, her form crystalline and translucent. Radiant divine light illuminated the cosmos, piercing directly to the very source of the universe. Before her, all the laws of the world seemed utterly insignificant. The divine silkworm ancient emperor shook its head, its terrifying killing intent locking onto Qian Yandao. With the Empress of Earth now dead, the 3 supreme sovereigns alone were utterly incapable of slaying a great perfected holy body. Given this, it would be wiser to forcibly subdue the current great emperor, seize his remaining vital essence, and then immediately return to the forbidden zone. However formidable the great perfected saint body might be, could he truly surpass the master of the forbidden zone? Human strength has its limits. Even if the ruler of the forbidden zone wished to remain uninvolved, avoiding unnecessary conflict, content to wait 10,000 years for the path to immortality to open. But let us not forget, within the forbidden zone dwell other sovereigns. A great perfected primordial saint body, whose life essence far surpasses even an emperor's, would be nothing short of a supreme elixir for those sovereigns. No sovereign would ever turn down more of this precious essence. With over a dozen sovereigns joining forces, amplified by the unique Dao laws within the Forbidden Zone which differ entirely from the outside world, they could wield power approaching that of an emperor. Without needing to push themselves to the limit, they could fell a fully perfected sacred body. For those supreme beings within the Forbidden Zone, this was undoubtedly a no-lose proposition. Boom! The divine silkworm ancient emperor immediately activated his supreme imperial weapon, unleashing an endless cascade of divine light. Each strand possessed the power to obliterate a star. Power of terrifying extremity erupted across this starry expanse, spanning infinite space, shattering the void. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Qian Yandao, poised to shatter him with a single strike. Ah! I never imagined my life would end this way. Qian Yandao shook his head with a sigh, a bitter smile curling his lips. His power was now depleted, a shadow of his former peak. Facing the full force of a second-generation great emperor's strike, he had no chance of defense. Yet his melancholy lasted but an instant before he resolved to accept death with composure. He gently stroked the chaos bell in his hand, its surface crisscrossed with fine cracks. The imperial weapon possessed a spirit of its own. It yearned to soar skyward, unleashing its final brilliance as an ultimate imperial artifact to shield its master from the blow. Yet in the end, Qian Yandao refused. This supreme imperial weapon had accompanied him for far too long, nearly 14,000 years. Anyone would grow attached. Qian Yandao had long regarded it as family. Death is not the end, but the beginning of new life. Qian Yandao hurled the chaos bell with all his might, sending it toward the purple star sacred land. Perhaps soon after his death, a new great emperor would rise upon this continent, taking his place to protect all living beings under heaven. Across the 9 great realms, countless beings witnessed this scene through the heavenly manifestation array, their eyes brimming with sorrowful tears. If they could, they would have given their lives in the emperor's stead. Farewell. Qian Yandao cast one final glance at the 9 great realms. Some might say he lacked decisiveness, that he dithered when sacrificing his supreme imperial weapon could have bought even a single breath of time. In that brief interval, he might have held on until Qin Feng arrived to save him. Yet he chose this path. Was this not, in its own way, the tenderness of an emperor? An emperor is not merely a force of power, he is also a being of emotion. Boom! Just as his body was about to be engulfed by the boundless divine light, a colossal cauldron descended from the heavens, enveloped in terrifying flames. It blocked the path before Qian Yandao, holding back the boundless divine light. At the critical moment, Qin Feng arrived. At the same time, yin-yang divine flames erupted from the 9 yang heaven-earth cauldron, spreading toward the divine silkworm ancient emperor like a plague. This is bad. A chill ran through the divine silkworm ancient emperor's heart as an overwhelming sense of danger surged from within. She had witnessed the fire's power firsthand, a power so formidable that even the mighty Qin emperor could not endure its flames for more than 2.5 seconds. The divine silkworm ancient emperor swiftly cast a Taoist spell to leap across space and evade it. Despite this, a wisp of flame still clung to her body. Her life force was being steadily devoured, and excruciating pain surged through her soul and flesh. Terrified, she immediately invoked the Tao within her to suppress the flames, finally extinguishing them. Could this be the legendary yin-yang divine fire, ranked first among all? Having attained enlightenment in the primordial age, the divine silkworm ancient emperor possessed extraordinary insight. He swiftly recognized the origin of this flame, knowing even more than was commonly understood. Legend held that at the dawn of creation, when cosmic laws were chaotic and primordial forces manifested, the world teemed with life-giving energy. Danger often coexisted with opportunity, giving rise to myriad divine artifacts. When a yin-yang law unexpectedly fused with the power of the sun and moon, the yin-yang divine fire was born. Yet, according to ancient texts, shouldn't the yin-yang divine fire have vanished without a trace long before the primordial era, during the mythical age? Why did it appear in this man's hands? The divine silkworm ancient emperor harbored many doubts. It seems you possess considerable insight, recognizing the origin of this fire. Qin Feng praised, though it could not alter the inevitable outcome of her demise. Qin Feng raised the 9 yang heaven-earth cauldron, its surface swirling with yin-yang divine fire. Shattering countless dimensions, she hurled it fiercely toward the distant divine silkworm ancient emperor. Terrifying ripples exploded across the starry sky, spreading for tens of millions of miles. Though the divine silkworm ancient emperor was shielded by her supreme imperial weapon, with each impact, fragments of the yin-yang divine fire still leapt onto her body. This situation mirrored Qin Feng's past predicament. She could only divert her attention to suppress the flames using the Tao within her body. However, while the flames could be extinguished, the plundering of her vital essence and the damage inflicted upon her divine soul were irreversible. In mere moments, the divine silkworm ancient emperor felt her entire being grow hazy, the world before her eyes gradually blurring. Moreover, the plundering of her life force by the yin-yang divine fire caused her cultivation level to fluctuate wildly. One moment supreme sovereign, the next great emperor. This signaled that the time for her ultimate ascension was drawing near. Didn't the yin-yang divine fire vanish in the mythic era? Why is it in your possession? The divine silkworm ancient emperor finally voiced the question weighing on her mind, fearing that if she didn't ask now, she might never get another chance. The mythical era? Wasn't the primordial age the beginning of the cosmic cycle? Qin Feng swiftly latched onto the key phrase, yet his hand movements showed no sign of slowing. Boom! Seizing the moment when the divine silkworm ancient emperor's aura briefly dipped to supreme level, Qin Feng raised the nine-yang heavenly top and smashed it down onto her skull. With a deafening clang, the divine silkworm ancient emperor's skull shattered into pieces. Facing imminent death, the divine silkworm ancient emperor cursed inwardly. Even as she was dying, he still refused to tell her? Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she strained to summon her divine soul power to obliterate her sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness lay the treasures amassed by cultivators, along with the most vital spiritual platform and memories. There are two great regrets in this world. The other is dying only to have your wealth inherited by the person you despise most. Like those fallen supreme beings, the divine silkworm ancient emperor reasoned that since death was inevitable, the treasures within her sea of consciousness might as well accompany her in death rather than benefit others. However, the divine silkworm ancient emperor had completely piqued Qin Feng's curiosity. He sought the secrets of the mythical era and could not allow her to destroy her sea of consciousness. The surging fire spread like a plague, swiftly engulfing the divine silkworm ancient emperor and completely enveloping her divine soul. The excruciating pain made her body convulse violently, momentarily halting her actions. Seeing this, Qin Feng wasted no time. 3 Dao paths coalesced into chains of order, coated in fire, forcibly wrenching the divine silkworm ancient emperor's soul from her body. Then, another massive hand abruptly seized her skull. Terrifying vital energy erupted violently, crushing her soul to dust. He snatched the divine silkworm ancient emperor's sea of consciousness, closed his eyes, and began reading her memories. Chapter 22, The Imperial Battle concludes, Qian Yandao lives a second life part 2. As the great emperor fell, the heavens seemed to sense it, pouring down a torrential rain of blood across the starry sky, accompanied by a chorus of mournful cries. Qin Feng stood motionless in the blood rain. Moments later, he opened his eyes again, a hint of regret now lingering in their depths. Even with his full power unleashed, the majority of the divine silkworm ancient emperor's memories had already been obliterated. Regarding the mythical era, only a single sentence remained. The mythical era was immeasurably distant. It perished for reasons unknown, and in that time, no great Dao suppressed potential. With sufficient talent alone, one could ascend to emperorhood. The period marks the end of the sentence. Qin Feng shook his head with a hint of regret. The divine silkworm ancient emperor surely knew more, but she had chosen not to reveal it to him. The only consolation was that, alongside intercepting fragments of the divine silkworm ancient emperor's memories, he had also obtained half of her treasures. Moreover, unlike Koan Di who was reduced to ashes, her physical form remained intact, the corpse of an emperor, coupled with the divine silkworm ancient emperor's supreme imperial weapon. These were all treasures of the highest caliber in the world. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng drew both the imperial corpse and the supreme imperial weapon into his sea of consciousness. Without delay, he activated his teleportation technique, heading straight for the remaining 2 supreme beings. On the side of the primordial heaven measuring ruler, the might of the quasi-immortal artifact was fully displayed. 3 types of Dao energies intertwined upon it, and the single ruler single-handedly fought the 2 former great emperors without showing the slightest disadvantage. At that moment, Qin Feng arrived bearing the 9 suns heaven-earth cauldron. Surrounded by surging yin-yang divine flames that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, the 2 supreme beings could not withstand the onslaught and were easily slain. However, these 2 great emperors proved far more resolute than the divine silkworm ancient emperor. Before their deaths, they had already destroyed their own consciousness seas, preventing Qin Feng from accessing any memories or acquiring any treasures. This was the dignity of an emperor, not to be trampled upon. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed under his breath. These sovereigns were ruthless indeed. Not only ruthless toward others, but even more ruthless toward themselves. With no other choice, Qin Feng waved his hand, storing their imperial corpses and supreme imperial weapons within his sea of consciousness. But the matter was far from settled. He hadn't forgotten that 5 supreme beings had emerged this time. Yet when Qin Feng pursued them, he discovered they had already returned to the sea of reincarnation ahead of schedule. Qin Feng could do nothing about it. After all, the upheaval caused by the fall of 4 supreme beings was immense. They had all been great emperors in their time, and their demise brought forth colossal anomalies that made the heavens and earth wail. Such events could be sensed even across endless starry skies. Finally, Qin Feng shook his head and departed this starry expanse. He was merely an unconventional cultivator. These matters were best left for the current great emperors to resolve. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at Qian Yandao's side. At this moment, he seemed to be clinging to life by a thread. His sole reason for holding on this long was to see Qin Feng one last time. "Brother Qin, you've come. I'm sorry I must depart first." Qian Yandao shook his head, gazing skyward, a bitter smile touching his lips. Having lived 14,000 years, he understood this loneliness all too well. All familiar faces had passed away, leaving only him and Qin Feng surviving from that era. Now, he too was dying, leaving Qin Feng alone in this world. The feeling of having no one left must be unbearable. Brother Qianyan, are you so eager to die, so determined to leave me behind alone? Qin Feng countered. Hearing this, Qianyan sighed deeply. My time won't allow me to live a second life, and I haven't found the elixir of immortality. What else is there to do but die? Suddenly, Qian Yandao's tone shifted. But perhaps death is also a kind of liberation. The responsibilities of the great emperor have weighed me down too heavily. To protect all living beings under heaven, I dare not rest for even a moment, striving only to live up to the name of great emperor. If I could live again, I'd gladly hand over the title of great emperor to you. Then I'd follow in your footsteps, enjoying the good life, eating your food, using your possessions, and even having you arrange my funeral. Qian Yandao chuckled with a hint of dark humor. Qin Feng's face darkened instantly. He'd once harbored ambitions of attaining the great emperor's path in the future, but hearing Qian Yandao's words, those aspirations vanished like smoke. Ha! You want to die? I won't let you. You no longer wish to be emperor? I insist you remain. With that, Qin Feng stretched out his hand. A colossal palm spanned infinite space, arriving in the miniature realm in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Chaos Green Lotus was happily absorbing the transformative power from the nine heavens breath soil, its 9 petals bobbing up and down. Upon it, a lotus blossomed, radiating terrifying cosmic essence. Yet before the Chaos Green Lotus could react, a colossal hand suddenly tore through space, snatching the Dao merging flower away with brutal force. Then, a voice echoed from the giant hand, sounding beside the Chaos Green Lotus. Continue blooming for me. If you haven't bloomed within 10,000 years, I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Hearing this, the Chaos Green Lotus trembled with rage, its 9 petals quivering violently. Not only had it taken its lotus flower, but it dared to threaten it in return. The Chaos Green Lotus, in a fit of rage, immediately retreated into the bustling 9 heavens beneath it, revealing a look of pure enjoyment. The elixir of immortality shall never be enslaved, unless all expenses are covered. Back to Qin Feng's side. With a sweep of his left hand, surging divine power erupted, intertwining with the forces of 3 great Dao paths. Instantly, it shrouded the entire starry sky. Then, a lotus flower radiating a greenish glow suddenly appeared in his right hand, emanating an utterly terrifying aura of cosmic Dao essence. Qian Yandao was instantly drawn to Qin Feng's actions. When he recognized the object in Qin Feng's hand, he nearly lost his composure. That's the undying divine herb. Or rather, the Dao merging flower that allows one to forcibly attain the Dao. Where did you get it? Qian Yandao stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, not without suspicion that he might have stolen it. After all, such matters had already spread like wildfire across the 9 great realms before Qin Feng attained the Dao. But as far as he knew, the elixir of immortality was only found within those forbidden zones. It wasn't that Qian Yandao looked down on Qin Feng, but given his strength, he'd likely be devoured as a feast by those supreme beings the moment he set foot in a forbidden zone. Truth be told, Qin Feng admitted, I once discovered a patch of 9 heavens fertile soil. Several thousand years ago, a Chaos Green Lotus was drawn by its scent and found its way here. This harmony flower is its very fruit. Qin Feng boasted. After what had transpired, Qin Feng knew Qian Yandao's original intentions had never wavered. He remained the great emperor who protected all living beings, still worthy of trust. Sharing some secrets with him was no big deal. Yet upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qian Yandao's mind exploded. Damn it! Why hadn't such good fortune fallen to him? Neither the 9 heavens breathing soil, the finest treasure of the 7 divine lands, nor the Dao unifying flower that could forcibly grant enlightenment, he possessed none of these. Yet all these treasures had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. Qian Yandao admitted it, he was bitter. In that moment, he finally understood the emotions Qin Feng must have felt at the Purple Star Sacred Land celebration. Suppressing his urge to rob him, Qian Yandao asked curiously. Since you possess the harmony flower, why not forcibly become the world's 2nd great emperor? With your current strength, after attaining enlightenment and receiving the power of heaven and earth, you would only grow stronger. Hearing this, Qin Feng dismissed the suggestion with disdain, instead fixing Qian Yandao with a look that said, you little cutie. That look seemed to say, you don't even want that thing, and you expect me to take it? Fat chance. Being an emperor? You're besieged by supreme beings early on, and still besieged by them in your twilight years. You're saddled with the responsibility of protecting all living beings under heaven. One misstep, and you risk falling into corruption, becoming a laughingstock to the masses. Why would I bother with such a thankless task? Then, shifting his tone, Qin Feng grinned at Qianyan. Hurry up and consume this harmony flower. Extend your lifespan for another lifetime. Then I'll head to your Purple Star Sanctuary. I'll eat your food, use your resources, and pack up your entire fortune before I leave. That'll settle the debt for this immortal elixir. Chapter 23, Qian Yandao's Deal with the Guardian of Shodao Mountain. Qian Yandao sighed deeply, never expecting fate's boomerang to strike him so swiftly. He took the harmony flower from Qin Feng's hand. With a chance to live before him, he had no desire to die. Qian Yandao swallowed the harmony flower whole, refining the surging vitality within. Circles of Dao patterns radiated outward from Qian Yandao's body, emanating an aura of supreme divine authority. The boundless starry rivers trembled, its might crushing all realms and worlds. In the blink of an eye, his aura returned to its peak. Unlike other immortal elixirs, the harmony flower contained terrifying cosmic Dao essence. After consuming it, Qian Yandao's power surged to new heights. Now, even without his supreme imperial weapon, he could utterly overwhelm his former self. Qin Feng sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from Qian Yandao, acutely aware that he could now utterly crush him. If forced to assign a cultivation realm, Qian Yandao had likely reached the mid-stage of the three-life Great Emperor tier. Even if Qin Feng deployed his quasi-immortal artifact, the primordial heaven measuring ruler, alongside every other tactic at his disposal, the odds would likely be even. Moreover, beyond the three-era Emperor realm, the gap between each successive tier was immense, a chasm as unbridgeable as any natural divide. Outside, the heavenly heart seal hung high, its boundless divine light illuminating the 9 great realms and the 8 desolate regions of the cosmos. Qian Yandao's Dao continued to firmly suppress all other Daos, towering above them all. The heavens and earth thundered. Witnessing this scene, countless beings were overcome with excitement. From the present perspective, the great Emperor Gaochen had undoubtedly achieved a second incarnation. As for whose merit this was, it could be none other than Qin Feng. In an instant, countless beings chanted the names of the great Emperor of this age and the great perfected holy body. Qin Feng's name resounded throughout the myriad realms, his glory so immense it momentarily eclipsed even that of the great Emperor of this age. After all, had Qin Feng not arrived in time, this battle would likely have ended with the great Emperor's demise. Had those supreme beings so desired, they could have swept across the 9 great realms. The supreme imperial weapons held by the sacred lands and noble clans would have been utterly powerless against the might of a second life. Moreover, without Qin Feng, Qian Yandao would never have lived to see a second life. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Qin Feng was the reborn parent of both the 9 great realms and Qian Yandao himself. Qian Yandao slowly opened his eyes, basking in the surging vitality within his body. He couldn't have been happier. By the way, brother Qian Yan, what was your purpose in going to Shodao Mountain earlier? Qin Feng inquired with puzzlement. He could see that Qian Yandao's original resolve had never wavered. Otherwise, he would have long since fallen into the path of the Supreme and would never have stood guard before the 9 great realms, protecting the myriad beings behind him. But if that was the case, why had Qian Yandao journeyed to Shodao Mountain? This was the one thing he found most perplexing. It's a long story. Qian Yandao sighed deeply. Since you possess the 9 heavens fertile soil and the chaos green lotus, you must already know the origin of the Forbidden Zone. The elixir of immortality grows within it. This I learned from the late Purple Star Emperor himself. The purple-winged great emperor? Wasn't the founder of your purple-winged sacred land dissolved into the Dao over 500,000 years ago? Earlier, when he had been invited by Qian Yandao to attend the celebration, he had perused numerous ancient texts within the Ziwei Holy Land. According to the records, the Purple Star Emperor attained enlightenment in the early primordial era, lived 3 lifetimes against the natural order, and was peerless in his time. He spent his life battling within the Forbidden Zone, quelling the dark chaos. He was fortunate the great Dao never stands alone. Several fellow cultivators attained enlightenment through unconventional means, journeying together in what was truly a golden age. Though the Purple Star Emperor's Dao suppressed all celestial and earthly paths, preventing any other race from attaining emperorhood, the various races need not fear the emergence of a supreme being who might unleash dark turmoil. They lived in harmony, and the number of beings in the universe exploded. Moreover, the deterrent power of these unconventionally enlightened beings over the major forbidden realms ensured Emperor Ziwei's late years were equally blessed. He was able to dissolve into the Dao within the sacred land of Ziwei as his final moments approached. Qian Yandao motioned for Qin Feng to be patient, then explained. After I attained the Emperor's path, I journeyed to the place where the Purple Star Emperor had ascended. Beyond paying my respects to the venerable elder, I sought to temporarily borrow his supreme imperial weapon. At this point, Qian Yandao paused briefly before continuing. Perhaps because I am an emperor myself, the moment I stepped into the Purple Star Emperor's realm of transformation, I triggered the imperial formation he had left behind. It projected an image of him that remained within the formation. From his words, I learned of the connection between the Supreme Divine Land and the Immortal Divine Medicines, and came to understand the origin of the Forbidden Zone. All the world's sentient Immortal Divine Medicines now reside within the Forbidden Zone, more precisely, in the hands of its master. As he spoke, a flicker of melancholy passed through Qian Yandao's eyes. Back then, the Purple Star Emperor had forged his second life not by relying on the immortal elixir, but through sheer willpower alone. And what of him? As a later generation deity, equally a great emperor, he still required the elixir of immortality to forge a second life. From this perspective, he still fell short of the patriarch. Of course, the patriarch was also inferior to him. After all, he possessed the Qin seal, while the patriarch did not, which is why the patriarch could only live to a third life. This also underscores the importance of having a trusted confidant. Rather than struggling alone, let a brother lend you a hand. At this thought, a proud expression flashed across Qian Yandao's face. During our conversation, the patriarch mentioned that the master of Shodao Mountain was trustworthy, having saved him countless times in fierce battles. Yet for some reason, their relationship grew increasingly distant over time. Qian Yandao continued. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell deep in thought. He speculated that it was likely because the Purple Star Emperor had once taken the legacy left behind by the master of Shodao Mountain in this world, making them barely half master and half disciple. Otherwise, it was truly difficult to explain why the master of Shodao Mountain would save the Purple Star Emperor when he faced crisis. Originally, I intended to leverage the bond between our founding patriarch and the master of Shodao Mountain. Combined with my ascension to Shodao Mountain as a supreme of the unorthodox path, I hope to exchange for the immortal elixir in his possession to defy death and live a second life. The so-called supreme being of the other path refers to an emperor who severed his own divine source. Though stripped of his divine power, he still bore the responsibilities of an emperor. Emperors cannot seal their divine essence themselves, they must sever a portion and seal it within their divine source. They await the future era of darkness and turmoil to emerge, ascending to their ultimate peak to safeguard all beings under heaven. Yet such sovereigns are intensely shunned and despised by other sovereigns. Should they encounter a supreme of the unconventional path, they would strike them down without hesitation. When everyone else has fallen into darkness, yet you cling to the light, stabbing them in the back when they least expect it. If not you, then who? To Qin Feng's surprise, however, the master of Shodao Mountain showed little objection to Qian Yandao becoming a supreme being of a different path. He would not interfere with the choices of his subordinates. On the contrary, he expressed great welcome for Qian Yandao to join Shodao Mountain. Residing on his mountain was acceptable. Want the elixir of immortality? No way. Qin Feng had a vague hunch about this, and he forced down the slight twitch of his lips. To put it bluntly, the founder isn't powerful enough. There's some goodwill, but not much. Or perhaps the ruler of Shodao Mountain simply looked down on Qian Yandao. Yet one final question lingered in Qin Feng's mind. Given that the great emperor's first incarnation had a lifespan of nearly 12,000 years, how on earth did Qian Yandao manage to live 14,000 years without dying? Chapter 24, Qian Yandao's Campaign Against the Sea of Reincarnation. Brother Qianyan, how did you endure 14,000 years? Could it be you obtained some treasure second only to the elixir of immortality? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Qian Yandao shook his head. It was through the aid of our patriarch. That projection contained the essence of his Dao. By absorbing that essence, my lifespan was extended, though not by much, nearly 5,000 years. Well, having produced an emperor-level figure truly sets them apart. No wonder they're called an immortal power. Their foundations are profound indeed. A mere trace of Dao essence can extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years. Qin Feng marveled. A hint of smugness followed. So what if your lineage boasts an ancient emperor? You still needed this wall hanging to survive into a second life. Brother Qin, I intend to launch a campaign against the Sea of Reincarnation. Will you join me? Qian Yandao directly issued a party invitation. Ding! Detected Qian Yandao's party invitation to the host. Selective task issued. Please make your choice. Option 1, accept immediately. Conquer the Sea of Reincarnation and seek justice for the billions of souls lost. Reward, fragment of the Law of Light. Option 2, travel to the Purple Star Sanctuary to cultivate. Eat their food, sleep in their lodgings, use their resources, and upon departure, take the entire treasure vault. Reward, 1 primordial Dao seed. Consuming it reverses the acquired nature, transforming one into a primordial being. Is it because of that supreme being who escaped? I didn't expect Qian Yandao to calculate his whereabouts so quickly. Qin Feng murmured inwardly, ultimately choosing the second path. This time was different from that incident outside the forbidden zone of the Undying Mountains. He would be venturing deep into the forbidden territory itself. He couldn't risk exposing himself to the rulers of the forbidden zones yet, lest his eternal life Dao fruit be discovered. Soon, a Dao seed radiating primordial energy appeared within his sea of consciousness. A Dao seed could reverse the acquired to achieve the innate. Primordial beings were favored by heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary foundations and unparalleled insight. While their cultivation path was not entirely smooth, compared to acquired beings, it was like heaven and earth. Primordial beings were inherently blessed with great fortune and immense opportunities. Qian Yandao said nothing in response to Qin Feng's refusal. After all, he wasn't an emperor. Helping was a favor, refusing was his right. However, when he learned Qin Feng intended to head to the Purple Star Sacred Land to eat his food, sleep in his quarters, use his resources, and upon departure, even take away the treasures from the Purple Star Sacred Land's treasury, he could no longer hold back. He'd assumed Qin Feng was merely talking big, but it turned out the man was dead serious. Ziwei's sacred grounds. The Sacred Lord, the Supreme Elder, the Grand Elder, and others approached Qin Feng with utmost reverence. Qian Yandao had already sent them a telepathic message, instructing them to ensure Qin Feng was treated with the utmost hospitality. Truthfully, even without Qian Yandao's instructions, they would have done so. After all, Qin Feng had just decisively slain 4 Forbidden Zone sovereigns. His power was extraordinary, in no way inferior to the current great emperors. To offend such a formidable figure would be sheer folly. Qin Feng settled into the great emperor's training grounds, beginning to comprehend the fragments of the earth law and water law previously rewarded by the system. Throughout this period, the Purple Star Sanctuary provided every cultivation resource he required. Moreover, several exceptionally voluptuous and alluring female disciples would occasionally seek him out for conversation, hoping he would grant them an opportunity to exchange insights. Rather than toiling alone in cultivation, why not leverage one's strengths, complement each other's weaknesses, and hitch a ride to soar to the heavens? Qin Feng easily discerned the intentions of these female disciples, yet he held no aversion to them. He was human, after all, with desires and passions, not some emotionless cultivation-obsessed block of wood. Having a few beauties to chat with during his breaks lifted his spirits considerably. If he ever felt the urge, he could simply knock them unconscious first, then meticulously erase all traces no outsider would ever suspect a thing. Enjoyment without responsibility. Qin Feng was truly reaping the rewards. Back to Qian Yandao. A golden path unfolded beneath his feet. Resonating with the heavens and earth, he traversed the cosmic frontier in a single stride, locating the Sea of Reincarnation. The 6 great forbidden zones of life constantly shifted, emerging only when absolutely necessary. Yet this posed no challenge to an emperor of his caliber. A simple calculation revealed its location. Great Emperor Gaochen. This is the Sea of Reincarnation. Do you truly dare to enter? A voice echoed from within, none other than the Supreme Being who had fled long ago. Hoof. You have slaughtered countless star domains and murdered billions of living beings. As the current great emperor, I must give an account to those departed souls. The thunderous imperial voice resounded, echoing across the 8 corners of the cosmos. Killing demands retribution, such as the cycle of heaven's way. Upon hearing these words, all the creatures of the myriad races cried out the name of the great Emperor Gaochen. Qian Yandao took a step forward, and a golden path of light extended directly into the Sea of Reincarnation. Before their eyes lay a sea of crimson, governed by laws utterly distinct from the outside world, a realm saturated with slaughter and madness. Ordinary beings who touched even a speck of it would likely be transformed into monsters driven solely by the urge to kill. Yet for emperors or beings who had stepped into the forbidden realms, this slaughter and madness held no sway over them. Qian Yandao gazed further into the distance and saw 12 colossal mountains composed of divine essence abruptly appear in the void. Each towered 100 million feet high, piercing the heavens. These must be the 12 sovereigns of the Forbidden Realm, sealing themselves within. Great Emperor Gaochen, must you truly not spare this emperor? The lives of a mere swarm of ants a few hundred years will replenish them. This emperor merely wishes to continue living. The foremost mountain suddenly spoke, revealing the secluded sovereign who had emerged earlier. Billions of lives have perished. I care not for right or wrong anymore. My lords, I come only for him today. Whoever dares interfere shall be my mortal enemy. As the words fell, an overwhelming divine might swept across the entire forbidden zone. The sea of blood churned violently, and the void itself trembled. Hearing this, the other supreme beings began to stir, but quickly vanished. The path to immortality was about to open. They refused to risk their lives by provoking a peak-level great emperor. It simply wasn't worth it. Seeing this, the supreme beings' face darkened. They were all part of the same forbidden zone. Did it have to be so ruthless? Today, I shall take your life to honor the souls of those who perished and seek justice for them. His divine voice swept across the 8 directions. The Supreme Emperor's weapon in Qian Yandao's hand manifested, the chaos bell radiating brilliant light, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The cracks left by the previous Imperial battle had long been repaired. Empowered by the peak strength of his second life, it was now far more formidable than before. Seeing the Emperor of the Hooked Serpent had finally shown his true intent, the sovereign knew this catastrophe was now unavoidable. The only possibility lay in that Great One intervening, but he remained secluded in the sea of blood daily, seemingly suppressing something persuading him to act was utterly impossible. For now, he could only rely on himself. Chapter 25, Clash of the Emperors. What lies suppressed beneath the Sea of Reincarnation? The sovereign hesitated no longer. Breaking free from the seal within the divine source, he ascended to his fullest potential, returning to the realm of the flawless emperor. Simultaneously, stripped of the divine source's concealment, Qian Yandao finally saw his true form, none other than the solitary emperor who had safeguarded all beings 50,000 years ago. The moment he attained enlightenment, his peerless might reverberated across the cosmos. Blessed by heaven's mandate, he conquered all challengers, single-handedly suppressing 6 forbidden realms. Even in his second life as an emperor, he wielded the combat prowess of 3 lifetimes. This was his pride. The mandate of heaven had always favored him. Solitary Emperor, ancient records state you fought 3 supreme beings in the final battle across the starry sky before vanishing abruptly. I had assumed you dragged those supreme beings into another dimension. Who would have thought you would fall into becoming a supreme being yourself? Now that I think about it, perhaps that battle was nothing but a grand spectacle you meticulously staged. Qian Yandao roared. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. Had the path to immortality been distant, I might have fought to the death, leaving behind a glorious legend. But with the opening of the immortal path drawing near, how could I willingly choose death? I seek immortality. I seek to resurrect all who have perished. With that, the lonely emperor wasted no further words. Gripping his supreme imperial weapon, he charged swiftly toward Qian Yandao. Different paths lead to different ends. Terrifying sword intent pierced the heavens. With a single sweep of his hand, the Emperor of Solitude unleashed a sword beam spanning 10,000 miles across the sky, crashing down upon Qian Yandao. An endless sea of blood churned, as if it would be cleaved in two. Qian Yandao summoned the chaos bell above his head, its boundless Xian Huangqi descending to shield him within. A deafening clang echoed through the void. The sword light struck the chaos bell, leaving not even a mark. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Solitude's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected a newly ascended Second Realm Emperor to possess such formidable strength. Perhaps he had already reached the threshold of the Third Realm Emperor's domain. This thought spurred the solitary Desolation Emperor to intensify his assault. A single sword transformed into countless blades, soaring high above the heavens before crashing down upon Qian Yandao. A chilling, deathly aura filled the forbidden zone, each sword chi potent enough to slay a peak quasi-emperor. Under the relentless bombardment of these countless sword energies, the chaos bell began to waver. Qian Yandao knew he couldn't keep taking blows, he had to strike back. Holding the chaos bell aloft, boundless divine light illuminated the heavens and earth. A resounding bell toll echoed through the clouds, and a sealing force spread across the entire sea of blood. The solitary emperor's movements faltered, causing countless sword energies to freeze mid-air. Seizing the fleeting moment, Qian Yandao leapt before the Emperor of Solitude in an instant. The colossal bell in his grasp crashed down with a thunderous clang, leaving only the echo of its toll to reverberate through the heavens and earth. The Sovereign of Solitude plummeted through the void, half his skull shattered. His garments hung in tatters, drenched in crimson, as imperial blood gushed forth like water, leaving him in a pitiful state. Deep within, he knew he was defeated. Perhaps the moment he chose to become the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, he had already lost. Heaven's favor no longer rested upon him. The fallen emperor's descent suddenly accelerated. He hadn't ascended to immortality yet, he didn't want to die. He sought to plunge into the blood sea, imploring the ruler of the Forbidden Zone to intervene. By slaying the current Great Emperor and cleansing himself with the Great Emperor's primordial essence, he could reseal his divine source and await the opening of the path to immortality. Whether the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone would intervene was a consideration, but ultimately irrelevant. The blood sea was vast and exerted immense suppression on divine sense. Once he plunged into its depths, even the current Great Emperor could not find him. Moreover, the lonely Desolation Emperor had already plundered sufficient vital essence. He could endure the side effects of extreme transcendence at worst, he would merely lose most of his vital essence. Observing the solitary emperor's actions, Qian Yandao could somewhat discern his intentions. Sacrificing the pawn to save the king? But how could he possibly grant that wish? Qian Yandao sensed an ever-present, profound danger emanating from the blood sea. Just as the solitary emperor was about to enter the blood sea, the sound of a bell tolled once more from behind, sealing off the entire space. He sensed a barrier materializing ahead, impenetrable no matter what. Damn it! This is the way of space. Could this be why you lived a second life? Mastering yet another way, using its power to rebirth yourself. The Emperor of Solitude roared. Wrong. Not entirely wrong. Qian Yandao replied calmly. He did indeed seek to extend his peak state for another lifetime by mastering yet another Dao. This idea, he had borrowed from Qin Feng. After the battle at the Chaos Fissure, Qin Feng had revealed his primordial essence to the outside world. Logically, after thousands of years, Qin Feng should have shown signs of aging. Even if the great perfected holy body only manifested in old age, the primordial source couldn't be fake, time would leave its mark. Yet, Qin Feng's primordial essence carried no hint of aging. Instead, it pulsed with vitality, untouched by the passage of time, transcending the mundane world. At that moment, Qian Yandao speculated inwardly, perhaps this was because Qin Feng had mastered too many Dao paths, each reaching a unique state of enlightenment. With only a few thousand years left to him, it wasn't that he lacked the resolve to pursue other paths, it was simply that time was too short. Thus, he resolved to emulate Qin Feng and began to comprehend another great Dao. Yet time remained too scarce. The sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone watched him with predatory eyes, and forging a new path proved exceedingly difficult. His mastery of the way of space remained at the quasi-emperor stage. Had it not been for the Harmony Flower, whose inherent cosmic essence he harnessed, he could never have elevated the way of space to the sovereign tier, just one step away from achieving emperor-level perfection. This was precisely why Qian Yandao's power had reached that of a three-era emperor. The lonely emperor furiously pounded the spatial barrier, causing numerous cracks to appear. After all, the spatial path was currently only at the sovereign level. It was only the support of the power of 3 realms that allowed it to hold out for so long. Seeing the barrier on the verge of collapse, hope flared in Emperor Gujue's eyes, and his attacks grew even more frenzied. If he could escape into the Blood Sea, he might evade this calamity today. Yet Qian Yandao would never let him succeed. He was still watching. Did he think he was some little darling? With a wave of his hand, Qian Yandao unleashed an even more formidable force of the Dao. Overwhelming and domineering, it surged into the spatial barrier, relentlessly repairing the cracks. With these two forces intertwining, the isolated emperor had no chance of escape. No! The Emperor of Solitude wailed in agony. In that moment, he truly felt his end approaching. Qian Yandao held the chaos bell aloft, suspended high above the 9 heavens. His feet stood upon the myriad Dao of heaven and earth, while the heavenly heart mark between his brows erupted with dazzling divine light, domineering and majestic. The boundless divine might surged like a tidal wave, as if an emperor had descended upon the mortal realm. The sea of blood churned violently, revealing an utterly invincible presence. Boom! He extended a palm, 2 great Dao forces intertwining upon it. The great emperor's mighty power boiled, conjuring a colossal hand that descended to suppress the heavens, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire sea of blood. Everything seemed settled. Yet at this critical moment, the entire sea of blood erupted violently. A beastly roar echoed from its depths, churning waves surged with overwhelming ferocity as if some terrifying entity was about to break free from its seal and emerge into the world. P.S. Too exhausted today. We'll make up tomorrow. Tomorrow's update, 6,000 words. Chapter 26, could other forbidden zones also contain terrifying beings? Whether it was the 11 supreme beings sealed within the divine source, the isolated emperor, or Qian Yandao, each sensed an immense sense of impending doom. Qian Yandao, in particular, felt the heavenly heart mark between his brows faintly glow, revealing only one phrase. Do not confront it head-on. The 10,000 Daos of heaven and earth tightly enveloped Qian Yandao. The supreme heavenly heart sought to carry him away immediately, its first display of protective instinct. Yet Qian Yandao refused. Since his emergence, whether confronting the 2 imperial corpses within the chaos fissure or battling the 4 supreme beings during his first incarnation's twilight years, this reigning emperor had always met his opponents head-on. Now, for the first time, he faced an adversary beyond his power to defeat. Qian Yandao wished to remain and observe, not merely to satisfy his own curiosity, but also out of concern for the countless living beings beyond. If such a forbidden existence were to emerge, it would spell catastrophe for all races and beings. No one in the world could possibly stand against it. Yet, just as Qian Yandao was consumed by this dread, the Lord of the Sea of Reincarnation made his move. An even more terrifying aura surged violently from the depths of the Blood Sea, divine patterns emerging in the void. As these divine patterns materialized, the entire power of the Reincarnation Sea's forbidden zone seemed to mobilize in that instant. The great Dao roared as countless chains of divine order and forces of law erupted from the void, slowly coalescing into a colossal character 4 seal above the 9 heavens. Boom! Deep within the Blood Sea, he seemed to sense something, struggling even more violently. The seal loosened further, and an aura transcending all beings swept across the entire forbidden zone, even spreading beyond its borders, permeating the 9 great realms. Countless living beings in myriad races sensed this aura, their hearts trembling with dread. The demonic tribes, in particular, fell to their knees before this aura. It was a fear and reverence born deep within their bloodlines, the suppression of the high-latitude beings over the low-latitude ones. Ziwei's sacred land. Qin Feng was using the law fragments rewarded by the system to comprehend the great Dao of earth and the great Dao of water. Yet the moment he sensed this aura, he snapped awake. Qin Feng stared toward the sea of reincarnation with a heart pounding in his chest, unable to comprehend what was unfolding. At that moment, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded within his consciousness. Ding! Detection, seal within the sea of reincarnation loosening. Host, please make a choice. Option 1, travel to the sea of reincarnation to aid its escape. Reward, 1 divine coffin. Note, this divine coffin was crafted by an unknown entity. Lying within it transforms one into the world's most terrifying anomaly, though it comes at the cost of losing one's sanity. Option 2, remain inactive and stay at the Ziwu sacred ground. Reward, a strand of primordial chi, usable to enhance innate talent and aptitude. Holy system, you've even prepared the coffin. What the hell choice do I have? Qin Feng grumbled inwardly. Immediately, a strand of primordial chi appeared in his consciousness. He planned to absorb it together with the previously rewarded primordial Dao seed once he returned to his microcosm. The Sea of Reincarnation. Terrifying fluctuations rippled from the depths of the Blood Sea, suggesting the master of the Sea of Reincarnation was locked in combat with it. Yet the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Above the 9 heavens, the colossal character seal had fully materialized. Harnessing the might of the entire forbidden zone, it swiftly plunged into the depths of the Blood Sea. Roar! A beastly roar shook the heavens and earth, filled with rage, unwillingness, and deep-seated resentment. Finally, all returned to stillness. The blood sea ceased its churning, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet for Qian Yandao and the 12 sovereigns who witnessed it firsthand, their hearts could not find peace. Especially the 12 sovereigns. They knew the master of the Forbidden Zone was suppressing some monstrous entity, but never imagined it would be so terrifying. If it were to break free one day, wouldn't they be the first to perish? As for Qian Yandao, his heart was now filled with a profound sense of helplessness. If it were to break free, what could he possibly use to stop it? And this was merely the reincarnation sea Forbidden Zone. Who knew if the other 5 Forbidden Zones harbored similar horrors? Qian Yandao summoned the supreme Imperial weapon and unleashed a full power strike, obliterating the lonely emperor. He then immediately departed the Sea of Reincarnation, returning to the Purple Star Sacred Ground to consult with Qin Feng on countermeasures. After all, it was always wise to prepare for the worst. There are things you may not be able to do, but you cannot avoid doing them. This is not a matter of capability, but of attitude. Within a small realm of the Purple Plum Sacred Land, the surroundings brimmed with spiritual energy. Mountains were lush, waters clear, and cranes soared in unison, while the Emperor's Dao essence radiated everywhere. At its very center stood a pavilion. Within it, Qian Yandao and Qin Feng sat facing each other. Both wore grim expressions, brows furrowed in deep concentration, their gazes heavy with tension. For several hours, an eerie silence hung heavy in the air. Finally, Qian Yandao could bear it no longer and broke the eerie silence. Brother Qin, if the Lord of the Sea of Reincarnation cannot hold out and the terrifying being sealed within breaks free, what then? For the first time, the eyes of this great emperor, once the unrivaled ruler who had conquered the world, showed confusion and helplessness. His opponent was simply not on the same level. Even if he had lived through 2 lifetimes, let alone 4, he sensed he wouldn't last 3 moves against it. Hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head, equally perplexed. As an immortal, he was destined to endure for eternity. Yet within that timeless span, an unforeseen variable had emerged. From Qian Yandao, Qin Feng learned that the Lord of the Sea of Reincarnation had only been resealed by harnessing the power of the entire Forbidden Zone. One could only imagine the terrifying power of the being imprisoned in the depths of the Blood Sea. The two continued their discussion for a long time afterward. There were 6 great Forbidden Zones of life in the world. If the Sea of Reincarnation held such a terrifying being, might the other Forbidden Zones do the same? Why were these terrifying beings imprisoned within the Forbidden Zones? They had too many questions, yet no way to begin solving them. Ultimately, they did devise a solution. That was for Qian Yandao to carry out his original plan, to strike himself down with a single blow, becoming an apex of the other path, serving as a backup to aid the future great emperor. But not yet. He was confident he could survive into a 3rd life using the way of space. As for whether he could achieve a 4th life? It was extremely difficult, and he had no certainty. After all, comprehending an entirely new Dao and elevating it to the level of an emperor was an immense challenge. Unlike Qin Feng, who possessed the fruit of the way of immortality and could rely on time to gradually achieve it, Qin Feng hadn't even comprehended the level of an emperor. With the suppression of heaven and earth, he couldn't comprehend it either, otherwise he would have attained emperorhood long ago. Every Dao Qin Feng comprehends now is of an unconventional path to enlightenment, achieving qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. For Qian Yandao to live out a 4th life, he must forge a path entirely distinct from those who came before him, a feat of immense difficulty. Throughout the primordial era, many had achieved the 4th life, and even 5th or 6th life great emperors were not uncommon. Yet as the primordial era progressed, defying the cycle became increasingly difficult. There were 2 reasons for this. First, apart from consuming the elixir of immortality, each life required a distinct path. While shortcuts might be possible in the first 3 lives, Qian Yandao, for instance, drew inspiration from Qin Feng's path of invincibility. But starting from the 4th life, they must truly forge their own path. If one strayed from the path or discovered it was unpassable at the end, the ultimate consequence was death. There was no margin for error. Walking on thin ice was an understatement. As for the second reason, this is a conjecture shared by Qin Feng and Qian Yandao. Chapter 27, Reversing the Fate of Later Great Emperors will only grow more difficult. This conjecture posits that ascending to emperorhood requires the world's primordial essence of finite resource, meaning only one great emperor can exist per era. Each additional lifetime an emperor defies death consumes more of the world's primordial essence. The generation of spiritual energy and resources also draws upon this primordial essence. As the world's ultimate combat power, an emperor's resource consumption is immense, essentially occupying an entire ecological niche. Originally, none of this posed a problem. As long as the great emperor passed away naturally and returned to the Dao, his primordial essence would reintegrate into the heavens and earth, becoming nourishment for the cosmos once more, flowing toward the next ecological niche. When a whale falls, all things are born. Yet, from the primordial age to the present, how many great emperors have truly been willing to embrace death? How many have truly been able to dissolve into the Dao with peace of mind? They either severed themselves to become rulers of forbidden realms, or were besieged by other rulers in their twilight years, their primal essence torn apart until their demise. Whichever path they took, the heavens and earth suffered a loss. As more and more sovereigns severed themselves, the world's primordial essence rapidly depleted, gradually becoming unable to sustain cultivators ascending to emperorhood. As celestial energies wane and myriad paths recede, this is the age of decline. The age of decline is fundamentally a transitional period where, after centuries of accumulation, the world's primordial essence has been depleted, necessitating a new cycle of accumulation for those aspiring to become emperors. The recorded age of decline in ancient histories occurred during the transition from the primordial era to the ancient era. The primordial era itself is further divided into the early primordial era and the late primordial era, separated by a brief interlude of the age of decline. However, according to the memories of the divine silkworm ancient emperor, an equally lengthy age of decline must have separated the mythic era from the primordial era so profoundly long that ancient histories contain not a single trace of it. Perhaps the mythical era saw an overabundance of great emperors, depleting the world's primordial essence to such an extent that it caused a historical rupture. Simultaneously, the heavens and earth gradually imposed a suppression of the great Dao, allowing only one great emperor to attain enlightenment per generation. As a transmigrator, Qin Feng had read countless works in his previous life. The age of decline was akin to an adult perpetually cutting flesh to satisfy hunger, undoubtedly a slow death. Attempting to conserve the world's primordial essence only traps it in a vicious cycle, ultimately harming the cosmos itself. It was foreseeable that future great emperors would find it increasingly difficult to reverse their decline without the aid of immortal elixirs. Noticing the conversation turning somber, Qian Yandao decisively changed the subject. As the current emperor, he had no control over future affairs. Better to focus on the present first. Take, for instance, the imminent opening of the immortal path, where the sovereigns of the Forbidden Realm would emerge to vie for this era's immortal throne. Some would ascend to immortality, while many more would choose to remain hidden, biding their time until their moment came. Brother Qin, what are your plans moving forward? Qian Yandao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. The implication was crystal clear. He wanted Qin Feng to join him in becoming the sovereign of the alternate path. Qian Yandao had made up his mind. Going to that forbidden zone to proclaim himself ruler was not self-proclamation. Rather than heading to Shodao Mountain to become a vassal of its ruler, he'd rather move directly into Qin Feng's microcosm. After all, with the 9 heavens fertile soil and the chaos green lotus present, the Dao laws within that small realm had long diverged from the outside world, effectively transforming it into a forbidden zone. Given his relationship with Qin Feng, becoming the master might be out of reach, but securing the position of co-master should pose no difficulty. This would grant him control over a portion of the forbidden zone's authority. Over the endless ages to come, he would seek kindred spirits to form the alliance of supreme masters of diverse paths together. They would prepare for any potential upheavals and safeguard all living beings under heaven. Yet Qin Feng felt a hint of reluctance. It wasn't that he was reluctant to relinquish authority over the microcosm. Their relationship made that entirely feasible. The issue was this: he was an immortal being, blessed with boundless lifespan and eternal youth. Supremes seal themselves within divine sources. They don't die. They always leave a sliver of divine consciousness outside to observe the world. A year or two might suffice, but over time, the secrets of his immortality would inevitably be exposed. Faced with the allure of immortality, few could resist the temptation. Qin Feng believed Qian Yandao was not that sort of person, yet he dared not gamble on it. He could only decline with polite refusal. Upon hearing Qin Feng's refusal, Qian Yandao visibly froze for a moment. But Qin brother, your little realm is far too precious. Besides, I'm not staying for free. At worst, I'll offer the treasury of the Purple Star Sacred Land as payment. Consider it lodging fees. Qian Yandao said with a hint of resentment. Then, as if remembering something, he added. Brother Qin, do you recall when you sought resources from me to break through the Primordial Sacred Body to its peak? You promised that if I gave you over 20 million gene of divine essence, I could come to you for help with any future difficulties. You wouldn't be going back on your word, would you? Qian Yandao stood firmly on the side of righteousness, pointing his finger at Qin Feng. Ah, this. Qin Feng was utterly speechless. He never imagined being threatened in such a tone. Wasn't this the kind of plot twist only seen in those old island nation movies? Didn't I save your life during your late life crisis? Doesn't that count as a problem? Besides, the Purple Star Sacred Land's treasury was already promised to me. After all, the Dao merging flower is incredibly precious. I had to charge something, didn't I? Qin Feng retorted. Qian Yandao could see through it now. Qin Feng simply didn't want him to reside in his little realm. In that case, he wouldn't press the matter. Afterward, Qin Feng lingered in the Purple Star Sanctuary for several more months, ostensibly to discuss the Dao with Qian Yandao, but in reality, to leech as many cultivation resources as possible. Had Qian Yandao not finally reached his limit and forcibly expelled him, Qin Feng might well have lingered there for several more years. Still, Qin Feng didn't come up empty-handed. Before departing, he summoned immense power to snatch the Ziwei Sacred Grounds treasure vault and soared skyward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the 9 great realms, as if afraid Qian Yandao might be reluctant to pursue him. His speed and the practiced ease of his technique made it clear this had been planned long ago. Qin Feng still recalled the stunned expressions of the Ziwei Holy Land cultivators when he uprooted the treasury among them, the female disciple who had conversed so pleasantly with him earlier. Alas, Qin Feng was nothing but a heartless, lust-driven scoundrel. Their dreams of transforming from commoners into princesses were utterly impossible. Yet in the eyes of those female disciples, they believed the problem lay with Qin Feng. Don't ask why, it's just that mysteriously confident aura of celestial maidens. The fault never lies with me, it's always yours. Take the time to look for your own reasons. The incident of Qin Feng moving the Purple Star Sanctuary's treasury had drawn considerable attention from various factions. They seized this wave of attention to spread rumors. The most outrageous version Qin Feng heard even claimed his relationship with Qian Yandao wasn't what it appeared to be. The rumor claimed that while they appeared to be close friends, the truth was that Qian Yandao harbored a preference for men. Compared to being on top, Qin Feng preferred being on the bottom, which was why he publicly displayed no interest in women. Qin Feng had long hoped Qian Yandao would publicly acknowledge their relationship, allowing them to step out of the shadows and become a celebrated tale across the 9 realms. But such matters were disgraceful, and Qian Yandao was the reigning emperor. His pride wouldn't allow it, so he'd always refused to prove it. This festering resentment drove Qin Feng to vow that Qian Yandao, that faithless bastard, would pay dearly for his betrayal. P.S. Readers, please shower us with gifts. We crave 5-star ratings and comments. Chapter 28, Scatter Their Ashes. The Emperor descends upon the Imperial Pass. Thus, in a fit of rage, Qin Feng removed the treasures of the Purple Star Sacred Land, demanding a separation. He vowed to return only when Qian Yandao was ready to grant him a proper status. This rumor spread like wildfire across the 9 great realms. Though neither Qin Feng, a great perfected saint body, nor Qian Yandao, the reigning emperor, were figures anyone dared provoke. But that didn't stop them from happily gawking at the drama. It was ingrained in their very DNA. Besides, the law doesn't punish the masses. Even if action were taken, it would only target the few female disciples who first spread the rumor. They ate and drank as usual, completely unaffected. Some fellow practitioners even voiced their approval. What's wrong with men? Everyone has 2 eyes and 1 mouth, and they all have winter. Why can't they be together? The great emperor fought throughout his life, never succumbing to darkness in his twilight years, protecting all living beings under heaven. The great perfected holy body once fought shoulder to shoulder with the great emperor of this age. It emerged during the great emperor's twilight years, aiding him to safely navigate his late life crisis and reclaim new life. Their bond transcends all boundaries, so what if it's unconventional? This is discrimination. This is jealousy of the great emperor and the holy body's love, isn't it? After fighting so many wars, can't they enjoy a little happiness? TSK. An emperor's scandal? That's never been recorded in ancient histories. Within the small realm, Qin Feng seethed with rage. Damn it, he'd been exposed online. Now the entire 9 great realms were abuzz with tales of his love-hate entanglement with Qian Yandao. Qin Feng had no intention of offering any explanation. Besides, the rumors had spread too rapidly. It wasn't something he could simply clarify. Since he couldn't fix the problem, he might as well eliminate the source of the problem. But before Qin Feng could make his move, Qian Yandao beat him to it, seemingly unable to bear his reputation being further tarnished. What infuriated him most was that the rumors were being spread by disciples of his own Purple Star Holy Land. Without delay, he personally sought out those female disciples, executing them outright. Their heads were displayed high above the Purple Star Sanctuary, their bodies cremated to ashes, and even their remains were scattered to the winds. Subsequently, Qian Yandao employed forceful measures to suppress the forces spreading the rumors, declaring to the world that it was all false. His relationship with Qin Feng was nothing more than a normal friendship. Back to Qin Feng's side. Since Qian Yandao had resolved the matter, Qin Feng saw no need to intervene personally. Instead, Qin Feng turned his attention to another urgent matter. In his hand appeared the reward he had received earlier, a primordial Dao seed and primordial Qi. By swallowing this Dao seed and refining it into his body, he could leap from an acquired being to a being. Afterward, absorbing the primordial Qi would maximize the benefits. At that point, he dared not imagine how terrifying his innate talent might become. He would likely become the most prodigious talent since the dawn of time, unmatched by any living being. Celestial prodigies? Nothing special. No time to waste. Qin Feng steeled his resolve and instantly swallowed the innate Dao seed. Yet from the very first moment, he felt a surge of heat emanating from his abdomen. Endless primordial Dao essence relentlessly washed over his dantian. This startled Qin Feng into quickly stabilizing his mind. He directed the heat from his dantian to circulate through his meridians, completing a full cycle. Throughout this process, waves of tearing sensations surged from within his body, a pain like being cut by blades, as if his body would burst open on the spot. Qin Feng knew this was the innate Dao essence relentlessly reshaping his acquired physical form. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he once again focused his mind on unity, though the speed of his circulation suddenly accelerated. Transforming the acquired into the innate, it took but a few words to describe. Yet it represented the sublimation of both flesh and spirit, a torment beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. Physically, the immortal golden body greatly enhanced Qin Feng's stamina and resilience, making the pain bearable. Yet for his spirit, Qin Feng possessed no such defenses. He could only endure through sheer willpower, and the agony piercing his spirit far surpassed that of his flesh. Year 15,000 of the Great Emperor era. Counting from the Great Emperor Gaoqian's attainment of the Dao. My apologies for omitting this earlier. Qin Feng remained in seclusion. Outside, the Great Emperor Gaoqian was also delving into his spatial Dao, seeking to live a third life through this path. Another 1,000 years passed, bringing the count to 16,000 years of the Great Emperor era. Through the sedimentation of time, the Great Emperor Gaoqian's Dao grew ever more formidable. All races coexisted harmoniously, resources distributed equitably. His Dao radiated across myriad realms, suppressing the 9 heavens and 8 desolations, and deterring the 6 great forbidden zones of life. All living beings in the world, though unable to attain enlightenment, had no other worries. Their numbers entered a new period of explosive growth. Whether in the 9 great realms, other star domains, or the cosmic frontiers, prosperity flourished everywhere, brimming with vitality. Ever since Emperor Gaoqian used the Imperial Corpse as a catalyst to establish the heaven-sealing demon-binding Great Array, the chaos tides vanished without a trace. The Imperial Gate no longer required such a large garrison. Under the Great Emperor Gaoqian's arrangement, rotations occurred once every 1,000 years, allowing the cultivators stationed there to return to their homelands for a proper visit. Yet despite the passage of years, everything had changed beyond recognition. Familiar faces were gone forever. Indeed, many cultivators born within the Imperial past knew their hometowns only through their parents' stories. Compared to that place, the Imperial Gate had long become their second home, leaving their birthplace as nothing more than a vague concept. Yet home remained home. The soil and water of a place shaped its people, and it held an inexplicable pull. This pull intensified when their fathers passed away, their sole wish being to be buried in their homeland, lending it an even greater mystique. Cultivators who once resided in the Imperial Pass have scattered across the 9 great realms and other star domains, marrying, bearing children, and perpetuating their bloodlines. Just when everyone believed life would only grow better. Unbeknownst to them, a new crisis emerged beyond the Imperial Gate. This time, however, it wasn't the chaos tide, but a new threat, creatures known as chaos monsters. These chaos monsters were numerous, ranging from the lowest level of dragon transformation to the highest, capable of reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivation realms, Sea of Suffering, Fountain of Life, Bridge of Divinity, Beyond the Shore, Palace of the Dao. For extremes, Dragon Transformation, Sage, Sage King, Great Sage, Near Emperor, Alternative Path to Enlightenment, Great Emperor Supreme. Initially, everyone assumed the seals had weakened, even drawing the attention of the current Great Emperor. However, when Qian Yandao went to investigate, he found the seal remained intact. The emergence of these chaos beasts stemmed from remnants of the chaos tide's eruption lingering in the boundless void, serving as the nourishment for their birth. Chaos beasts were fundamentally composed of chaotic laws and disorder, emerging with the cultivation level of a dragon from the moment of their birth, possessing formidable strength. Eliminating them entirely would be straightforward, simply purge the remnants of chaotic laws and order left behind by the tide from the boundless void. But Qian Yandao had no intention of doing so. He had a better idea. He proposed transforming this realm into a training ground, where major factions could bring their young disciples to temper their strength and enhance their abilities. Year 17,000 of the Great Emperor era. Qian Yandao sensed his comprehension of the spatial Dao had reached a bottleneck. Thus, he emerged from the Purple Star Sacred Land, ventured into the Forbidden Zone to battle its supreme beings, and traversed the 9 great realms and the cosmic wastelands. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the Imperial Pass. At that moment, a great sage returned from the boundless void, escorting a youth. The youth exuded an air of grace and elegance, radiating a profound and overbearing aura. In his hands, he held the heads of 5 chaotic beasts, grotesque and terrifying, each possessing cultivation at the dragon transformation realm. This sight drew gasps of astonishment from many. Who would have thought that such a young lad could already possess the might of a dragon transformation cultivator? His strength was formidable indeed. He had single-handedly slain 5 beasts of equal cultivation level. Unconsciously, the respect in their eyes toward the great sage grew. This moment brought boundless glory to the great sage's face. Ever since the newcomers took over the Imperial Gate's defenses, he had returned to his hometown to marry, have children, and carry on his family line. He had never felt such triumph as he did today. Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night, no one sees them. This was especially true for him, a veteran who had guarded the Imperial Pass and knew many people there. But before he could boast, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, and the majesty of the Emperor swept over the entire Imperial Pass. That's the Emperor. The Emperor has arrived in person. Everyone knelt instantly, even the great sage was no exception. He hurriedly pulled the youth beside him to his knees, both prostrating themselves in reverent worship. Countless voices chanted the Emperor's name, their hearts overflowing with admiration for the sovereign. Yet Qian Yandao paid no heed to the adoring gazes. his gaze fixed on the youth. For some reason, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if bound by some unseen karmic thread. P.S. Dear readers, any suggestions for terrifying creatures sealed beneath the sea of reincarnation? Yesterday's delay was spent pondering this and the 6 life forbidden zones. The author humbly requests your support. Would you kindly consider sending a gift? Chapter 29, Qian Yandao takes a disciple. Qian Yandao made no effort to conceal his gaze. Following the emperor's line of sight, they discovered his eyes had settled upon a young boy. Coincidentally, many present, like the great saint, were veterans who had once guarded the Imperial pass. They knew something about the youth's identity. He was the great sage's grandson. The assembled crowd was perplexed. They couldn't fathom why a mere youth would capture the interest of the current emperor, warranting such a direct gaze. Of course, they weren't the only ones puzzled. The great sage, standing beside the youth. His first thought was whether his grandson had done something to incur the wrath of heaven and man, drawing the emperor's attention. But upon further reflection, he realized that didn't seem to be the case. At most, some young lady might have been charmed by his grandson's physique, but beyond that, there was nothing else. Could it be, the emperor's own daughter has taken a fancy to my grandson? A wild thought suddenly sprang to mind, though he'd never heard of the emperor having a consort, let alone a daughter. Not only him, but everyone else present was speculating wildly. Only the youth, sensing the emperor's gaze upon him, forced himself to lift his head and meet that stare. After all, one must never lose one's composure. This is interesting. Qian Yandao chuckled, silently applauding the youth's courage. While others bowed their heads in awe at the emperor's presence, unable to meet his gaze, this youth alone dared to look up. Simultaneously, the answer had already crystallized in his mind. Not long after he attained enlightenment, 3 forbidden zones of the Undying Mountains emerged silently. They entered a barren star domain, slaughtering its inhabitants to transform their life essence into boundless nourishment for themselves. Ultimately, he and Qin Feng slew those 3 supreme beings. He transformed 2 of them into primordial essence, infusing it into that star domain, which he later renamed the Northern Dipper Star Domain. Nourished by the primordial essence of 2 former great emperors, the Big Dipper Star Domain flourished rapidly. Abundant spiritual energy made its cultivation environment rival that of the 9 great realms. The primordial essence of the 2 former emperors merged into the Big Dipper Star Domain, along with their respective legacies and cultivation methods. Coincidentally, this youth had obtained the inheritance of one of those former emperors, and it was remarkably complete. No wonder he sensed an inexplicable karmic entanglement emanating from this youth. Without the cause set in motion by Qian Yandao merging the origins of the 2 past emperors into the Big Dipper Star Domain, the youth would never have cultivated to the dragon transformation realm in such a short time, nor could he have single-handedly taken on 4 chaos monsters of the same realm and ultimately slain them. Judging by his age, he was barely 20. A dragon transformation stage powerhouse at 20 was exceedingly rare in the mortal world. Unconsciously, Qian Yandao found himself contemplating taking the youth as a disciple. "Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Qian Yandao asked. The words were startling. Not only did the others fail to react, but the youth himself was stunned. But once he did, a look of delight spread across his face. Disciple Jang Mu pays respects to his master. The others present all looked at him with complex expressions. Envy mingled with jealousy. TSK. With a reigning emperor as their patron, they dared not imagine how splendid the Jung family's future would be. Ah! If only the emperor would take them as disciples. As for the great sage standing nearby, his eyes glowed with genuine joy for his grandson. The great emperor's reign, 17,100 years. News of the great emperor Gaochen taking disciples spread far and wide across the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. Among all races, none were unaware of the name Jang Mu. Numerous factions seized the opportunity to send gifts to the Jiang family in the Northern Dipper Star Domain, all hoping to establish connections with the great emperor. At the edge of the immortal realm, within a small pocket dimension, Qin Feng remained unaware of Qian Yandao's recruitment of disciples. His entire focus was consumed by refining the innate Dao seed, leaving no spare divine sense to gather external intelligence. After 2 millennia of refinement, his physical body glowed, becoming as crystalline and translucent as diamond, radiating an incomparable aura of innate essence. Mysterious and boundless, it carried an otherworldly aura, as if nothing in this realm could ever bind him again. A profound sense of unimpeded flow permeated his entire being, like the sudden relief from years of constipation. This signified that Qin Feng had shed his acquired body and entered the innate realm. Next, he need only fully transform his divine soul into a primordial spirit to truly become a primordial being. Year 17,500 of the Great Emperor era. Qian Yandao finally broke through on the path of space, drawing 1 step closer to the level of a great emperor. Perhaps, before his second lifespan reached its twilight, he could successfully reverse the natural course and attain a 3rd life. Meanwhile, under Qian Yandao's guidance, Jang Mu rapidly advanced from the dragon transformation stage to the quasi-emperor realm. Unrivaled among his peers, he was hailed as the peerless prodigy of the age. Moreover, Jang Mu cultivated the spatial Dao of the thousand words Dao. Even against ancient monsters who had cultivated for ages, he could still emerge victorious. Armed with his spatial killing techniques, he could exchange blows even with peak ninth heaven quasi-emperors, his power truly formidable. Yet, the more formidable Jang Mu became, the more people lamented his potential. The reason was simple: only one great emperor could emerge in any given era, such was the grand design of heaven and earth. This era already had its chosen one. No matter how peerless Jang Mu's talent or how formidable his strength, he could not earn the favor of the heavenly heartmark and ascend to the realm of the great emperor. Perhaps the best outcome for Jang Mu was to achieve enlightenment through an unconventional path. In the 18,000th year of the great emperor era, Jang Mu successfully broke through to the peak of the ninth heaven of the near emperor realm. To mark this occasion, the Purple Star Sanctuary held a grand celebration, inviting guests from all corners to rejoice. After all, one step further would mean achieving enlightenment through an unconventional path. Upon receiving the invitations, major factions hastily instructed their subordinates to prepare lavish gifts. Rare spiritual roots, immortal fruits, everything imaginable was present. Jang Mu even spotted a massive phoenix blood marrow among the offerings. Entirely crimson in hue, its surface bore naturally formed phoenix patterns resembling the feathered markings of a phoenix, which refracted dazzling crimson radiance under light. This was no ordinary object, it was the legendary phoenix blood gold used to forge supreme imperial weapons. The gift came from the Taiqian Holy Land, that immortal power founded by an ancient emperor. This left Jang Mu marveling at the Taiqian Sacred Land's remarkable generosity. Looking down from above, one would see that attendees at the celebration were either the sovereigns of sacred lands or patriarch-level figures from major factions. Even those factions unable to attend sent representatives bearing lavish gifts to offer congratulations. Whether you attended or not, the Ziwei Sacred Land might not recall, but whether you sent gifts, that the Ziwei Sacred Land remembers perfectly well. Ultimately, this was the nature of human relationships. Who would dare refuse the favor of the great emperor's personally trained disciple? Wouldn't they fear the great emperor or Jang Mu making life difficult for them later? P.S. Preparing for the verification period. Today's chapter is the last update before the author begins stockpiling drafts for midnight releases. Chapter 30, Qian Yandao summons Jang Mu, the aftermath. Jang Mu had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the near emperor realm, his foundations solid as a rock. He couldn't resist sharing his joy with his great emperor master. He hadn't brought shame upon Qian Yandao. Jang Mu knew well that nearly every great emperor who refused to succumb to darkness faced a wretched twilight, besieged by the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone. A great emperor's first life spanned 12,000 years. Utilizing the elixir of immortality to attain a second life was akin to resetting a game state, thus still granting a lifespan of 12,000 years. As for those who earned their second life through their own strength, they effectively raised their life ceiling. Depending on their power, their lifespan could reach between 14,000 and 16,000 years. Jang Mu was certain that the ancestral master's realm of Dao dissolution held no Dao essence left to absorb, and most life-prolonging elixirs were useless to emperors. He estimated that his master's second life would only extend to around 13,000 years. According to the master's words, his spatial Dao would soon achieve a monumental breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the human Dao realm, that is, the great emperor. Only then could he live out a third life, with a lifespan reaching 18,000 to 20,000 years. However, this path ultimately belonged to the great perfected holy body Qin Feng, the master's close friend. The Dao manifests in myriad forms, each adhering to its own path. What suits oneself is true, to force it is perilous. Every mighty being's path is distinct, and the roads they tread are equally varied, not necessarily suited for all. Jang Mu could not be certain this path would suit his master or guarantee him a third life. Therefore, he must prepare early. Jang Mu resolved to walk among the mortal world, to temper himself through experience, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. He would tread into alternative realms of enlightenment and forge his own supreme imperial weapon. He had already resolved within himself, if his master could not defy fate and live a third life, he would exhaust every ounce of strength, burn his last drop of blood, and carry his master home. However, cultivating a lifetime could not be rushed. Moreover, as the direct disciple of the great emperor, his path had been remarkably smooth thus far. Jang Mu resolved to dedicate more time to tempering his spirit through trials. The Emperor's Era, year 19,000. The Dao of Emperor Gaochen radiated across the ages, surveying the cosmic frontiers and intimidating the 6 great forbidden zones of life. He even ventured deep within them, plundering vast quantities of divine treasures. His second lifespan had only spanned 4,000 years, his vitality deep as an abyss, his combat prowess at its zenith. With a single thought, he could command the birth and death of existence, reducing myriad paths to emptiness. Even the mightiest sovereigns of the forbidden zones must avoid his sharp edge. None dared challenge him, forced instead to watch helplessly as Qian Yandao carried away treasures rightfully belonging to the forbidden realms. Qian Yandao traversed the 6 great forbidden zones, yet his explorations remained confined to their outer peripheries. Truthfully, he had contemplated venturing deeper into the forbidden zones where the elixir of immortality might lie. Though he himself had already consumed the elixir of immortality, Jang Mu still needed it. This matter concerns his grand design. Gaining an extra lifetime of existence would significantly amplify his power. Besides, this was his own disciple. What was wrong with showing a little affection? Beyond that, Qian Yandao also wished to investigate whether the inner sanctums, like the Sea of Reincarnation, imprisoned some terrifying primordial being. Alas, whenever he neared the inner sanctum, a sudden, palpable sense of danger would surge within him. It felt as though taking one more step forward would provoke the forbidden entity within to instantly strike him down, showing no regard whatsoever for him, a great emperor of this age. Qian Yandao understood clearly that within that terror lay the domain of the Forbidden Zone's master. He was nearing the completion of his third life, his power reaching the late stage of a third life great emperor, bolstered by the heavenly heart imprint. Yet, he still felt a palpable dread. One could only imagine the terrifying might of the Forbidden Realm Lord dwelling within. Gritting his teeth, Qian Yandao reluctantly retreated. The only source of comfort was the guardian of Mount Immortal, who not only engaged him in conversation but also accorded him the respect he deserved. Still, he remained barred from entering the inner sanctum of the Forbidden Zone. Outside Immortal Mountain, within a pavilion. Seated cross-legged on the ground, the master of Immortal Mountain radiated an aura of profound restraint, appearing almost like an ordinary mortal. Nevertheless, a sense of danger welled up within Qian Yandao, and he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Emperor of the present age, will you defy the cycle and live a fourth life? The master of Immortal Mountain spoke as if conversing with an old friend. Upon hearing this, Qian Yandao shook his head, indicating he would strike himself down at the peak of the third realm to become a supreme of the unorthodox path. Upon hearing Qian Yandao's answer, the master of Immortal Mountain nodded, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as if he had received the response he desired. Take this. It holds a portion of Immortal Mountain's authority. Possessing it grants you the mountain's protection, freeing you from the constraints of the external Dao. It shields you from the interference of the Dao's laws, slowing the passage of your lifespan. Simultaneously, you may draw upon certain Dao rules within Immortal Mountain, enabling you to wield power approaching that of an emperor. The master of Immortal Mountain produced a yin-yang jade disc. The yin-yang totem swirled silently, white within black, black within white. Good and evil, right and wrong, all lay within, freely transforming with a single thought. Thank you, Taoist brother. Qian Yandao bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. By the way, I find your friend quite intriguing. Since you've both chosen to become supreme masters of the unorthodox path, why not invite him to reside on Mount Immortal as well? He could be granted partial authority over the forbidden zones. The master of Immortal Mountain inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Qian Yandao smiled and shook his head. My friend has found a better place to go. There's no need for me to worry about him. Brother Dao, urgent matters at the Purple Plum Sacred Land await my attention. I must take my leave now. Qian Yandao bowed in farewell, then transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Ziwei Sacred Ground. On this day, Jang Mu returned from the mortal world, a smile gracing his face. After 1,000 years, he had not only tempered an unblemished Dao heart but, more importantly, discovered an alternative path to enlightenment. If he continued along this path, it would likely take another 100 years before he could set foot in the realm of unconventional enlightenment. How could this not fill him with excitement? Yet his joy was short-lived. A sudden telepathic voice echoed in his ears. Disciple, hasten to the small realm. Your master has urgent matters to discuss. Upon receiving his master's transmission, Jang Mu wasted no time and immediately rushed toward the location of the small realm. Before long, he arrived at the miniature realm and found his master in the pavilion. Master, I have discovered a path to an unconventional path to enlightenment. I believe it won't be long before I step into that realm. Before Qian Yandao could speak, Jang Mu eagerly shared his joy. Very good. Qian Yandao nodded, looking deeply gratified. Perhaps Jang Mu's talent wasn't the strongest throughout the ages, but he still felt proud of him simply because he was his disciple. By the way, Master, may I ask what urgent matter brought me here? Jang Mu quickly composed himself and asked about the matter at hand. Disciple, I wish for you to seal away your divine source and await the arrival of the next golden age, where you shall attain the path to becoming an emperor. Qian Yandao stated plainly. There were no hidden agendas between master and disciple. Matters could always be discussed directly. No, Master, I cannot agree. I only wish to remain by your side. As for becoming an emperor? That is not my desire. Jang Mu understood his master's directness and the staggering magnitude of the revelation, yet after processing it, he remained resolutely firm in his refusal. If he sealed himself away, who would aid his master through the crises of old age when the time came? Rely on those immortal factions? Forget it. Without an alternative path to enlightenment or the realm of a great emperor, the full might of the Supreme Emperor's weapon could never be unleashed. In their hands, the Supreme Emperor's weapon was only marginally stronger than a quasi-emperor's weapon. How could it aid the master in directly confronting those supreme beings of the Forbidden Realms? You must agree. From the perspective of the greater cause, you are a crucial piece in my plan. I wish to draw you into the scheme, leaving a backup for the future. And from the perspective of master and disciple, I truly do not wish for you to remain forever overshadowed by my brilliance. Time carves down the proud like a blade. This era has long been predestined. No matter how dazzling you may be, you will never ascend to emperorhood. You cannot live for me. You must live for yourself. Chapter 31, Jang Mu sealed within the divine source, the forbidden zone sovereign emerges once more. After hearing Qian Yandao's words, Jang Mu fell silent. Master, what scheme are you referring to? Jang Mu suddenly asked. Qian Yandao then revealed to him that the path to immortality would open in less than 100,000 years. With the immortal path about to open, the sovereigns from all major forbidden zones would inevitably pour out en masse. After all, hadn't they chosen to sever themselves with a single stroke precisely for the sake of immortality and eternal life? With this opportunity now before them, it was unlikely any sovereign could remain seated. According to my and Senior Qin Feng's speculation, the number of immortal seats is fixed. It's impossible for everyone to become immortals. Note, in the context of disciples addressing their master's close friends, those younger than the master are called uncle, while those older are called elder uncle. Immortality is the obsession of countless beings. The vast majority of surviving supreme beings will refuse to relinquish this chance, inevitably unleashing the most terrifying dark turmoil across the heavens, all to remain sealed away, awaiting the next opportunity for immortality. Qian Yandao explained. Jang Mu now understood. His master and master's uncle feared their combined strength alone would be insufficient to withstand the dark upheaval. Thus, they sought to elevate him to emperor, bolstering their own combat power and adding hope to that impending battle. Moreover, as Qian Yandao's direct disciple, Jang Mu earned his master's complete trust. He was certain this disciple would never fall into the corruption of the supreme. You should focus on cultivation for now. I had originally planned to venture into the forbidden zone to seize an immortal herb, but alas, terrifying entities guard its perimeter. Now, I can only turn to your uncle Qin Feng for assistance. Qian Yandao said to Jang Mu. In the days that followed, Qian Yandao convened 3 grand pilgrimages. Major factions dared not neglect their duties, promptly sending countless divine herbs and rare treasures. Subsequently, Qian Yandao activated the heavenly heart mark to divine Qin Feng's location, intending to exchange these divine herbs and rare treasures for a Dao merging flower. Yet inexplicably, the heavenly mechanism seemed blocked. Qin Feng's location remained utterly incalculable. This baffled Qian Yandao profoundly. Logically speaking, even if it were a forbidden zone, it should be easily deduced through the heavenly heart imprint's calculations. Could it be because of that immortal herb, the chaos green lotus? Or perhaps because his forbidden zones rarely emerge, leaving them untouched by worldly influences? Qian Yandao pondered silently. Finding no solution, he could only seal Jang Mu within the divine source for now, awaiting the next golden age. Within the miniature realm, Qin Feng's entire being grew more crystalline and translucent, not just his physical form, but his divine soul as well. A sacred aura radiated outward. Within the microcosm, any vegetation that came into contact with this aura experienced miraculous transformations in their acquired bodies. Qin Feng examined himself internally. First, the primordial essence within his dantian transformed from a murky mass into a pure, crystalline qi, utterly pristine. Next, both his physical body and divine spirit were now adorned with numerous innate Dao patterns, seamlessly integrated and resonating with the cosmos. His physical body had transformed into a primordial Dao body, harmonizing with the heavens and earth. He could now draw upon portions of the great Dao to empower himself, rebirth through a single drop of blood, become impervious to all techniques, and remain untouched by karmic consequences. As for the divine spirit, it gained immunity to most forms of mental harm. An immortal spirit ensures the eternal continuity of one's path. He swallowed the innate qi rewarded by the system and refined it within his belly, instantly sensing an enhancement in his own insight and innate talent. Moreover, Qin Feng discovered with astonishment that the innate being seemed not to be the ultimate goal. There appeared to be a path beyond it. Perhaps, with sufficient primordial energy, he could elevate his cultivation foundation once more. Then, Qin Feng's divine sense roamed the outside world. Since entering seclusion, he had blocked all external perceptions, so now he naturally sought to understand recent events. Soon, he grasped the entirety of recent developments. What captured his attention most was Qian Yandao taking on a new disciple and sealing him within the divine source, awaiting the next golden age. Qin Feng understood this was likely Qian Yandao's preparation for the future opening of the immortal path. After such a long seclusion, it's time to visit some old acquaintances. Qin Feng murmured to himself. In the next instant, his figure vanished abruptly, reappearing within the Ziwu sacred ground in the blink of an eye. His innate Dao physique harmonized with the heavens and earth, granting him abilities akin to an emperor, the power to commune with all the Daos of the cosmos. This allowed Qin Feng to merge with the cosmos at will, reaching any destination in the blink of an eye. Yet, Qin Feng sensed something different this time. Only one great emperor could emerge in an era. His Dao radiated across the heavens and earth, revered as supreme by all under heaven. Afterward, the heavenly heart imprint would suppress all beings from attaining emperorhood. Yet now, Qin Feng sensed the heaven's suppression upon him had weakened considerably. The heavenly heart mark even seemed to send him a hint of favor. This sensation was akin to a chaos body forcibly attaining enlightenment without the aid of a Dao unifying flower. Yet, the heavenly heart mark seemed to sense something, instantly turning hostile. Qin Feng surmised it was likely due to the eternal life Dao fruit within his body. The system had previously warned him that the fruit of immortality was despised by heaven's mandate. Becoming an emperor meant defying the Dao of heaven, and heaven would not allow an ancient, revered emperor to rule the world indefinitely, extinguishing the hopes of other beings to attain enlightenment. Qin Feng concealed his aura and made his way to the small realm at the heart of the purple star sacred land. Suddenly, the thousand words Dao within seemed to sense something, instantly manipulating the microcosm to open a breach. A familiar figure slowly materialized before him, none other than Qin Feng himself. Elsewhere, within the primordial ancient mind, two sovereigns emerged together. Though a taint of decay clung to them, it could not obscure their overwhelming might. Merely standing there in silence, the surrounding void shattered violently. The Dao of the Emperor of the Coiling Serpent radiated across all realms, and he himself stood at the peak of his power. Yet, the two supreme beings showed no fear. One was a supreme being who had defied death 3 times, while the other had defied it a 4th time, their power even greater. To them, the Emperor of Gaochen was merely a worthless being clinging to life through an immortal elixir. Then there was that great perfected holy body, a mere alternative path to enlightenment, yet blessed with opportunities that defied heaven itself. First, he possessed the world's foremost yin-yang divine fire. Second, he held the rare and elusive elixir of immortality. Such treasures falling into the hands of a great perfected saint body would truly be a waste of heaven's bounty. But it worked out perfectly, they could reap the benefits. Their emergence this time served 2 purposes, replenishing vital essence and seizing the Dao merging flower and yin-yang divine fire. With less than 100,000 years remaining before the immortal path opens, they must seize every opportunity to enhance their combat prowess. Moreover, a hypothesis had taken root in both their minds. If realized, it might grant them a leap in power. As is widely known, the elixir of immortality only affects beings who have not yet consumed it. Among the major immortal elixirs, the Dao unifying flower possessed the most unique effect. It could forcibly aid one in attaining the Dao and becoming an emperor. Given this, what if they supreme sovereigns who had never consumed an immortal elixir were to ingest the Dao merging flower? Might they thereby ascend to the throne of an emperor once more? Chapter 32. If a supreme being who has never consumed the harmony flower were to ingest it, would they reclaim their path to divinity? The moment this thought emerged, it refused to leave his mind. If they could ascend to the imperial throne once more, they would no longer need to seal themselves within the divine source, and their power could continue to accumulate. With their innate talents, they might defy mortality once more. This would be true rebirth. Just as Qin Feng and Qian Yandao had speculated, the number of spots for ascending to immortality might be limited. Only by growing stronger could they increase their chances of ascending to immortality when the path opened in the future. The two sovereigns exchanged glances, each seeing excitement in the other's eyes. Transforming into streaks of light, they descended upon the cosmic frontier. Their supreme power swept across the starry sky, transforming ancient life-filled stars into surging life essence that merged into their imperial bodies. Though they held no fear for the current great emperors or the great perfected holy bodies, they still intended to first plunder sufficient vital essence to restore themselves to their peak condition. This would allow them to defeat their rivals with minimal effort and reclaim their imperial thrones. Then, ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, within the miniature realm of the Purple Star Sanctuary, Qian Yandao and Qin Feng conversed with great enthusiasm. He noticed that the aura emanating from Qin Feng seemed different from before. Though he deliberately concealed it, such a change could not be hidden from the great emperor of this age. Brother Qin, what extraordinary opportunity have you seized to shed your acquired form and become a primordial being? Qian Yandao exclaimed in astonishment. Then, a pang of envy suddenly struck his heart. First, the terrifying supreme yin-yang divine fire, then, the immortal elixir that allowed one to forcibly attain enlightenment, and now, becoming a. Qian Yandao couldn't fathom it. How could Qin Feng's fortune be so terrifying, allowing him to obtain every precious thing? In contrast, he himself had reigned as a great emperor for 20,000 years, yet beyond a few rare treasures, he had gained nothing. Qian Yandao simply couldn't fathom how the gap between people could be so vast. Seeing Qian Yandao's expression, which looked like he'd eaten something disgusting, Qin Feng just smiled without saying a word. It was like he was both afraid his brother was suffering and afraid he was driving a Range Rover. Little Chen Yan, don't lose heart over anything. Don't envy me too much. Trust that your own opportunities will come soon. Qin Feng patted Qian Yandao's shoulder in consolation. Hearing this, Qian Yandao's already gloomy mood sank even lower. Damn it, what if someone suddenly snatches it away? Ahem. Noticing the awkward shift in mood, Qin Feng quickly changed the subject. I know you sought me out to request a harmony flower for your disciple. However, the Chaos Green Lotus hasn't even formed buds yet. It will likely take 10,000 years before it produces a single harmony flower. No problem. As long as there is one, it's fine. We can give it to him after he becomes an emperor. As he spoke, Qian Yandao produced a mustard seed space, containing countless rare treasures and divine materials. The divine essence alone amounted to 100 million Jin. In that case, it's settled. With that, Qin Feng stored the space seed within his sea of consciousness. Just as he was about to depart, the long-absent system suddenly appeared. Ding! Detected 2 supreme beings from the primordial ancient mind instigating a dark rebellion. They seek to seize the host's yin yang divine fire and, most crucially, the Dao merging flower, in a delusional attempt to reclaim the Imperial throne. Host, please make your selection. Option 1, immediately retreat to the microcosm for concealment. Reward, 1 cluster of primordial chi. Option 2, assist Qian Yandao in subduing the 2 sovereigns. Reward, fragment of the golden law. Option 3, voluntarily surrender the yin-yang divine fire and the chaos green lotus. Reward, a 10,000-year-old spirit lettuce, a flatbread containing true dragon flesh and blood, and a discarded 9 transformation golden core pill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng first glanced at Qian Yandao. His face visibly flushed crimson, his aura surged like a raging sea, and flames nearly blazed from his eyes. One could only imagine the fury boiling within Qian Yandao at that moment. Brother Qin, I must excuse myself for a moment. Damn you, Supreme! Come and get it. Qian Yandao shot skyward, his heaven's heartmark trembling violently. 10,000 paths roared like the wrath of the heavens descending. A golden path stretched out beneath his feet, his eyes burning with icy fury. In an instant, Qian Yandao vanished from his spot. Watching his departing figure, Qin Feng's heart refused to settle, instead filling with deep concern. If the other party had merely been driven by dwindling lifespan, urgently needing to unleash the dark turmoil to replenish vital essence, Qin Feng would have had no qualms about Qian Yandao going alone. But just now, the system had informed him that the enemy was targeting him personally. Qin Feng refused to believe they were unaware of his strength, especially with Qian Yandao, the current great emperor, at the peak of his power. This could only mean one thing: the enemy possessed absolute confidence. His gaze shifted to the system's options. Want to reclaim the Imperial throne? One could only say the Supreme Being had a truly expansive imagination, and it piqued his curiosity. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to try it someday. His gaze continued downward. Upon seeing option 3, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, and a surge of nameless anger suddenly welled up within his heart. After some internal struggle, Qin Feng ultimately chose the second option. Qian Yandao, what can I say? We are brothers after all. Qin Feng knew that if the other party came prepared, even Qian Yandao the current emperor would stand no chance against him without a fight. He might even face death. This also served as a stark warning to Qin Feng. He had already drawn the attention of numerous supreme beings. Many supreme beings had already noticed his uniqueness, especially his possession of the Dao Fruit of Immortality and his untouched karma. In this life, the past life, and the future, no one could calculate his karmic ties. This only deepened the supreme being's fascination with him. This certainly wasn't the last group. Perhaps I should retreat to my small realm for seclusion from now on. Even if I venture out, I must project an avatar I can no longer expose myself to the masses. Qin Feng mused silently. Or, perhaps feign death? A wild thought surged through his mind. Primordial beings can be reborn from a single drop of blood. Their divine souls are immortal, and their path endures forever. Worth a try. Qin Feng first returned to his miniature realm, preserving a drop of his essence blood and a strand of his divine soul. To ensure a flawless resurrection, Qin Feng even left behind a strand of primordial pure qi. That should do it. Qin Feng mused for a moment before speaking. After all, he'd never died before, and the thought made him a bit uneasy. He simply lacked experience in this matter. If he couldn't be revived, or if he came back with defects, he'd be toast. Meanwhile, at the cosmic frontier, the 2 sovereigns continued to devour life essence with utter abandon, making no effort to conceal their actions. Flooded by this torrent of life essence, their decaying bodies were instantly revitalized, like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. Just as they were reveling in their slaughter, an ancient bell, carrying boundless primordial power, suddenly materialized from the void. It hurtled toward one of their heads. Witnessing this, the Supreme Being sneered with contempt. Quickly regaining his composure, he unleashed a fist imbued with terrifying power. Boundless radiance shook the cosmos, instantly hurling the chaos bell millions of miles away. Is this all a great emperor of this age can do? Chapter 33, plunged into crisis. In the void, Qian Yandao's figure slowly materialized, his gaze toward the 2 sovereigns filled with utter coldness. With a flick of his hand, the chaos bell returned to his grasp. The boundless divine might of the emperor spread out, engulfing the heavens and the cosmos. Die! Qian Yandao gripped the chaos bell, his intent to slay piercing the 9 heavens. The might of the supreme path shook the cosmos, crushing infinite spacetime as he hurled the bell down toward the 2 supreme beings below. Seeing this, the 2 supreme beings hesitated not a moment. They immediately pushed themselves to their absolute limits, returning to the realm of the flawless emperor. Terrifying auras shook infinite space and time, spreading for tens of millions of miles, effortlessly blocking Qian Yandao's attack. Simultaneously, the world finally beheld their true forms, none other than the famed Crimson Emperor and Thunder Emperor of the Primordial Era. On the other side, Qian Yandao's face darkened with gravity. He had heard of the Crimson Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, one a great emperor who had defied death to live 3 lifetimes, the other a great emperor who had defied death to live 4 lifetimes. Both possessed unimaginable power. Yet, despite their formidable might, as the current great emperor, he would not retreat an inch. A brutal battle erupted between them across the starry expanse. Divine abilities erupted in a frenzy, boundless divine radiance engulfing all. Star domains shattered in every direction, terrifying shockwaves sweeping across billions of miles of the cosmos. Boom! Qian Yandao's figure was violently hurled backward, smashing through stars as his imperial robes ran crimson with blood. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Put! A mouthful of imperial blood spurted forth. Within Qian Yandao's body, 2 great Dao forces raced wildly, further exacerbating his injuries. Great Emperor of this age, where is your great perfected holy body? Summon it forth to fight us, or today you shall be slain within this starry expanse. The Crimson Emperor couldn't help but speak, both of them mockingly gazing at Qian Yandao. You came for the opportunity he possesses. At this moment, Qian Yandao could no longer remain oblivious. Their instigation of the dark turmoil was merely a means to an end. Their true objective was to lure out Qin Feng and seize the opportunity he possessed. So what if I do? I give you 3 breaths. If the great perfection holy body does not emerge, today I shall slay an emperor. The Crimson Emperor's words, amplified by the divine might of the Supreme Emperor, echoed throughout the entire cosmos. Then, it was a matter of waiting. Great Emperor. Across the 9 great realms, countless beings witnessed this scene through the heavenly manifestation array, their hearts filled with boundless sorrow. When had the great emperor become a bargaining chip, threatened as the pawn for the saint body's emergence? Don't even think about it. Qian Yandao attempted to resist, but suddenly, a black gold cauldron engraved with thunder patterns appeared, suspended high in the sky. The thunder patterns flickered wildly, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that trapped him at the center of the Thunder Sea. The might of the 4th-generation emperor was utterly beyond his current state to withstand. 1 breath. 2 breaths. The Crimson Emperor counted silently. Simultaneously, a pitch-black spear materialized, its shaft coiled with the blazing true fire of the sun, radiating unparalleled dominance. 3 breaths. As the Crimson Emperor uttered these 2 words, he seemed to lose all patience. From the spearhead erupted a colossal golden crow formed entirely of true solar fire, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. Wielding the overwhelming might of the ultimate Dao, it charged toward Qian Yandao. On the other side, the Thunder Emperor unleashed his full might. Endless divine thunder surged around him, and he grasped thunder of 10,000 June in his hands, resembling the thunder god himself, wielding the heavenly punishment of thunder. Go! Terrifying thunder coalesced into a colossal primordial thunder dragon, its aura thick with deathly stillness. A dragon's roar shook the cosmos, shattering infinite space and time. This is bad. A profound sense of crisis instantly surged within Qian Yandao's heart. The chaos bell shimmered with radiant light. The Dao of space and the Dao of sovereignty hovered upon it, shielding him from this deadly strike. Humph. We'll see how long you can hold out. If need be, we'll kill you first and then search for the great perfected holy body. Just as the 2 sovereigns hardened their resolve, a ruler-like blade suddenly materialized from the void behind him, slashing swiftly toward the Crimson Emperor. No! A warning bell rang in the Crimson Emperor's mind. In his all-out attack, he had momentarily forgotten to guard against it. Yet an emperor remains an emperor. His reflexes were lightning fast. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, narrowly evading the strike. It's you, great perfected holy body. The Crimson Emperor and the Thunder Emperor turned to see none other than Qin Feng emerging behind them. Ha 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 ha! You've finally shown yourself. The Thunder Emperor roared with laughter before flickering into motion. The Supreme Emperor's weapon, the thunder-patterned black gold tripod, appeared in his grasp. Bathed in thunderous energy, the tripod seemed to contain a true dragon roaring within. Its piercing dragon's cry echoed through the air as it descended upon Qin Feng with overwhelming force. As for the Crimson Emperor, he rushed to intercept Qian Yandao, preventing him from offering support. A 4th-generation emperor battling a mere great perfected holy body was already showing him considerable favor. Qin Feng gripped the primordial heaven measuring ruler. His saint body's aura spread across the starry sky as his golden dharma body rose from the earth, his head touching the 9 heavens and his feet treading the boundless void. The golden dharma body raised the primordial heaven measuring ruler, 3 great Dao energies coalescing upon it. One end pressed against the thunder-patterned black gold cauldron, a metallic clang instantly reverberating across the cosmos. So heavy! The moment the clash occurred, cracks began to form across the golden dharma body's surface, and the tiger's mouth was painfully suppressed. Boom! The primordial heaven measuring ruler struck with full force, unleashing a sword peak tens of millions of miles long that sliced across the cauldron. Sweeping through the 8 desolate realms in 6 directions, it momentarily halted the thunder-patterned black gold cauldron, finally freeing it from the body's suppression. Yet the Thunder Emperor would not let him off so easily. Endless intent to slay filled the starry sky. The Thunder Emperor raised the thunder-patterned black gold cauldron, enveloped by countless bolts of thunder, relentlessly smashing down upon Qin Feng. On Qin Feng's head, the 9 Yang Heaven and Earth cauldron poured down streams of yin-yang divine fire, enveloping him within its embrace. With each strike, the flames would leap onto the Thunder Emperor. Alas, the Thunder Emperor had long known the dreaded power of the yin-yang divine flames. How could he not be prepared? The yin-yang divine flames were indeed terrifying, especially in their ability to devour the life force within a supreme being. Yet, no matter how dreadful they were, they had to actually reach him first. A ring of divine thunder instantly coiled around the Thunder Emperor. Before the yin-yang divine fire could land upon him, it was ground to dust by the surrounding lightning sparks. Qin Feng found this utterly agonizing. With his most relied upon yin-yang divine fire blocked, he was left utterly helpless. His mastery of the Dao laws remained severely lacking. His grasp of the Water Dao and Earth Dao had only reached the quasi-emperor tier, utterly useless in this situation. Ultimately, his current strength was simply too weak. This only strengthened Qin Feng's resolve to feign death and escape. Thus, in the ensuing battle, he went to great lengths to conceal the fact that he was a. Otherwise, feigning death would lose all meaning. Meanwhile, without the Thunder Emperor's aid, Qian Yandao and the Crimson Emperor were evenly matched. After all, Qian Yandao had mastered 2 great Daos, and the Spatial Dao, being one of the 10 supreme Daos of the world, granted him terrifyingly potent enhancements. The chaos bell tolled, unleashing chains of divine order forged from the power of the Dao, relentlessly surging toward the Crimson Emperor. Witnessing this, the Crimson Emperor relentlessly parried with his spear's blazing tip, unleashing solar true flames that spread across the cosmos, melting each divine chain of order. Though somewhat troublesome, he remained utterly unhurried. After all, his mission was to hold Qian Yandao back. The one truly in a hurry was the current Great Emperor. Chapter 34, Qin Feng's self-destruction takes the Thunder Emperor with him, faking death to return to the small realm. Just as the Crimson Emperor had anticipated, Qian Yandao was indeed desperate. After all, Qin Feng was facing an emperor who had defied death and lived through 4 lifetimes. Qian Yandao unleashed his full power, yet could only fight the Crimson Emperor to a standstill, utterly unable to aid Qin Feng. Back to Qin Feng's side. The 9 Yang Heaven Earth cauldron hovered overhead, manifesting boundless cosmic energy. It separated the 5 elements, balanced yin and yang, and held back the Thunder Emperor's attacks. Simultaneously, the primordial heaven measuring ruler struck relentlessly. One stroke anchored heaven and earth, one stroke shattered the cosmos. Defense and offense intertwined, proving even the mighty Thunder Emperor found it troublesome. It must be said that the quality of the supreme Imperial weapon rewarded by the system was exceptional. It withstood countless attacks from a 4th-generation Great Emperor without shattering. Had it not been for the 9 Yang Heaven Earth Cauldron and the quasi-immortal grade Primordial Heaven Measuring Ruler, Qin Feng would likely have perished long ago. Though he intended to feign death to escape, he must first deal with the Thunder Emperor before perishing. Otherwise, relying solely on Qian Yandao, he stood no chance against 2 past emperors alone. As for how to slay the Thunder Emperor, Qin Feng had already devised a plan. Boom! Qin Feng collided with the Thunder Emperor once more. Wielding the Primordial Heaven Measuring Ruler with all his might, he channeled 3 great Dao energies into it, unleashing a ruler-shaped beam of light stretching billions of miles. The void shattered, 10,000 paths roared, and boundless killing intent surged toward the heavens. A single stroke of the ruler severed countless stars and shattered infinite spacetime. Yet the Thunder Emperor knew well the terror of the Primordial Heaven Measuring Ruler. Instantly, the thunder-patterned black gold tripod shot forth, its Dao laws swirling around it. Within the tripod, billions of thunderbolts churned, manifesting boundless great thousand worlds to block the fatal strike. But at that very moment, Qin Feng, holding the 9 Yang Heaven and Earth Cauldron, suddenly charged toward him. The 9 Sun Heaven Earth Cauldron instantly shattered the thunder surrounding him. Endless yin-yang divine fire erupted from within, radiating a terrifying killing intent. "Ha, you think you can use yin-yang divine fire against me? I won't give you that chance." The Thunder Emperor sneered contemptuously. Surging divine power, carrying raging thunder, coalesced into a fist-shaped beam piercing the heavens. It slammed toward Qin Feng, striking directly at the cosmic source, threatening to shatter the entire multiverse. Witnessing this, Qin Feng immediately hurled the 9 Yang Heaven Earth Cauldron from his grasp. The 9 Yang Heaven Earth Cauldron rapidly expanded in midair, channeling the power of heaven and earth to manifest all laws of the world. It descended with boundless divine might, crushing down with overwhelming force. As for himself, he continued to cast teleportation spells, flying toward the Thunder Emperor. Something's off. The Thunder Emperor, after all, was a great emperor who had lived through 4 lifetimes. His combat experience was vast, and he immediately sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late. Just as he attempted to flee, a pair of massive hands emerged from behind him in a dragon locking stance, seizing his limbs and pinning him to the spot. What do you think you're doing? A wave of danger surged instinctively through the Thunder Emperor's mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of thunderbolts that descended upon Qin Feng, obliterating most of his flesh. The saintly blood vaporized, revealing the golden skeleton beneath. Yet Qin Feng remained locked onto him. Just as he wondered what Qin Feng intended, the answer became clear in the next instant. Suddenly, a raging yin-yang divine fire erupted from Qin Feng's body, swiftly spreading across his skin and engulfing the Thunder Emperor, transforming him into a human torch. You bastard! You bastard! The Thunder Emperor's mouth twisted in excruciating agony as both his divine soul and physical body were relentlessly scorched by the yin-yang divine fire. Simultaneously, the life force within him was being relentlessly drained. The Thunder Emperor inwardly cursed his misfortune. If his life force was completely devoured, death would be imminent. This realization sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to immediately harness the power of the Thunder Dao to extinguish the yin-yang divine fire within his body. Yet an even more terrifying thunderous punishment descended upon Qin Feng, seeking to utterly annihilate him. Great perfected holy body, you're nothing but a madman. But do you truly believe this will control me? I shall see whether your bones are harder, or my will is stronger. After initial panic, the Thunder Emperor swiftly regained his composure. Fortunately, he had immediately unleashed the dark turmoil upon his emergence, replenishing vast quantities of vital essence. He possessed ample reserves to endure the prolonged struggle against Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, how long could he endure under the full force of the thunder punishment from the four great emperors? Once Qin Feng faltered, not only could he devour his essence to nourish himself, but he would also seize the world's foremost yin-yang divine flame. As for the whereabouts of the Dao merging flower, he was prepared to strike into the 9 great realms and overturn this entire universe if necessary. He refused to believe he couldn't find it. The 9 great realms. All the beings of myriad races who witnessed this scene through the heavenly manifestation array felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. One could imagine how utterly hopeless and powerless the holy body must feel at this moment. Even giving his all, he could not slay the sovereign. In the end, he could only become the supreme being's sacrificial offering, unable even to leave behind his own corpse after death. The great perfected holy body. Truth be told, for an unconventional cultivator to reach this level, it truly commands my respect. But that is the extent of it. There can only be one victor in this battle, and that is I, the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor roared with maniacal laughter, his tone dripping with scorn. As if you're worthy? The outcome remains undecided. Both you and I are dark horses. Qin Feng smiled, a smile of pure delight. He channeled all his magical power and Dao energy into his dantian. Seeing this, the Thunder Emperor knew exactly what Qin Feng intended to do. Madman! You're a madman! Let me go! I don't want to die yet. The Thunder Emperor panicked, his heart suddenly filled with the terror of death. He began struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. Since this is our first meeting, I don't have much to offer. How about an ultra bomb? Boom! A colossal fireball erupted from the starry sky, its blaze illuminating the heavens and earth. The terrifying heat radiated across billions of miles, reducing countless stars to dust. Under such terrifying heat, the Thunder Emperor could offer no resistance. Both his physical form and divine soul were consumed by the yin-yang divine fire, leaving not a shred of life remaining. The immense shockwaves of the explosion reached Qian Yandao's battlefield. As if sensing something, tears welled up in his eyes and began to fall. This emperor, who had always been unrivaled in his dominance, wept for the first time. He was not alone. Countless beings of myriad races, witnessing this scene through the heavenly manifestation array, wept as well. Countless beings chanted the name of the great perfected holy body, and many even erected eternal monuments in his honor. Not an emperor, yet surpassing an emperor even in death, he had taken down a supreme being. Within the miniature realm, Qin Feng's preemptively sealed contingency plan activated. That single drop of essence blood and a strand of pure qi seemed to suddenly awaken with sentience, swiftly merging into the sliver of divine spirit. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, countless strands of celestial qi swirled rapidly around the divine essence. After an unknown span of time, Qin Feng's figure reappeared still the same man. Only now he felt hollow, his primal essence depleted much like after firing off a dozen shots. However, he understood that nothing comes without a price. When he heard countless beings across the 9 realms and the cosmic wilderness chanting his name, Qin Feng's chest swelled with pride. This fake death had paid off handsomely. Not only had he shaken off the covetous gaze of the Forbidden Zone Supreme Being, but he'd also gained a favorable reputation. A playful thought now surfaced in his mind. If he were to suddenly reappear before the world in the future, he couldn't even imagine the expressions on their faces. Especially if he appeared before Qian Yandao, a man who believed him long dead suddenly resurrected. Would he be scared out of his wits? Chapter 35, Qian Yandao plunges into rage, striking himself at his peak. However, this thought flashed through his mind only for an instant before Qin Feng promptly dismissed it. He had barely escaped by faking his death. Future matters could be dealt with in the future. He had no intention of re-emerging into the world anyway. He would simply remain secluded in his small realm. Back on the battlefield. Feeling the death of his former comrade, Qian Yandao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The chaos bell in his hand pointed directly at the Crimson Emperor. I will make you bury my friend with you. The moment the words left his lips, the heavenly heart mark upon his brow erupted with dazzling divine light, illuminating the entire cosmos. The power of the heavens and earth instantly surged into him, elevating his aura to new heights. But that was not all. Fierce flames instantly engulfed his entire body. His essence, blood, his primordial source, everything within him was burning. He had chosen the same reckless, life-forfeiting fighting style he had used in his previous life. As for whether he would be gravely wounded, Qian Yandao didn't give it a second thought. Qin Feng was dead. If he couldn't avenge him, then he didn't deserve to be the great emperor of this age. Golden battle flames stretched across the heavens. Behind him, a colossal, peerless imperial figure rose from the earth, standing proudly atop the cosmos. Majestic as a god, his eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the stars. He raised his hand to block out the sky. Red Emperor, come fight. Qian Yandao wasted no words, slamming his palm toward the Crimson Emperor. Within it, suns and moons seemed to rise and fall, boundless laws and Dao unfolding in all directions, disrupting the five elements, overturning yin and yang, and turning the heavens upside down. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in the Crimson Emperor's heart. Without hesitation, a colossal golden crow Dharma form emerged from his body, enveloped in the blazing true fire of the sun. The entire starry sky seemed poised to ignite. The golden crow's cry pierced the heavens, its wings sweeping away the boundless solar flames. Like a raging tide, it charged toward the colossal hand. Yet before the flames could touch the giant hand, they were extinguished by the laws and principles within it. The giant hands might remain undiminished, growing even more terrifying as it seized the golden crow Dharma form within its grasp. Within that palm, a separate realm seemed to coalesce. Yin and yang inverted, heaven and earth reversed, sun and moon hung upside down, shattering all worldly laws. The golden crow Dharma form sought escape, yet found no way to flee. Then, Qian Yandao's 5 fingers closed. The ultimate Dao and laws continuously evolved, transforming into terrifying cosmic power that relentlessly crushed down upon the golden crow Dharma form. Rip! The golden crow Dharma form let out a wretched scream, its anguished howl echoing across the starry sky. The true solar flames surged around its body, desperately trying to shatter this confined space. Alas, Qian Yandao would never grant it such a wish. Great Emperor of this age, how dare you! The Crimson Emperor roared furiously, rushing forward to aid his form. If the Dharma form were shattered, he himself would suffer severe backlash. Yet, the words had barely left his lips when the chaos bell suddenly blocked his path. A dazzling divine light erupted, reversing the yin-yang and 5 elements, manifesting the 4 directions of heaven and earth. It trapped the Crimson Emperor in place, unable to move an inch. A sharp crack echoed. Under Qian Yandao's full assault, the golden crow Dharma image couldn't even last 2.5 seconds. Cracks spread across its body like a shattered spiderweb, and it dissolved into scattered points of light. Put! With his Dharma form shattered, the Crimson Emperor himself suffered severe backlash. Blood gushed forth as if it were worthless, his imperial blood staining the starry sky crimson. His aura instantly grew feeble. Yet, it was not over. Qian Yandao took a single step forward, turning the heavens upside down and emptying all paths. In the blink of an eye, he spanned infinite time and space, arriving before him in an instant. No! A palpable sense of crisis surged within the Crimson Emperor's heart. Instinctively, he raised his supreme imperial weapon and thrust it forward. Yet Qian Yandao seemed utterly oblivious, allowing the imperial weapon to pierce his body. Instead, he raised his massive fist, boundless Dao and laws intertwining upon it, all the fist intent in the heavens coalescing into a single strike. With overwhelming force capable of shattering all laws of the universe, the fist slammed into the Crimson Emperor's face. The terrifying shockwave radiated across hundreds of millions of miles, causing endless star rivers to tremble and all surrounding stars to turn to dust. The Crimson Emperor himself was hurled tens of millions of miles away by the terrifying force, crashing through endless void and leaving a long, gouged trench in the void's fabric. Now, half his skull lay shattered, imperial blood staining his entire body crimson. He appeared utterly battered and broken. Chaos Bell, come to me! Qian Yandao activated the Chaos Bell, suspending it above the Crimson Emperor's head. Boundless Dao principles danced about, as the spatial Dao and Imperial Dao manifested from the 9 heavens above. They poured down infinite supreme vital energy, evolving into myriad forms, trapping him firmly in place, unable to move. Immediately, Qian Yandao materialized before him once more. Qian Yandao spoke not a word, merely unleashing a relentless barrage of fists whose blinding radiance shook heaven and earth. A single strike could shatter the cosmos, reverse yin and yang, disrupt the 5 elements, overturn heaven and earth, pierce the very source of the universe, and suppress boundless realms. Facing an emperor of this age enraged beyond measure, reckless and heedless of consequence, the Crimson Emperor had no room for resistance whatsoever. Only the sound of flesh-shattering echoed throughout the heavens and the cosmos. As time passed, the Crimson Emperor's struggles grew weaker and weaker, until all signs of life were extinguished. Yet Qian Yandao seemed oblivious, continuing his relentless assault until the Crimson Emperor's body was utterly obliterated into a crimson mist. Only then did he cease. Afterward, Qian Yandao made his way to the center of the battlefield where Qin Feng had self-detonated, searching for any trace of his friend. Alas, nothing remained. In that moment, Qian Yandao seemed to lose all strength, collapsing into the boundless starry sky as an indescribable emotion spread through him. He seemed to have become a solitary figure once more. As if sensing his despair, the heavens trembled, the laws of the universe disrupted, the sun and moon mourning together. Instantly, all living beings sensed it. Plants and trees resonated, as if infected by the great emperor's sorrow, a profound melancholy welling up inexplicably within their hearts. Time stretched endlessly, yet past in an instant 3,000 years had slipped away. On this day, Qian Yandao rose from the cosmic expanse, a glimmer of clarity returning to his eyes. He cast one final glance at the starry sky, lost in thought. Within the purple star sanctuary, Qian Yandao personally erected a symbolic grave, placed beside his own divine statue, to honor his dear friend. 26,000 years into the great emperor era, Qian Yandao finally seemed to emerge from the grief of losing his friend. On this day, a supreme Dao suddenly manifested above the purple star sanctuary, standing above all celestial and earthly paths. Dreamlike radiance cascaded down, and for a time, various extraordinary phenomena swirled about. Whether in the 9 great realms or the cosmic frontiers, all races and beings instantly sensed the shift in the cosmic order. The Dao of the reigning great emperor exerted an even more intense suppression over all celestial and earthly paths. This signified that the great emperor Gaochen had successfully reversed his fate to live a third life. In an instant, all races and beings were swept into a wave of joy. The stronger the reigning emperor grew, the less the supreme beings dared to stir up dark turmoil, and the more secure their own safety became. Moreover, Emperor Gaochen was known for his magnanimity, bringing an end to the ceaseless warfare throughout the cosmos. Though the great Emperor Gaochen was the ruler of the human race, he never showed undue favoritism toward his own kind. Instead, he allowed all races to develop equally. It could be said that in this era, aside from the impossibility of attaining emperorhood, everything was perfect. Just as all races were lost in beautiful fantasies about the future, an unexpected event occurred. A divine proclamation echoed across the cosmos, catching all utterly unprepared. They never imagined that the reigning great emperor would, at the peak of his power, strike himself down to become the sovereign of the Forbidden Realm. Chapter 36, The Curtain Falls, Darkness and Turmoil Rise Again. All races felt betrayed, unable to comprehend why the current emperor would abandon them, choosing instead to strike himself down at the very peak of his power and fall into the role of the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. In an instant, voices of confusion and rage erupted across the cosmos. Yet these voices were swiftly silenced. Most beings retained their reason, believing the emperor must have had his own reasons for such actions. The Cosmic Frontier. Qian Yandao stood proudly atop the pinnacle of the starry sky, his body interwoven with divine scriptures of the great Dao. The heavenly heart mark was slowly being stripped away. He could even sense a lingering reluctance emanating from the heavenly heart mark. Yet this could not halt Qian Yandao's actions. Soon, a hazy orb of light appeared in the starry sky, sacred and pure. Boundless supreme Dao essence radiated outward like a mythical descent. Yet in the very next moment, the supreme celestial heart shot skyward, vanishing into the void of the cosmos, never to be seen again. Though there was some reluctance, over the long ages, Qian Yandao was not the only one. If you don't cherish it, others will. Simply put, the next one will be better. As the celestial heart imprint peeled away from his body, Qian Yandao's aura plummeted sharply. He transformed from the flawless emperor into the imperfect sovereign, simultaneously losing the enhancement of heaven and earth's power. This couldn't help but make him feel a little uncomfortable. However, this feeling was suppressed after only a moment. At that very moment, a forbidden zone of life suddenly appeared before Qian Yandao, none other than Shodao Mountain, one of the 6 great forbidden zones of life. This sent shockwaves of dread through countless beings. After all, the emergence of a forbidden zone never portended good. Could it be an attempt to exact revenge while the great Emperor Gaochen was in seclusion? This thought flashed through the minds of countless beings. Yet, after waiting for a long time, no supreme being emerged from within. Instead, Qian Yandao stepped straight into it. Soon after, Shodao Mountain, like other forbidden zones of life, vanished into the boundless void, disappearing from the sight of all beings. In a small realm bordering the realm of eternal life. This scene was naturally captured by Qin Feng. He paid it no mind whatsoever, for he had known this outcome all along. Ever since his resurrection that day, he had been steadily restoring his primordial essence, finally bringing it back to a state of perfection. At the same time, this incident served as a stark warning to Qin Feng: never feign death lightly. Even if he could revive, it would take thousands of years to restore the lost essence, and he might even suffer severe Dao injuries. Time raced by, and 5,000 years had passed since Qian Yandao's self-sacrifice and the emergence of Shodao Mountain. After the initial panic, the myriad races plunged back into cultivation. The absence of the great emperor was, in a sense, welcome news to them. The path forward once again opened before all beings. Many factions estimated that in another 5,000 years, the Dao traces of the Emperor of the Coiling Serpent would vanish completely, no longer suppressing the great Dao of heaven and earth. Then, a new golden age would dawn, where all beings would have the chance to attain the Dao and become an emperor who would dominate an era. Within the small realm, Qin Feng remained in seclusion. He had already attained an alternative realm of enlightenment in both the way of water and the way of earth. Only the final way of gold fell slightly short, currently hovering at the peak of the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. He believed that with a few more centuries, the way of gold would also break through. Now, Qin Feng must consider his next path, whether to continue comprehending other Dao or to elevate all five elements Dao to the great emperor realm. Since his successful transformation into a innate being, he sensed the heaven's suppression upon him had greatly diminished, his shackles broken. Though still rejected by heaven's mandate and unable to attain the Dao, advancing his own Dao to the great emperor realm posed no difficulty. The only drawback was that it would require far more time than comprehending a single Dao to the point of alternative enlightenment. I should focus on comprehending more Dao paths first. Qin Feng thought to himself. His decision to pursue multiple Dao paths stemmed from careful consideration. First, the opening of the path to immortality in 10,000 years. Though he knew he might not compete with the rulers of the Forbidden Zones, he couldn't resist the urge to witness it. After all, this was a matter of ascending to immortality. Accumulating experience could only be beneficial. Observing the Taoist practices of other supreme beings might spark insights, allowing him to prepare in advance for the next opening of the immortal path. Moreover, when the immortal path opened, the system would certainly not be absent. It would inevitably issue quests. If the rewards proved exceptionally generous, he would inevitably venture onto the immortal path. If he couldn't make it through, he could always retreat. The main goal was to complete the system's selection and claim the reward. Yet here, another issue arises. That is, the labels on him now are simply too conspicuous. His great perfected holy body, his mastery of the fire, wood, and thunder Dao paths within the five elements Dao, and his possession of an imperial weapon, all these had been laid bare before the world. Those supreme beings, especially the rulers of forbidden zones, weren't fools. They were ancient monsters who had lived for untold millennia. Or rather, none who attained the path to become an emperor were fools. How else could they have risen above countless prodigies? Qin Feng planned to comprehend several new Dao paths, then cultivate them to the level of an emperor or higher, thereby concealing the truth of his feigned death. As for which Dao to comprehend, Qin Feng had long since made up his mind. They were the time law, ranked first in the world, and the space law, ranked second. This book is not set in the primordial chaos era. There is no law of strength. The way of time was the most wondrous of all. No matter how extraordinary one's talent, the power of the ages would ultimately reduce them to a handful of dust. As for the way of space, it too defies the heavens, the mightiest path for one to stand against many. If time is the king riding the wind, then space is the god defying it. The way of space never engages in low-level battles. Some might say, aren't you getting this backwards? To this, Qin Feng can only reply, having cultivated the way of time, where is there any headwind? Try rolling back the clock. Another 1,000 years passed, and the way of gold finally attained an unconventional realm of enlightenment. Without a moment's rest, he plunged back into seclusion. With a single thought, the cosmic laws of his miniature realm surged forth, unleashing boundless cosmic rhythms. Qin Feng was simultaneously seeking to comprehend the great Dao of both time and space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, only 4,000 years remained before the Dao mark of the great Emperor Gaochen vanished. Many factions, divine sons, divine maidens, or prodigies with unique constitutions chose to seal themselves within the divine source, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Age. During this period, all races and creatures continued to flourish, and the world grew ever more prosperous. Yet without the great Emperor's protection, this prosperity was but a fleeting illusion. With less than 80,000 years remaining until the path to immortality opened, it was certain that the cosmos would not remain ordinary. Another century passed, during which all races experienced their most blissful 100 years. On this day, the five great forbidden zones of life, Immortal Mountain, Primordial Ancient Mine, Sea of Reincarnation, Immortal Tomb, and Dao Guarding Mountain seemed to have suddenly coordinated, revealing themselves to the world. From within emerged five supreme beings. Their faces were withered and gaunt, their stench of decay filling the starry sky. Their gazes upon the 9 great realms were filled with nothing but greed and longing. At that moment, the most terrifying dark turmoil in all the heavens erupted. P.S. The earlier settings of this book are not from the primordial chaos era but rather mythological tales, similar to those found in other great emperor novels. Chapter 37, Rebels never lack in times of crisis. The 9 great realms, this ancient continent, has always sat at the very center of the cosmos. Blessed with abundant fortune and favored by the Tao, it is home to countless living beings. Yet today, they stand on the brink of a great purge. The sovereigns of the 5 forbidden realms made no effort to conceal their presence, nor did they deign to hide. In an age when the great emperor does not emerge, it is still these sovereigns of the forbidden zones who hold sway. Who could slay them? And who could slay them? In this era without an emperor, they were invincible beings, needing no extreme ascension to sweep all before them. The 5 great Forbidden Zone sovereigns strolled through the starry skies, step by step, as leisurely as if they were wandering through their own backyard. The ancient life-bearing planets they passed by along the way were scarcely worthy of a second glance. When you're broke, you'll eat whatever you can get, no complaints. Now that I've got money, eating instant noodles again feels like a slight to my dignity. The 5 great Forbidden Realm sovereigns stood proudly above the cosmos, coldly surveying the 9 great realms, striking terror into countless beings. Many beings even cried out to the ancient emperors and sovereigns of yore, hoping they would appear to save the world. Yet these ancient emperors and sovereigns had either been buried in the mists of time or had themselves fallen into the ranks of the Forbidden Realm sovereigns. Their cries were nothing more than the dying delusions of the doomed. Even the great Emperor Gaochen remained deaf to their pleas. Let the 9 realms face their trials, he could not shield them forever. Only through the baptism of blood and tears could future great emperors forge their mettle. Moreover, the path to immortality had yet to open. He could not squander his primordial essence here. As for the 5 sovereigns of the Forbidden Realms, they watched silently from above the starry sky, relishing the ants' panic, despair, and sorrow, the finest seasoning for this dark turmoil. The Gu family, Eternal Life Realm. At that moment, an elderly quasi-emperor raised his head, gazing up at the 6 terrifying figures, his eyes flickering with fear. But when he glanced at the trembling clan members beside him, that fear instantly gave way to resolve. Someone must make the sacrifice. After all, he was already ancient, his vitality drained. How many more years could he possibly live? Rather than fade into obscurity, forgotten by the world, he would fight fiercely to the end. Let the other powers across the 9 realms witness this. The Gu family of Changsheng has no cowards. Gu Yan, 103rd patriarch of the Gu family of Changsheng, challenges the heavens. In the next instant, a pillar of light pierced the heavens from the depths of the Changsheng Gu clan's ancestral domain. The divine blade emerged, its supreme imperial might sweeping across the 8 directions, causing endless mountains and rivers to tremble. This was the Gu family's true foundation, the imperial weapon left by their ancient progenitor. It was this very artifact that had allowed the Gu family to stand proudly atop the immortal realm, cementing their status as a top-tier power. Time flows relentlessly, merciless as ever. Without the nourishment of the great emperor's Dao essence, this divine blade's edge would have long since rusted. Yet it remains an imperial divine weapon of the highest order. Within the Gu family of immortals, countless divine weapons and sacred arms bowed in unison, as if paying homage to an ancient emperor. Gu Yan seized the divine blade in his grasp, unleashing boundless battle intent that pierced the heavens. Its domineering blade aura shook the cosmos to its core. Across the realm of eternal life, countless cultivators sensed this blade intent, dominant, majestic, and scornful of all under heaven. Unconsciously, their gazes turned toward the direction of the Gu family of the Eternal Life clan, their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, they could only utter one phrase: Master, you are truly righteous. Grandpa, can we really not go? Within the Gu family of the Immortal Realm, a young child clung to Gu Yan's legs, tears streaking down his face. Hearing this, Gu Yan merely shook his head slightly. Someone must make the sacrifice. Gu Yan gently pried his grandson's hands away, his palm slowly brushing across the child's forehead. A profound sense of blood ties surged within him, strengthening his resolve. Live well. In the next instant, Gu Yan soared skyward, transforming into a beam of divine light that shot straight into the heavens. Grandpa, you must come back alive. The young grandson shouted with all his might. We bid farewell to the family head. Countless members of the Gu clan knelt in unison, tears the size of beans streaming down their cheeks. Yet they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their loved one went to meet his doom. Gu Yan's act seemed to ignite the fiery spirit of the entire 9 great realms. He was not alone, nor was he isolated. The Purple Star Sanctuary, the Supreme Heaven Sanctuary, the ancient clans, the immortal clans, the undying lineages. Within every power that had ever birthed an emperor, venerable ancestors soared skyward, bearing supreme imperial weapons or imperial Dao array patterns. This day was destined to be etched into ancient annals, known to posterity. Countless divine lights surged from the 9 great realms, carrying the legacy of great emperors into the cosmic expanse. They challenged the heavens, fighting to carve out a sliver of hope for future generations. In this age, no great emperor stood as guardian, yet they themselves became the great emperors. Old Gu, I thought you'd passed away in meditation. A gaunt-faced old man remarked jokingly, clearly acquainted with Gu Yan. Humph. You old fool's still hanging on, so how could I die so quickly? Though it won't be long now. Hearing this, he nodded in tacit understanding, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Gu Yan lowered his gaze to the imperial weapon in his hand. Perhaps this battle would be its last. As a member of an immortal clan, an undying power, he understood all too well the importance of an imperial weapon to his family. Without the deterrent of the imperial weapon, the Gu family would likely soon fall from its position among the top-tier powers. Yet he harbored no regrets. Without the nourishment of the great emperor's Dao essence, how much longer could this divine blade endure? Sooner or later, it too would be consumed by the relentless force of time. If that was the case, why not fight one final, glorious battle? To grant the supreme imperial weapon its last shred of dignity, surely this was what his ancestors would have wished to see. An imperial weapon of the ultimate path was born for battle naturally, it should also die in battle. In the boundless starry void, hundreds of quasi-emperors channeled their full might, 12 imperial weapons humming with power. The overwhelming might of the supreme imperial weapon pressed down upon the cosmos, suppressing the myriad realms, its terror echoing across the 8 corners of the universe. The 5 supreme rulers of the Forbidden Realm stood proudly atop the starry heavens, utterly unaffected by this imperial might. Their gazes upon the scene below were filled with nothing but scorn and contempt. A bunch of dried-up old quasi-emperors, deluding themselves into thinking they can slay an emperor with their broken imperial weapons, utterly laughable. One of the sovereigns from the immortal tombs couldn't help but laugh aloud. As his words fell, the other sovereigns burst into laughter as if witnessing something utterly amusing. Their laughter dripped with contempt, as if mocking the fool's foolishness. With the combined might of the 5 great sovereigns, these decrepit old fools, let alone their mere 12 tattered imperial weapons, could be crushed even if a true great emperor himself stood before them. Yet Gu Yan seemed not to have fully heard them. Though his vital energy had long since waned, his posture remained rigidly upright, his gaze sharp as a blade, showing not a trace of fear. Raising his divine blade high, his words sent shockwaves through the endless starry expanse. We cultivators, what have we to fear from a battle? Today, you shall escort the Supreme to his death. P.S. With 80,000 words verified, the author humbly requests a 5-star review here. Also, dear readers, please do not hoard books. Do not hoard books. Do not hoard books. This truly risks starving the author to death. My previous book had over 40,000 bookmarks, yet only 1,000 daily readers. The income was pitifully low, forcing me to discontinue it. So I earnestly beg you all, please don't hoard books. I'd be truly grateful. Chapter 38, Even former emperors and ancient sovereigns shall perish in the tidal wave of people's war. Summon the sovereign to his death. Hundreds of quasi-emperors roared in unison, their voices thunderous and piercing the heavens, sending shivers through countless beings who heard them. The 9 great realms needed precisely this kind of courage, the audacity to draw swords against the sovereign. In the next instant, hundreds of quasi-emperors channeled their dwindling vital energy. Their Dao, their arts all poured into the 12 imperial weapons, manifesting the pinnacle of Taoist power. Heaven and earth inverted, sun and moon hung upside down, and boundless divine light illuminated the cosmos. Slash! The 12 imperial weapons pointed into the void, defying the natural order, shattering the void. Supreme killing intent surged toward the heavens, vast divine light enveloping the sky, illuminating the entire starry expanse. Yet, facing the full force strike of hundreds of quasi-emperors wielding 12 imperial weapons, the 5 great sovereigns showed no panic. Not even their footsteps faltered. A trace of amusement and derision lingered on their faces, much like witnessing a swarm of ants bearing their fangs at you. Your first impulse wouldn't be to crush them underfoot, but to smile and savor the foolishness of their so-called fervor. Only as the assault neared the 5 supreme ones did one among them finally move. A supreme from the immortal mausoleum merely flicked his finger lightly. Invisible ripples instantly radiated outward from him. Every divine light, every Taoist technique, the moment they touched these ripples vanished into nothingness. This can't be possible. Gu Yan exclaimed in shock. He wasn't alone. Hundreds of quasi-emperors standing amidst the starry sky all sucked in their breath in unison, unable to believe their eyes. One move. Just one move. The sovereign hadn't even exerted his full power. With a mere flick of his finger, he had instantly nullified their attacks. Across the 9 great realms, countless factions and billions of beings witnessed this scene through the heavenly manifestation array, their hearts instantly filled with despair. This was the very foundation of their respective factions. Though their vital energy had long since dried up, they were all genuine peak-tier 9th-rank quasi-emperors. The combined full power strike of hundreds of peak 9th heaven quasi-emperors, bolstered by 12 imperial weapons, was so effortlessly repelled. Back on the battlefield, a wave of despair swept through the crowd. The sovereigns were too powerful, so powerful that their resistance seemed utterly laughable in the eyes of these sovereigns. In this moment, they understood the bitterness of an emperor's heart. It turned out that the opponents the great emperor had faced in the past were so formidable that they could not even muster a shred of resistance. Perhaps death was a welcome release. If there was another life, they only wished to be born into a world without sovereigns. Don't give up. Just as they were about to give up, Gu Yan suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. He knew that at such a moment, someone had to step forward, otherwise, the troops would lose heart. Think of your families, your children, they're watching over you. If we falter, not only will countless beings across the 9 realms perish, but they too will fall in this dark turmoil. We are all men with one foot in the grave, our lives nearing their end. Death is but death. But your children, your loved ones, their lives have only just begun. Would you truly wish to see your children, your families, your kin, all become the blood offerings of these supreme beings? Gu Yan's words rang out with force, his magical power carrying them to every ear. Not only that, the heavenly manifestation array projected these words to every corner of the 9 great realms, stirring countless souls. Amidst the starry expanse, hundreds of quasi-emperors' gazes suddenly sharpened, their boundless battle intent piercing the heavens. In that instant, the fear vanished from their gazes as they looked upon the Supreme Being. Hundreds of quasi-emperors channeled their very lives into their imperial weapons, unleashing their most devastating strikes. Even in death, they would tear a piece of flesh from him. This action proved undeniably effective at the very least. The sovereign no longer appeared so composed. But that was all. The sovereign extended a palm, surging divine power enveloping the Tao itself, transforming into a colossal hand that abruptly descended. It obscured the heavens and blocked out the sun, crushing the vast cosmos beneath its weight. Dozens of quasi-emperors, unable to evade in time, attempted to activate the supreme imperial weapons in their hands to block the strike. Yet how could an ancient, decayed imperial weapon possibly withstand the might of the sovereign? The sovereign's palm struck down, instantly shattering the imperial weapons into countless fragments. Those dozens of quasi-emperors dissolved into a mist of blood, their purest life essence falling into his hands. Such scenes continued to unfold relentlessly, causing countless beings observing through the heavenly manifestation array to clench their fists in horror. Just as the sovereign believed it would not be long before he could quell the resistance and enter the 9 great realms to slaughter indiscriminately, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Countless streaks of light surged upward from the 9 great realms, descending into the starry sky. They were all cultivators at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. Their vital energy surged, clearly indicating their youth. Originally, they possessed sufficient potential to ascend to the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Yet, when faced with a matter of great principle, they chose to abandon that path. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If the Supreme Being invaded the 9 great realms, what good would even the most unique talent in 10,000 ages do? Since death was inevitable, why not choose to die with glory? With a sharp pop, clumps of primordial essence were seized in their hands, their Dao fruits. Though they were merely quasi-emperors, mere ants compared to the sovereign, they possessed their own dignity and refused to become part of the sovereign. Guided by their master, countless quasi-emperor Dao fruits merged into the 8 remaining imperial weapons. They sought to harness the life force within, to borrow their Dao and their laws, to breathe new life into the imperial weapons. But it didn't stop there. More and more quasi-emperors soared up from the 9 great realms, their cultivation levels steadily decreasing. 7th tier quasi-emperors, 6th tier quasi-emperors, 5th tier quasi-emperors. Great saints, saint kings, saints, and even dragon-transformed cultivators appeared. Some were clan leaders, some were high-ranking officials governing divine realms, while others were merely ordinary wandering cultivators. Yet today, they all shared one identity: formidable warriors. Countless cultivators erected a 1,000,000 Zhang high defensive line before the 9 great realms. 1,000,000 cultivators acted in unison, extracting their Dao fruits or fusing their vital energy, primordial essence, every last bit of themselves into human-sized elixirs. These were hurled into the 8 imperial weapons nearby. Whenever one fell, another quickly took their place. Their thinking was simple: if hundreds couldn't stand against the sovereign, what about 10,000, 100,000, or even a billion? The power of the masses is boundless. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Even the supreme sovereigns, those former great emperors and ancient kings, would perish in the vast ocean of people's war. As the Dao fruits and primordial essences of quasi-emperors, great saints, sage kings, and countless other beings poured into the imperial weapons, boundless Dao rhythms surged forth. 8 supreme Dao rhythms pierced the heavens, causing 10,000 milestar rivers to tremble and all realms to resonate. Terrifying imperial might swept across all realms, as if the great emperors of old had returned to rule the world, even more powerful than before. Chapter 39, Gu Yan completely grasped the Tao of life and death. Between life and death, an unconventional path to enlightenment. Part 1. Damn it! How dare you! That is our primordial essence. The 5 supreme rulers of the Forbidden Zones finally erupted in fury as their primordial essence was devoured by the 8 imperial weapons. These were the very essence of their life force. The 5 sovereigns unleashed their full might, condensing terrifying divine abilities and Taoist arts within their palms as they struck at the 8 imperial weapons. Yet the 8 imperial weapons, reborn with renewed vitality, were no pushovers. The imperial weapons possessed sentience. They could not betray the sacrifices of countless cultivators. The terrifying might of the ultimate Dao erupted like a tidal wave, completely dissipating the divine arts and Taoist techniques of the 5 sovereigns. But it wasn't over yet. The 8 supreme imperial weapons suddenly blazed with even more dazzling divine light, radiating across the cosmos like 8 blazing suns. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, 8 towering figures emerged from within the imperial weapons. Each was peerless, radiating boundless imperial might. Their brows bore unyielding arrogance, and with a single gesture, infinite Dao and laws seemed to surge forth, transcending all time and causality. This was the Dao of all beings, the Dharma of all beings. Within each supreme imperial weapon, the imprint of an emperor was etched. The divine weapons possessed sentience. Borrowing the Tao and laws of all beings through the traces of the great emperor within them, they briefly projected the illusory forms of their former masters across the heavens to slay the formidable foes of the present age. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, the five supreme beings merely felt a flicker of surprise, paying it little heed. After all, it was merely a fleeting shadow, not the true form descending. Without the emperor's physical form or soul, how much of the emperor's mighty power could they possibly wield? But alas, these sovereigns underestimated the resolve of the 9 great realms. Ancestors, possess us. The 8 quasi-emperors unleashed their consciousness seas, screaming with all their might toward the 8 illusory figures among them, Guyan. These 8 quasi-emperors were their respective descendants, carrying the same blood as their ancestors. By possessing them, they could gain access to greater peak power while simultaneously extending their time and existence. A flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of the 8 former great emperors. The power of an emperor was far beyond what a single quasi-emperor could bear. They would surely die. Yet when they saw the resolute determination in their descendants' eyes, understanding dawned instantly. On the other side, the 5 sovereigns were no pushovers. They quickly grasped the situation. The situation was unfolding in ways that were increasingly beyond expectations. If they were allowed to merge into one, it would undoubtedly become a massive variable. At any cost, they might be able to eliminate a few of them, a scenario they dreaded most, for no one could predict the outcome. Without hesitation, the 5 Forbidden Zone sovereigns resolved to hold nothing back. They pushed their ascension to the absolute limit, charging forward to halt this unfolding crisis. But the 8 extreme path Imperial weapons were faster. They formed a distorted triangle, trapping the 5 sovereigns at its center and preventing them from advancing a single step. Damn it! The 5 sovereigns unleashed their combined might simultaneously. Their immortal power swept across the void, unleashing terrifying divine laws that spread throughout the starry sky. Yin and Yang inverted, the cosmos shattered, and dazzling divine light illuminated all realms. Yet these imperial weapons, having been baptized by the Tao and laws of all sentient beings, had long since regained their former peak strength, even transcending further through metamorphosis and sublimation. How could these sovereigns hope to drive them back so easily? The 9 great realms. The immortal Shi clan, the eternal Gu clan, the primordial Wang clan. When the elders of these imperial clans witnessed their patriarchs' actions, they knew exactly what lay ahead. Fellow elders, while our patriarchs battle the supreme beings across the starry skies, we cannot remain idle. We are but old bones anyway. Rather than perishing like this, let us sacrifice these frail bodies and offer our meager strength for the 9 great realms. One elder spoke first. Well said. I've lived for thousands of years, I've lived long enough. Many elders echoed his words. As the words fell, they each transformed into a pure essence of blood, merging into their respective patriarchs' bodies. This enhanced their bloodline power, enabling the ancient emperor ancestors to unleash even greater might. In that moment, past and present united all to slay the emerged sovereign and restore peace to the cosmos. 8 peerless figures joined forces, each wielding their ultimate imperial weapons, charging headlong against the 5 ascended sovereigns. A terrifying imperial battle erupted. Divine light blazed brilliantly, Tao laws scattered wildly, and supreme imperial might swept across the heavens and earth, obliterating stars in all directions. With every clash, a void fissure stretching billions of miles tore across the starry sky, spewing forth endless streams of water, fire, and wind. Fortunately, this battle erupted within the boundless cosmos. Had it occurred within the 9 great realms, the instant of combat would have shattered mountains and rivers across billions of miles, extinguishing countless lives. Worse still, it could shatter the 9 great realms themselves. Boom! Not long after the imperial battle erupted, the illusory form of an emperor fell. Numerous cracks shattered across its imperial weapon, its imperial aura dissipating. The spirit within was forcibly extinguished, reduced to a broken artifact plummeting through the starry void. However, the supreme being's situation was no better. One arm had been cleanly severed, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of imperial blood, his vital energy chaotic and unstable. Witnessing this, they swiftly split off another emperor's phantom to engage him in battle, determined to slay him within this starry expanse and avenge the countless fallen souls. On Guyan's side, he stood alone against a supreme being from the primordial ancient mind, the divine emperor of creation, whose true form was a towering Jang Mu tree. The creation divine emperor might lack formidable offensive techniques, but he was incredibly resilient and the most troublesome opponent. Guyan wielded his divine blade, his eyes swirling with the dual hues of yin and yang. The power of life and death clung to the blade's edge as he delivered successive strikes to the creation divine emperor's chest. Yet the opponent shrugged it off as if nothing happened, countering with a spear thrust that pierced Guyan's chest. Moreover, the wounds on the sovereign of creation would heal in no time, leaving his combat prowess completely unaffected. As long as his source essence remained intact, the Jang Mu's terrifying regenerative power could restore him to peak condition in an instant, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. The divine emperor of creation thrust his spear once more, this time aiming directly for Guyan's head. A terrifying killing intent pierced the heavens. As the spear thrust forward, all celestial laws were obliterated, and the entire universe trembled. The great emperor's phantom within Gu Yan's body roused with frenzied alarm, triggering an instinctive sense of impending doom within him. Perhaps because Gu Yan's ancestral lineage stretched too far back in time, the reflected emperor's shadow possessed only rudimentary sentience. Gu Yan could rely mostly on his battle instincts honed over years of combat. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, sacrificing an arm to narrowly evade the fatal strike. Yet the divine emperor of creation clearly had no intention of sparing him. Strike while the iron is hot. He understood this principle well. He could never afford to give his enemy even a moment's respite. For mercy shown to the enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. The divine emperor of creation thrust his spear forward again. A frenzied spear intent pierced the heavens, shattering the void and causing the endless starry rivers to tremble. Gu Yan instinctively raised his blade to block. A tremendous recoil force surged through the blade into his hand, causing deep cracks to appear on his arm as imperial blood spattered across the starry sky. Seizing this opening, the divine emperor of creation unleashed a thunderous palm strike, its rolling momentum crashing toward Gu Yan like a tidal wave. A gaping hole instantly blasted through Gu Yan's chest, shattering his heart. Blood spilled forth as if it were worthless. As his injuries grew worse, Gu Yan felt his vision blurring. Exhaustion and drowsiness overwhelmed him. Could this really be the end? P.S. Seeking gifts, seeking 5-star reviews, seeking updates. In short, I want it all. Chapter 40, Gu Yan's ultimate realization of the way of life and death. Between life and death, an unconventional path to enlightenment. Part 2. Gu Yan murmured silently, yet a lingering regret remained in his heart. He wasn't a true emperor, and achieving this much was already remarkable. He could only console himself this way, yet the ache in his heart remained unsoothed. With great effort, Gu Yan turned his head to cast one final glance upon the 9 realms he had guarded. A lifetime of memories flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Gu Yan understood that this time, when he closed his eyes, he might never wake again. Yet, he had truly pushed himself to the absolute limit of what he could achieve. "Grandfather, you must come back alive." Just as Gu Yan was about to close his eyes, his grandson's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Gu Yan snapped his eyes open, his gaze piercing through layers of time and space to the Gu family compound. At that moment, nearly all the adults in the Gu household had perished, leaving only a group of children staring intently at the sky. The gazes of past and future began to converge, focusing on the present. In the next instant, a resolute determination flashed through the minds of several older children. They stretched out their hands, and clusters of vital essence surged forth from their bodies, transforming into the purest form of power that drifted slowly toward the cosmic expanse. This force was called hope. As if influenced by them, more and more children repeated their actions, willingly sacrificing their own futures to aid the ancient ancestor in rebirth. Clusters of vital essence rose from the Gu family of the immortal realm, staining the heavens crimson. Across the realm of longevity, countless beings witnessed this scene, their hearts inexplicably filled with sorrow. A clan they had never crossed paths with stood up for the greater good of the world, protecting all living beings. How could this not inspire awe? The Gu family of Changsheng, no weaklings among them. Every one of them was a true man. The entire family's bloodline, all their hopes, rested upon Gu Yan. A single tear rolled down Gu Yan's cheek. His throat felt constricted, and no words would come. "Ancestor, live on with our hopes. Do not grieve, do not weep. We are not dead, we have merely become a part of your body." Countless voices echoed within Gu Yan's mind, the collective will of the entire clan resounding to convey a single message. They were not dead, they merely existed in another form. A sudden clarity dawned within Gu Yan's heart. His eyes seemed to witness stars fading and all things reborn, as an inexplicable aura of the Dao radiated outward from him. Whether it was the entire Gu family of Changsheng sacrificing themselves or Gu Yan plunging into a state of enlightenment, everything unfolded too swiftly. This stirred an instinctive unease within the divine emperor of creation. Without hesitation, he swung the supreme imperial weapon in his hand. The Dao laws of creation intertwined, unleashing boundless light. The divine punishment of order obliterated everything in its path. A grim killing intent enveloped the entire starry sky as he lunged toward Gu Yan, who was immersed in his enlightenment. The divine emperor of creation sought to swiftly end Gu Yan, eliminating all variables. Yet, he was still a step too late. A dazzling sea of lotus flowers blossomed outward from Gu Yan's center, spreading rapidly. The shadowy form of the yellow springs stretched across the sky, blocking all order and rules from entering. The divine emperor of creation felt a tremendous counterforce surge back through his spear, halting its advance completely. Life's succession mirrors the seasonal cycles, the withering of plants, the fading of stars, all mere appearances. Death is not the end, but existence in another form. I understand. I understand. In the next instant, Gu Yan's eyes snapped open. The Tao of life and death surged within them, the left eye embodying life, the right embodying death. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from his body surged layer upon layer, propelling him beyond the realm of quasi-emperor and into an alternate path of enlightenment. Creator Divine Emperor, come and die. Gu Yan's right eye blazed with light, and the aura of death instantly enveloped him. No! The very thing the Divine Emperor of Creation feared most had come to pass. He instinctively raised his Imperial weapon to block. Yet a sliver of deathly black light still clung to his arm. Like maggots burrowing into bone, it refused to be shaken off no matter how he tried, forcing him to summon the power of the Dao within to suppress it. Moreover, once touched by this black light, all life force within the body would be drained. This effect bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng's yin-yang divine fire. However, the way of life and death, influenced by the master's power, could not yet channel the absorbed vitality back to the user. Thus, the yin-yang divine fire remains superior in comparison. The Divine Emperor of Creation felt a surge of dread. This Dao power was too strange it could actually devour life force, making it the ultimate counter to supreme beings, especially one like him, a being of plant and animal origin. Suppressing the life-death force with the force of creation was like pouring oil onto a fire. To extinguish it, one must douse it with copious amounts of oil, not merely splash water, otherwise, it would only fuel the flames. With the Imperial weapon in his grasp and the Emperor's phantom within him boosting his combat prowess, he possessed the capability to fight to the death. Unconsciously, the Divine Emperor of Creation shifted his gaze toward the other supreme beings. At their core, they were merely a coalition of mutual interests. Once those interests clashed, the group would inevitably disintegrate. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. The Divine Emperor of Creation made his decision. He would lure Gu Yan into the fray of the other supreme beings and slip away unnoticed. Taking advantage of the four supreme beings' fierce battle, he would plunder several star domains along the way. Once he gathered enough vital essence, he would finally return to the primordial ancient mind to continue his seclusion. Even if all the supreme beings were ultimately slain, so what? The Divine Emperor of Creation refused to believe they would dare enter the Forbidden Zone. Without the blessings of the great Emperor of this age and the support of the Myriad Dao of heaven and earth, how could they possibly withstand the Dao rules within the Forbidden Zone? Their final fate would likely be to become his meal. Behind Gu Yan, an illusory sea of lotus flowers bloomed in dazzling splendor, each blossom radiating an eerie, murderous intent. Above his head, the shadowy abyss loomed, while the divine blade in his hand blazed with light, the way of life and death fused to its edge. With an ultimate strike, petals of the otherworldly flower showered the sky, and the surging abyss flowed eastward, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality. The Divine Emperor of Creation instinctively sensed danger, his senses straining outward, yet he could find not a single flaw. Yet he remained utterly unflustered, turning instead toward his predetermined target and fleeing. As for who this fortunate one was? None other than the sovereign from the immortal mausoleum, the timeless Calamity Emperor. He was also the strongest supreme being present, wielding the Time Dao with unfathomable power. His command over the flow of time and the passage of years had the two great emperors' illusory forms pinned down, unable to raise their heads. Gu Yan watched the Divine Emperor of Creation dash toward the other battlefield, instinctively assuming he intended to join forces with the great Emperor of Time and Calamity. Without hesitation, he manipulated his attacks to pursue, determined that the blood of his Gu clan kin would not be shed in vain. Today, he would strike down the Divine Emperor of Creation from the starry sky. P.S. Please urge me to update. Please give 5-star reviews. Please leave comments. Thank you to all my dear readers for the gifts. Chapter 41, Oh? Who says I can't kill you? Emperor Shijia watched the Divine Emperor of Creation flee toward him. Without a second thought, he instinctively helped dispel the attacks closing in from behind, then casually unleashed a dazzling beam of divine light that slammed into Gu Yan. After all, they were now part of the same group. Little did he know, while Emperor Time Calamity was in perfect sync with him, the Divine Emperor of Creation was playing mind games. He had already taken advantage of the moment to make his escape. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yan, Emperor Shiji, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined the Divine Emperor of Creation would simply flee like this. What happened to your dignity and integrity as a former emperor? Gu Yan's eyes blazed crimson. He had anticipated a thrilling, decisive battle to slay the Divine Emperor of Creation and send his head flying across the cosmos, avenging the annihilation of the Qingshengu clan. But he just ran away. But the one seething with rage was actually the Time Calamity Emperor. He'd been helping others count their profits right up until the moment he was betrayed. The benefits all went to him, while I'm left cleaning up the mess. The Divine Emperor of Creation's escape skills were clearly honed through practice. In just a fleeting instant, he had vanished billions of miles away, completely distancing himself from this battlefield. Gu Yan wanted to pursue, but glancing at the two great emperors' illusory forms struggling desperately to hold on, his sense of duty ultimately overrode his personal grudge. Should the illusory forms of the two great emperors be annihilated, this imperial war would become a foregone conclusion. All sacrifices made before the 9 great realms will be in vain. With this thought, Gu Yan immediately gripped his divine blade and unleashed a series of earth-shattering slashes toward the Time Calamity Emperor. Simultaneously, the vision behind him unfolded once more, the way of life and death suppressing all paths of heaven and earth. The sea of lotus flowers surged, while the waters of the underworld hung high in the heavens, cascading down like a dazzling silver dragon. I never imagined that besides fully comprehending the way of life and death, you've also grasped the realm of imagery. No wonder you can manifest such visions. The Emperor of Time and Calamity praised him. After all, unlike the 9 sacred bodies or certain divine bodies that possessed innate imagery, Gu Yan had truly attained his through sheer willpower and insight. This alone was enough to earn the respect of the great Emperor of Time and Calamity. Yet, it was merely a moment of high regard. To slay me, this alone is insufficient. As the Emperor of Time and Calamity finished speaking, a resplendent river stretched across the apex of the starry sky, towering above all beings. Its silvery white waters surged ceaselessly, and with each ebb and flow, all attacks were blocked and held at bay. Time remains the most enigmatic force in existence, transcending life and death, transcending reincarnation. No matter how brilliant or extraordinary one may be, none can escape the decay of the ages. Ultimately, all shall return to a handful of dust. Even he, who had grasped the way of time, had only reversed his life for 3 lifetimes. He too could not escape this destiny. Yet, as an emperor who had reversed his life for 3 lifetimes, he possessed considerable power. Through the way of time, he controlled a small tributary of the river of time. Even so, he stood above the world, oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth. Gu Yan refused to bow to fate. His domineering blade intent pierced the heavens, the way of life and death fully revealed, crushing the cosmos beneath his might. Boundless Dao principles suffused the void, disrupting the balance of yin and yang, shattering the 5 elements and the cosmic order. Within his eyes, infinite divine light swirled. One thought brought life, another death. Terrifying radiance illuminated the heavens, causing endless star rivers to tremble and countless millions of stars to shatter. The other 2 great emperors exchanged a glance, each summoning their imperial weapons to unleash their ultimate strike. The might of the supreme Dao swept across billions of miles of starry sky, resonating across all heavens. Ah, truly laughable. It seems you still fail to grasp the chasm between our powers. Very well. Let me show you my true power. The Time Calamity Emperor spoke with contempt, his heart brimming with confidence and arrogance. Standing atop the river of time, he merely took a slight step backward, offering no resistance whatsoever. Yet when the attack struck him, the Emperor of Time and Calamity remained utterly unscathed. Not even a speck of dust touched his robes. This is impossible. Gu Yan exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but the other 2 great emperors' illusory forms also wore expressions of utter bewilderment. To this, the Emperor of Time and Calamity merely smiled faintly. All things in this world are illusory, fleeting as smoke and clouds. Only my Dao endures eternally. Behind me lies the past, before me the future, and where I stand is the present. How could your attacks possibly harm the past version of me? As the Emperor of Time's words fell, solemnity settled upon all 3 faces. Damn it, no wonder he boasts of towering above the world. This is practically invincibility. Even more transcendent than Gu Yan's way of life and death. Still unwilling to concede, the trio unleashed a barrage of lethal strikes. The waters of the yellow springs descended like a crushing weight, while the demonically beautiful sea of lotus flowers bloomed with unnatural brilliance. A chilling aura instantly filled the starry sky. Yet, nothing changed. The Emperor of Time's Calamity retreated once more. The waves of the river of time surged, churning up countless tidal waves that obliterated everything before finally settling into stillness. Yet not every battlefield was so hopeless. While Gu Yan and his 2 companions clashed with the Time Calamity Emperor, the other Emperor illusions had already slain the other 2 supreme beings. As a result, another Emperor's phantom fell, and 2 more Imperial weapons shattered. Finally, the 6 great Emperor illusions formed a pincer movement, surrounding the great Emperor of Time and Calamity in the center, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Witnessing this, Emperor Time Crisis laughed a laugh that was wildly arrogant. How laughable! I am the master of the river of time. Past and future are in my grasp. Who could kill me? Who could possibly kill me? Even as endless ages pass, and all things decay and wither, I shall remain eternal and immortal, everlasting through the ages. At these words, they fell silent, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Yet they remained powerless against him. Instead, they were wounded by the Emperor of Time's supreme imperial weapon. If they couldn't find the key to breaking this stalemate, the 9 great realms and their countless beings would face peril. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. It belonged to the founder of the Taiqian Holy Land, who had attained imperial status in the late ancient era through his mastery of the primordial 8 trigrams. Throughout his life, he had subdued forbidden realms and suppressed dark upheavals, earning the revered title of Qian Yuan Emperor. Even if you command the river of time, you cannot be invincible. If you were truly invincible, truly eternal, why would you sever yourself to become the sovereign of the forbidden zone? You could have lived freely and eternally within the past. The great Emperor Qian Yuan retorted, as 8 trigrams array patterns emerged around his body, emanating an inexplicable aura. If I'm not mistaken, you can only manipulate your own time. The reason we cannot harm you is simply because you return to the past with every breath, then, through your connection to the river of time, transform the past into the present, thereby evading all damage. But this time is irreversible. It must be draining your very essence, causing your aura to grow weaker with each passing second. As soon as the great Emperor Qian Yuan finished speaking, they saw a fleeting flicker of panic cross the face of the great Emperor Shiji. Though he quickly concealed it, the assembled emperors were too perceptive to miss such a subtle shift. Unconsciously, all present were filled with confidence. So what if you've discovered my weakness? How long can you possibly last in your current state? A year? A decade? A century? The great Emperor of Time and Calamity sneered. Even if your descendants pool all their bloodline power together, they will never be themselves. They are merely similar flowers. The true self perished long ago in the past. Then, his tone shifted abruptly. If my guess is correct, your current state can last no longer than a month. After that, you will vanish. I need not even win. I merely need to delay until your illusory forms vanish. Then, what right would a mere misfit who attained enlightenment have to stand in my way? The Time Calamity Emperor laughed with confidence. Just as his smugness peaked, the great Emperor of Primordial Energy spoke again, causing the smile on the great Emperor of Time's face to freeze. Oh? Who says I can't kill you? Chapter 42, The Dark Turmoil Subsides, the Next Golden Age Dawns. Hearing this, the others turned their curious gazes toward him, eager to hear what brilliant strategy might be proposed. Since he treads the river of time, able to perpetually retrace his steps, remember this, our true selves perished long ago. We are but illusions summoned by the masses. In other words, we are the past. To utterly slay the Time Calamity Emperor, we must wield the power of the past to strike down the past. The Qian Yuan Emperor declared with confidence. Hearing this, the panic in the Time Calamity Emperor's eyes could no longer be concealed. He wanted to flee, but how could he possibly escape their layered encirclement alone? They were certain Emperor Time Calamity did not belong to the primordial era. Even Emperor Qian Yuan, who attained enlightenment at the tail end of the ancient era, had never heard of him. Yet his imperial title was Emperor of Time and Calamity, not Ancient Emperor or Divine Emperor. This allowed them to deduce that Emperor Shiji had attained his imperial status during the late primordial era. Only then did the concept of an emperor exist in the world, a title that had persisted to the present day. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Gu Yan, or more precisely, to the faint image of an emperor within his body. Among those present, only the Gu family's ancient ancestor had attained the Dao earliest. So long ago that the Gu family's history had a gap, knowing only that an emperor had been born among their ancestors, yet forgetting his imperial title. So long ago that the faint shadow summoned by the collective Dao possessed only a rudimentary consciousness. They had considered the worst-case scenario, the Gu family patriarch attained enlightenment before the great emperor of the Time Calamity. But so what? They must not forget that Gu Yan had now stepped onto an alternative path to enlightenment, the way of life and death, capable of devouring the vital essence of supreme beings. Combined with their respective imperial weapons, they possess sufficient power to slay the Time Calamity Emperor from that era. Young one, your ancestor possesses only rudimentary spiritual awareness. This battle rests upon you. We shall infuse the last remnants of our laws and Dao into your being, shattering the bonds of time so you may tread the river of time itself. During this time, remember not to activate your own path of life and death. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. As the great Emperor Qian Yuan finished speaking, his ethereal form slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth. Instantly, a primordial Bagua diagram materialized behind Gu Yan. This was his supreme imperial weapon, the vessel containing all his laws and Dao. Simultaneously, the other great emperor's illusions dissipated, transforming into specks of light that merged into their respective supreme imperial weapons. As for their descendants, the heads of the great imperial families, they proactively dissolved into the cosmic void after their imperial ancestors' illusions departed. Unlike Gu Yan, they could not tread the path of an alternative realm of enlightenment between life and death. How could the bodies of quasi-emperors sustain the immense power of an emperor for long? The sole reason they had endured this long without perishing was sheer determination, the determination to protect all sentient beings. To now voluntarily dissolve into the Dao was, in its own way, a dignified release. Old Gu, I entrust the 9 great realms to you. The withered old man who had spoken first entrusted them. I will. Gu Yan clenched his fists, boundless laws and Dao swirling around him. His left hand gripped the divine blade, his right held the 3-foot-long green peak sword. He stood atop the swift windwheel, his waist encircled by the heaven and earth lock, while the starry bead and the great wilderness prison tower rested atop his head, as if capable of suppressing all things. Gu Yan's eyes blazed with divine light, the primordial Bagua diagram radiating behind him. All laws of the world could be pierced with a single glance, his gaze fixed upon a single point in time. In the next instant, his arms surged forward, unleashing 2 blazing streaks, one a blade's edge, the other a sword's light, each stretching for billions of miles. The starry sky trembled violently, the heavens and earth turned upside down, and the river of time suddenly became chaotic, torn open by a gaping breach. Gu Yan dared not hesitate. With a single stride, 10,000 currents surged beneath his feet as he instantly stood upon the river of time, his cold gaze fixed upon the Time Calamity Emperor upstream. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Time Calamity stomped his foot. Instantly, the river of time erupted into chaos, churning up waves tens of thousands of feet high. The torrential river water descended like divine punishment, corroding everything in its path with the decay of time. Yet, just as the river threatened to engulf Gu Yan, the 6 supreme imperial weapons on his body suddenly blazed with boundless divine light. Various Dao and laws intertwined ceaselessly, manifesting the ultimate perfection of the world, repelling all traces of time. At that moment, a voice echoed within Gu Yan's mind. End this swiftly. Our power cannot hold much longer. Hearing this, he dared not hesitate. His internal energy surged, propelling the 8 supreme imperial weapons as he charged toward the Time Calamity Emperor. Gu Yan's arms swung relentlessly, the divine might of the supreme god shaking the river of time. The domineering true intent shattered all existence. Blade Chi surged, Sword Chi formed a rainbow, transforming into a roaring crimson dragon of Blade Chi and a silver dragon of Sword Chi. The Emperor of Time and Calamity instinctively raised his supreme imperial weapon to block, drawing upon boundless temporal power to fortify himself. All myriad laws are but illusions. Let the seasons turn, let all things cycle, I shall endure eternally. Yet in the very next instant, a chain shot forth from nowhere. Heaven and earth inverted, yin and yang separated, and within the cyclical flow of the 5 elements, infinite chains of divine order materialized, sealing the great Emperor of Time Calamity's entire body of magical power. Simultaneously, the stellar orb gathered the power of the 8 directions stars. Within it, an endless sea of stars seemed to ebb and flow, pinning the Emperor of Time and Calamity to the spot. Even time itself faltered for an instant. Seizing this opening, the Crimson Dragon of Blade Energy and the Silver Dragon of Sword Energy roared in, tearing the Time Calamity Emperor's arms clean off. But it wasn't over yet. The great wilderness prison sky tower descended with crushing force, shattering half his body. Beneath his feet, a primordial Bagua diagram materialized without warning. Qian Heaven formed the apex, Quan Earth the foundation, Li Fire, and Can Water the walls. The primordial Bagua formation abruptly materialized, enveloping the Time Calamity Emperor within. Within the formation, the 8 trigrams swirled, manifesting boundless 5 elements power to suppress all directions. Li Fire scorched souls, Can Water corroded bones, and 9 heavens thunderstorms crashed down from the sky, shattering the 10 directions of heaven and earth. The Time Calamity Emperor died. Yet, while the Emperor of Time and Calamity perished at this moment, his counterpart in a more distant time remained alive. Yet he was not invincible. For he could only manipulate his own time, and the river of time he commanded was but a tributary. Simply put, the span of a person's life is fixed. The source of this river of time began with the Emperor of Time Calamity's birth, and its endpoint lies in his death. Moreover, time reversal exacted a price. It consumed his primordial essence. Severely wounded, the Time Calamity Emperor retreated steadily backward through the river of time, his aura growing increasingly feeble. Wait, perhaps we can talk. We don't have to fight to the death. Faced with the threat of death, the Time Calamity Emperor panicked. Dignity and principles paled in comparison to the sheer will to survive. Yet, faced with the Emperor of Time's capitulation, Gu Yan remained utterly indifferent. He channeled every ounce of his Dao and techniques into the ancestral specter within his body, prolonging its existence. The Emperor of Time and Calamity retreated further through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st generations until he neared the very source of his own time. Simultaneously, the power of the Gu family ancestors' phantom grew weaker and weaker, gradually becoming more ethereal, a sign that he was about to dissipate. Everything must come to an end. Grasping the divine blade, Gu Yan channeled the last remnants of his ancestors' power into its blade. If this still failed to slay him, then he would have no choice but to draw upon his own power to slowly erode the Emperor's very essence. With a thunderous roar, an unparalleled blade shadow descended from the heavens. Its divine might was overwhelming, its dominance peerless. The blade struck the Time Calamity Emperor's body, piercing through past and present, severing everything in its path. Terrifying ripples spread across hundreds of millions of miles, causing the river of time to boil violently. Towering waves surged upward, and a torrential river of water cascaded down, resembling the Milky Way crashing into the mortal realm. Gu Yan reacted swiftly, channeling the power of his life-death Dao. The very next second, as the tidal wave crashed down, he burst out of the river of time and returned to the present age. Of the 5 sovereigns, 4 had fallen. Only the divine Emperor of creation remained, fleeing to the cosmic wilderness. After slaughtering several star domains, he returned to the immortal mausoleum. Though displeased, he could only reluctantly abandon the notion of pursuing them into the forbidden zone. There was no other choice. The 9 great realms could not withstand further losses. Should he perish within the forbidden zone, the entire cosmos would become a playground for the sovereigns. Thus, the dark turmoil subsided. Gu Yan, acting as the Emperor's representative, surveyed the heavens, and peace returned to the cosmos. Subsequently, Gu Yan established a sacred sanctuary known as the Primordial Wilderness Sanctuary, drawing countless cultivators to join its ranks. As time passed, the myriad races finally recovered. Countless powerful beings emerged like spring bamboo shoots, and the cosmos once again flourished with prosperity. Another 3,000 years passed. On this day, a sudden crack echoed from the 9 heavens, reverberating throughout the entire universe. Laws trembled, and myriad paths roared. All creatures sensed the disturbance and looked up toward the heavens. There, the Dao mark of the great Emperor Gaochen manifested from the heavens, only to shatter instantly into a shower of light that rained down upon the world. Across the cosmos, countless beings cheered in celebration. All signs pointed to the arrival of the next golden age. Chapter 43, Qin Feng fulfills his ancient pledge. Within the realm of Changsheng, in a small pocket dimension, Qin Feng opened his eyes in confusion, startled awake by the commotion between heaven and earth, unsure of what had transpired. For years, he had devoted himself entirely to comprehending the two great Dao of time and space. It felt like solving Olympiad math problems from his past life, only far more challenging, demanding not a moment's slack. Qin Feng sent a thread of his divine consciousness to roam the heavens and earth, instantly comprehending everything that had transpired in the past and present. Surprisingly, upon learning that Qian Yandao had severed himself not long ago, and that the dark turmoil had erupted, Qin Feng's face showed no emotion whatsoever. Perhaps it was his deep understanding of the laws of time. To him, all living beings were merely transient passers-by in the flow of time. Moreover, as an immortal who had lived far too long, he had witnessed too much. His heart had grown as serene as that of a venerable elder, and few things in the world could stir his emotions anymore. Moreover, Qian Yandao had sealed himself away. It could be said that neither the 9 great realms nor the cosmic wilderness held anyone who truly mattered to him anymore. From the moment he forged his own path to enlightenment, all the way through their joint resolution of the final dark upheaval, Qin Feng's true motivation had never been to protect all living beings. He was no emperor, such responsibility and duty did not weigh upon his shoulders. Helping was a matter of loyalty, not helping was his right. Whether driven by the system's choice or his own heart, his true motivation had always been Qian Yandao, his loyal brother, never the common people. After a long while, Qin Feng snapped out of his reverie. Now that the suppression of Qian Yandao's Dao had dissipated and the path ahead was open, it meant that beings across all realms could finally attain the Dao and become emperors. And for him, the time had come to fulfill his promise to Qian Yandao. Qin Feng imbued a strand of divine consciousness into a small blade of grass. Though seemingly insignificant, this blade of grass had been transformed into a forbidden zone under the influence of the 9 heavens' fertile soil and the Dao essence of the chaos green lotus. Infinite Dao essence permeated the air, and supreme laws manifested within. Even a single blade of grass dwelling within would be a treasure worthy of an emperor if placed outside. In mere moments, the blade of grass transformed into Qin Feng's likeness, radiating a vast and formidable aura. Peak 9th heaven of the near emperor realm, that will suffice. Qin Feng had initially considered elevating him to an alternative path to enlightenment, but upon reflection, he decided against it. The dark turmoil 4 millennia ago had nearly wiped out all quasi-emperor level experts across the 9 great realms. How many new quasi-emperors could emerge in the time since? After all, attaining that status required mastering one's own laws and Dao, a challenge that had defeated countless aspirants. It could be said that reaching the peak of the 9th heaven of the near emperor realm was already sufficient to walk tall across the entire cosmos. Moreover, Qin Feng was being cautious. Elevating his avatar to the realm of an alternative path to enlightenment carried the risk of exposure if he ever lost control and intervened. Though this risk was minuscule after all, the Supreme One slumbered within forbidden realms, and those who had ever witnessed his Dao had long perished in the river of time. But what if the unthinkable happened? Qin Feng casually forged a quasi-emperor weapon using yin-yang divine fire, then plucked the Dao unifying flower that had blossomed atop the chaos green lotus. After entrusting these items to his clone, Qin Feng directed him toward the purple star sacred land. Millennia have passed, and the world endured a brutal dark age of turmoil. I wonder if the purple plum sacred land still exists. Qin Feng murmured, his pace suddenly quickening. Red Dust Realm, Purple Plum Sacred Land. Author forgot which realm the purple star sacred land was in. In days past, when the Thousand Words Dao attained the status of Great Emperor, the gates of the Purple Star Sacred Land were literally filled with kneeling beings seeking to join its ranks. Like a colossal dragon, the line stretched 10,000 li from the sacred site's mountain gates. Now, with the Great Emperor Gaochen absent, only the supreme imperial weapon, the Purple Star Mystic Jade Sword, remains as its foundation. The place has grown considerably quieter. Many beings have chosen to join the primordial ancient sanctuary founded by Gu Yan. This was understandable. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm, aspiring toward the powerful, these were human instincts, beyond questions of right or wrong. After all, everyone desired a broader platform. Qin Feng concealed his aura within the void, moving unnoticed and disturbing no one. He found the small realm where Qian Yandao once cultivated with practiced ease, then drew a wooden token from his robe. The miniature realm seemed to recognize the familiar aura, automatically opening a gap. Stepping inside, Qin Feng immediately spotted the enormous divine source at the center, crystal clear and towering as a small mountain. Jang Mu lay still within it. So this is my disciple's nephew. Though he falls slightly short of me, he's still quite handsome. There's even a unique aura of invincibility in his brow. Qin Feng remarked approvingly, though he did not rouse Jang Mu just yet. Though the suppression of the Thousand Words Dao had been lifted, it was still not the optimal moment for enlightenment. It was like trying to seize the moment. One couldn't force it immediately, it required time to brew. Qin Feng estimated that the true golden age was still about 300 years away. That would be the day Jang Mu would emerge, competing with the prodigies of all races to vie for the imperial throne of this era. Qin Feng used a secret technique to send the Dao merging flower through layer upon layer of divine energy into Jang Mu's hands, fulfilling the promise he had made to Qian Yandao long ago. Afterward, he prepared to depart, confident that Qian Yandao had surely instructed the people within the sacred land to awaken Jang Mu when the time came. This matter required no further concern from him. But just then, the long silence system suddenly spoke. Ding! Detected Jang Mu, apprentice of the host's friend. Issuing a system quest. Please make your choice. Option 1, be a man of your word. Wait 300 years within the microcosm, then awaken Jang Mu and reveal your identity. Reward, a great emperor-level true dragon corpse. Option 2, await Jang Mu's awakening. After revealing your identity, take him as a disciple and cultivate him into an emperor. Reward, 1 strand of primordial chi, which can enhance your innate talent and lineage. Option 3, depart quietly, concealing your deeds and fame. Return to the small realm for seclusion. Reward, 1 strand of immortal chi. Collecting 6 strands allows an emperor-grade weapon to transform into a quasi-immortal artifact. 9 strands enable it to evolve into a full immortal artifact. Hearing this, Qin Feng halted abruptly, his gaze lingering between option 2 and option 3 as he wrestled with the decision. Both rewards were exceptionally appealing, making the choice exceedingly difficult. Then, Qin Feng made a decision that defied his ancestors. Since it was so hard to choose, he'd leave the decision to the esteemed readers watching the screen. P.S. Dear readers, feel free to participate and choose the sequel you'd like to see. Chapter 44, The Golden Age Begins, Battlefield of 10,000 Clans. Ultimately, Qin Feng chose the third path, to conceal his achievements and fame. As Qin Feng made his choice, the system rewards automatically arrived. Without hesitation, he channeled the divine energy into the primordial heaven measuring ruler. The power of ascended immortals swirled around the ruler's peak, rendering it even more mystical. Then, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of light and departed the purple star sacred land. However, he did not choose to return to his small realm. Now that he was the second strongest being in the world, he intended to leverage his power to thoroughly plunder resources. Thus, numerous secret realms, ancestral treasures, and even the treasuries of powerful factions suffered greatly. Like a swarm of locusts passing through, he left nothing behind, not even the soil beneath. For a time, the 9 great realms were filled with cries of despair. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 10,000 rays of light illuminated the heavens, while spiritual springs gushed forth across the cosmos, accompanied by the resounding cries of dragons and phoenixes. The transformations unfolding between heaven and earth were swiftly detected by countless factions. They knew, the true golden age had arrived. The age without an emperor was drawing to a close. Purple Plum Sacred Land. Following instructions, the sacred lord Yan Wushuang journeyed to the miniature realm to awaken the disciple of the former emperor Gaochen. His heart was filled with excitement. If Jang Mu could attain enlightenment, the Purple Star Sanctuary would effectively become a realm with 3 emperors. Then, the Purple Star Sanctuary would once again radiate its awe-inspiring glory, ascending to the pinnacle of the world's most powerful forces. Yan Wushuang placed a jade seal upon the divine source, within which lay a fragment of energy sealed by the great Emperor Gaochen before his self-sacrifice. Soon, the divine source, massive as a mountain, seemed to sense something. It shattered into fragments, revealing Jang Mu, who had been sealed within. Master! Jang Mu's eyes snapped open. Gazing at the jade seal before him, his mind instantly conjured his master's image. Yan Wushuang, the 61st Holy Sovereign of the Purple Star Sanctuary, pays respects to your excellency. Yan Wushuang dared not show the slightest disrespect, immediately bowing deeply in salute. Jang Mu paid Yan Wushuang no immediate attention, his focus shifting to the crystalline flower in his hand. Within it, Dao principles were densely woven, its entire form shrouded in chaotic divine light, emanating an aura of the great Dao that towered above all living beings. Jang Mu had already begun to suspect this might be the flower of union with the Dao that his master had sought from his master's master. He carefully stored the flower of union within his consciousness. Yan Wushuang naturally observed Jang Mu's actions. In truth, he had long noticed the flower of union in Jang Mu's hand. After all, he wasn't blind. As the sovereign of a sacred land with near emperor cultivation, he possessed the discernment to recognize this object's extraordinary nature at a glance. Yet he dared not speak of it, nor dare ask. Even a fool could tell this was undoubtedly an opportunity left by the great Emperor Gaochen for his disciple. What transpired today must never be mentioned to anyone. Otherwise, death. Jang Mu made no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. Holding a branch of the undying divine herb, he had to be cautious to the extreme. Your Highness's command is obeyed. Yan Wushuang was a quick learner and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Without delay, he set up a barrier within his own consciousness. Should anyone attempt to probe these memories, his soul would self-destruct instantly, safeguarding this secret completely until Jang Mu attained the path of the Emperor. Seeing this, Jang Mu nodded, satisfied with Yan Wuxuan's actions. Placing the interests of the sacred land above life and death, no wonder he was worthy of serving as this generation's sacred sovereign. Wuxuan, what year is it now? Jang Mu inquired without delay. Reporting to your majesty, 300 years have passed since the Dao mark of the great Emperor Gochen vanished. The Golden Age has dawned, and prodigies, sacred sons, and divine maidens from all races have been awakened. They roam the world, seeking to attain the Dao in this era. Yan Wuxuan promptly relayed the intelligence he had gathered. He informed Jang Mu of the prodigies who might pose a threat to him in this era. The third prince of the True Dragon clan, Ao Bing, the Imperial son of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian, and the Holy Son of the Azura clan, Luo Sha. Seems like this era will be quite lively. Jang Mu sighed, then turned his gaze inward. After nearly 10,000 years of trials, his cultivation had vanished entirely. Yet he felt no concern. Though his cultivation was gone, the experience from his previous life remained. His worldly insights and flawless Dao heart endured, giving him confidence he could attain enlightenment in the shortest time. Yet his ambitions reached far beyond that. He aimed not only to attain enlightenment swiftly but also to push every realm to its absolute limit, forging his combat prowess to its utmost potential. Jang Mu burst onto the scene, displaying peerless talent. Within a month, he broke through the sea of suffering. In 3 months, he opened the fountain of life. By 6 months, he built the divine bridge, and in 10 months, he reached the other shore. Not only did he demonstrate unparalleled talent, but he also cultivated each realm to its ultimate limit, laying a solid foundation for the Dao. Under the deliberate hype orchestrated by the Purple Star Sacred Land, when the prodigies of myriad races learned that Jang Mu had reached the Beyond Realm in merely a year and a half, astonishment spread across their faces. Their first reaction was disbelief. Surely this was false information deliberately leaked by the Ziwei Holy Land to sow confusion and disrupt their Dao-hearted resolve. Regardless of the truth, upon hearing this news, many powerful figures sighed in unison, realizing that this upcoming battlefield of 10,000 clans would be no ordinary affair. The so-called battlefield of 10,000 tribes was a method proposed by Gu Yanyu to screen the prodigies of various races. Held once every 100 years within an ancient secret realm, it pitted the elite of all races against each other in fierce competition. The victor would be crowned the strongest prodigy of the age. At this pivotal moment as the Golden Age dawns, whoever triumphs in the battlefield of 10,000 clans, the last one standing, will virtually secure the imperial throne of this era. Meanwhile, in the Four Seas realm. As its name suggests, the Four Seas realm encompasses 4 boundless oceans, the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, with the central divine land nestled within their embrace. This realm belongs to the myriad aquatic clans, governed by the True Dragon clan. Each true dragon descends from the essence of the Dragon Emperor, whose blood crystallized into their form countless millennia ago. Their lineage has endured through generations, producing several great emperors among their ancestors. Similar lineages include the Phoenix clan and the Qian clan, collectively known as the 3 ancient clans. However, later on, some calamities seemed to befall the Qian clan, causing the purity of their bloodline to plummet. Each generation grew weaker than the last, gradually becoming the disgrace of the 3 primordial clans. The Dragon Emperor serves as the supreme leader of the True Dragon clan, a position held by the most powerful member of the clan. He commands the entire Four Seas realm. Under the Dragon Emperor's authority, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings are established to assist in governing the 4 seas. Within the True Dragon clan, a vast imperial palace stood. A youth clad in blue and white mystic robes sat cross-legged within a great cauldron. Inside simmered a precious body forging elixir brewed from countless divine herbs. Countless divine sources were piled around him, stacked as high as small mountains. With each breath the youth took, the divine sources around him transformed into swirling masses of pure spiritual energy, surging into his body. The spiritual energy liquefied, gradually forming a violent storm of spiritual energy. The youth stood at the very center of this tempest, unmoved as countless spiritual energies washed over him. This youth was none other than Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the True Dragon clan, born of the Dragon Emperor of this age and a human saintess, his veins coursing with half-human blood. On the day Ao Bing's birth, a hazy sanctuary slowly unfolded above the 4 seas. Auspicious colors swirled, divine might pierced the heavens, and the echoes of the Dao's profound sounds reverberated as if ancient deities were chanting primordial scriptures. Countless powerful beings recognized this extraordinary phenomenon without hesitation. It was the divine king physique, one of the 9 sacred physiques, whose might rivaled that of the heavenly sovereign physique. Possessing the God King physique meant that even if one failed to ascend to emperorhood in the future, the perfected God King physique alone would grant access to an alternative path to enlightenment, allowing one to tower above all other heroes under heaven. Just as Ao Bing absorbed the pure spiritual energy within the divine source, a sudden message echoed in his ears, halting the spiritual energy storm abruptly. Ao Bing abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. A disciple of the great Emperor Gaochen? Interesting. I wonder how you'll fare on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. P.S. The author glanced at the comments sections of other immortality novels and noticed everyone complaining about underpowered protagonists. Either the main character is described as exceptionally gifted, yet after 10,000 years still hasn't mastered a single Dao. Rest assured, this book won't hold back on combat power. The protagonist's talent is undeniably strong. Just look at Yi Haizi achieving enlightenment in a unique way over 1,000 years. However, mastering certain difficult Dao paths like the 10 supreme Dao paths or acquiring more Dao paths later on will inevitably take longer. It's like studying just biology, that's easy. But if you also have to tackle language, math, English, physics, geography, chemistry, it gets incredibly tough. The author spent over a decade just scratching the surface. Chapter 45, Alliance of 10,000 Clans Prodigies, Breakthrough in Time and Space Dao leads to unconventional enlightenment. 50 years remain until the next 100-year battlefield of the 10,000 clans. Only cultivators who have attained the level of a sage and possess a bone age below 200 years are eligible to participate. It was foreseeable that this battlefield of 10,000 clans would be exceptionally fierce. Life and death were irrelevant. The sole purpose was to clear obstacles from one's path to imperial rule. Nearly every prodigy was striving to elevate their cultivation. In the 5th year, Jang Mu defeated every prodigy from both the Divine Clan and the Spirit Clan. It must be noted that both these clans had produced great emperors in their ancestral lineages, their strength undeniable. Yet even they proved no match for Jang Mu. By this year, Jang Mu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th extreme realm's 10th heaven, known as the ultimate realm. Next lay the 9 transformations of Dragon Ascension, the ultimate leap to achieve sainthood, crystallizing his own path fruit of sainthood. As long as the Dao fruit endures, the sage remains immortal. As Jang Mu consecutively challenged the prodigies of both the Divine Clan and the Spirit Clan, his name began to reverberate across the 9 great realms. Simultaneously, Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the true Dragon Clan, manifested the Divine King's sanctuary in the mortal realm. He slaughtered gods who stood in his way and Buddhas who dared to oppose him. Even at the first level of dragon transformation, he wielded the Divine King's sanctuary to fiercely resist the attack of a Saint King. Ultimately, he held out until the great sage of his clan arrived, who then uprooted the Sage King and his entire faction. His physical form was turned into sustenance for the true Dragon Clan, while his divine soul was cast into the 9 netherworlds inferno to be scorched for 1,000 years, a punishment proclaimed to all heavens as a warning. From that moment onward, every prodigy venturing forth must be accompanied by a great sage-level guardian to protect them from unforeseen calamities. Beyond this, there was Kong Xian, the imperial son of the Phoenix clan. Rumor held him to be the direct offspring of the primordial emperor, sealed away since the ancient era. From birth, Kong Xian possessed an innate divine power. 5-colored divine light radiated across the heavens and earth, forming a self-contained world within him. All weapons, Taoist arts, and divine abilities could be absorbed into this realm, making it utterly formidable. The emergence of such an ancient prodigy clearly revealed the Phoenix clan's intense desire for the imperial throne in this era. Finally, there is the Azura clan's divine son, Rakshasa. Legend holds he was born from a blood cocoon, nurtured by heaven and earth, harboring a shocking secret art that allows him to absorb the killing energy of the cosmos for his own use, rendering him immensely powerful. At the peak of his cultivation 4 extremes, 9 layers, he slaughtered hundreds of millions of beings on an ancient life-bearing star, transforming them into an endless sea of blood to nourish himself. This is the Azura clan's path of cultivation. The more blood, the more slaughter, the faster the cultivation advances, and the greater the power becomes. It is likely the only race among all the clans that does not wish for anyone to ascend to the emperor level. Nourishing themselves with the blood of living beings, slaughtering entire stars at the slightest provocation, they surpass even the most supreme beings. Should the Rakshasa attain emperorhood, the entire cosmos would surely know no peace. Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Rakshasa, these 4 were known as the 4 heavenly kings. They stand like 4 towering mountains, blocking the path before all others, crushing them beneath their weight until they can scarcely breathe. The divine sons and goddesses of every race, no matter how extraordinary their talents or how peerless their brilliance, would lose their luster in their presence, reduced to the most ordinary of beings. To be born in this era was their misfortune, robbing them of the confidence to vie for this world's imperial mandate. Unavoidably, they all began to worry about the upcoming battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Finally, someone spoke up. If one cannot defeat them alone, why not join forces? The 4 heavenly kings may be formidable, but they are only 4. We, however, number 10,000. Initially, many prodigies voiced opposition. As prodigies, they possessed their own pride and refused to bully the weak or exploit their strength. At its core, it felt like betraying their own conscience. Yet upon hearing this, the other prodigies laughed. Conscience and dignity, what were they compared to becoming an emperor? The world only cares who ascends to the throne. It couldn't care less about the methods used to attain enlightenment. Even if you resort to underhanded tactics or dirty tricks, as long as you ultimately attain enlightenment, the great scholars will defend your teachings. In the end, they agreed. Subsequently, the prodigies of myriad races made a solemn pact. They would unite to uproot the 4 towering mountains before them, shatter them completely, and ensure they never had the slightest chance of rising again. Afterward, they would compete fairly, each relying on their own abilities to vie for the imperial mandate of this era. Within the realm of eternal life, a microcosm, Qin Feng was in seclusion, his body enveloped by the energies of time and space. 2 supreme Dao paths manifested within the microcosm, radiating boundless Dao essence. Vast divine radiance illuminated everything, as if supreme deities had descended upon the mortal realm. Simultaneously, 2 shattering sounds of restraints breaking echoed from within Qin Feng's body, signifying that the Dao paths of time and space had successively entered an alternative realm of enlightenment. It took 10,000 years to finally comprehend them to the realm of alternative enlightenment. Not easy at all. Qin Feng sighed, yet it was all worth it. Now mastering the supreme Dao paths of time and space, he had grown immensely stronger. Excluding the primordial heaven measuring ruler, the 9 yang heaven earth cauldron, and the yin yang divine fire, his combat prowess could already rival that of a 4th-generation great emperor. If all his treasures were factored in, his combat prowess could reach the peak of a 4th-generation great emperor. It could be said that had the Thunder Emperor not perished, he alone could have taken on 3 Thunder Emperors. Thunder Emperor, I'm not a unit of measurement. Subsequently, Qin Feng communicated with heaven and earth through his divine consciousness, seeking to uncover the major events unfolding between heaven and earth. He soon learned of the plans being hatched by the prodigies of the myriad races. This struck him as rather amusing. At the end of the day, they still couldn't let go of their obsession with becoming emperors. Interesting. Seems these youngsters are getting more and more creative. Qin Feng could tell that this time, the prodigies of the myriad races were determined to strike hard. Those who could participate in the battlefield of 10,000 clans were undoubtedly the brightest stars within their respective races. With these luminaries joining forces, Jang Mu and his group were in for a rough ride. Unless, of course, Jang Mu and his group chose to unite as well. My young disciple, I wonder how you will respond. Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Purple Star Holy Land. He was certain the Purple Star Sanctuary and the other 3 great kings had also received the news. Unconsciously, Qin Feng found himself growing more eager to witness the outcome of this imperial mandate's inheritance. Would mortals ultimately slay the gods, or would the celestial deities continue to maintain their invincibility? Truly impossible to predict. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected the alliance of 10,000 clans interference in this era's imperial mandate succession. System task issued. Host, please make a choice. Option 1, join the 10,000 clans faction, suppress the 4 heavenly kings, and claim first place in the 10,000 clans battlefield. Reward, 1 strand of immortal chi. Option 2, join the 4 heavenly kings faction, suppress the 10,000 clans prodigies, reward, 1 strand of primordial chi. Option 3, continue seclusion to comprehend the Tao of time and space, remaining detached from worldly affairs. Reward, 1 supreme imperial weapon slaughtering thunder spear. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng fell into deep contemplation once more. Option 3 was immediately dismissed. Treasures valued quality over quantity. The primordial heaven measuring ruler and the 9 yang heaven earth cauldron were already sufficient. There was no need for another. His gaze immediately focused on choices 1 and 2. Put plainly, one path would elevate him to divine prominence, while the other would relegate him to a supporting role to the 4 heavenly kings. As for which to choose, the answer had long been clear in his heart. P.S. Why no 5-star reviews? I really want one. Why no free gifts from reader daddies? Am I just not worthy? Feeling down, man. Please send gifts, please give 5-star reviews, please urge updates. We're almost at 100,000 words. Please, dear readers, don't hoard this book. Finishing the 100,000 word milestone is truly crucial. Chapter 46, Qin Feng's Choice, the battlefield of 10,000 clans opens. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng chose the first option. It wasn't that Qin Feng wanted to show off, he merely sought to give these juniors a small jolt of awe, which would aid them in their quest for the imperial mandate. As he made his choice, the system rewards were automatically dispersed. Needless to say, this divine energy was undoubtedly channeled into the primordial heaven measuring ruler. Its aura grew even more dazzling, with the power of flying immortals coiling around its blade, as if it were about to undergo a complete transformation into a true immortal artifact. Qin Feng imbued a strand of divine consciousness into a swordgrass, transforming it into a clone. He then infused a portion of the time law into the clone. Of course, since they were still juniors, their cultivation couldn't be too high, near emperor level would suffice to avoid shattering their Dao hearts. As for age? 18 it is. Don't ask. The answer is, men are forever 18, and no arguments will be accepted. Now, only one question remained before Qin Feng: how to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races. After pondering, he conjured a divine rune and handed it to his clone. Imbued with spatial laws, it could silently open a breach in the primordial secret realm, allowing entry. Afterward, Qin Feng guided his clone toward the direction of the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Meanwhile, at the Purple Star Sanctuary, Yan Wushuang rushed frantically into a grand hall. Your Excellency, it's bad news. Our spies report that the prodigies of all races are planning to unite against you and your followers. Oh? Is that so? How interesting. Jang Mu responded calmly, seemingly unfazed. It appeared all the races were desperate to seize this generation's imperial mandate. But it couldn't be blamed on them. Who could blame them when this generation's prodigies were so monstrously talented? Jang Mu and his group were like 4 towering mountains crushing them, leaving them gasping for breath. Only by uniting could they find a glimmer of hope. Your Excellency, shall I visit the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Azura Clan bearing gifts in the name of the Purple Star Sacred Land? Since they can unite, we too can collaborate with the 3 clans. First, let us clear the obstacles from the path to the throne. Yan Wushuang offered his proposal. After all, the Myriad clans had acted unjustly first. Both in reason and principle, they stood on the side of righteousness. There was nothing wrong with this course of action. Upon hearing this, Jang Mu shook his head. It is unnecessary. But Your Excellency. Yan Wushuang tried to intercede once more. After all, those who could participate in the battlefield of 10,000 clans were the brightest stars within their respective races. Whether in innate talent or combat prowess, they represented the absolute pinnacle of their generation. And there were 10,000 such individuals. Even if the 4 were exceptionally skilled, possessing combat prowess that defied the world, human strength had its limits. Moreover, this battlefield of 10,000 clans revolved around the Imperial mandate. No one would hold back. Every strike would be aimed at taking their opponent's life. If they were to succeed in slaying a god, it would surely be the greatest regret of this era. Yet before Yan Wushuang could finish, Jang Mu cut him off. Enough, Wushuang. My mind is made up. An emperor is the mightiest being of his age, dominant, formidable, and fearless. He trusts neither heaven nor earth, only himself. If a mere 10,000 men could make me feel fear, then I might as well withdraw from the Imperial Path contest altogether. In the next instant, boundless battle intent surged from Jang Mu's body. I am destined to become the great emperor of this age. What can a mere 10,000 elite warriors of the races possibly do to me? The True Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Azura Clan all received the news. Yet they remained utterly composed. Why? Because no matter how brilliant these prodigies may be, they remain merely prodigies. They, however, are prodigious geniuses. Moreover, as Jang Mu had stated, if they were to cower merely because the prodigies of myriad races had united, what right would they have to claim the title of Great Emperor? Time flowed like a shuttle, and the opening of the battlefield of 10,000 clans drew ever closer. In the blink of an eye, only 10 years remained. Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Luo Sha had long since undergone the 9 transformations of Dragon Ascension. Each had grasped their own Dao laws, condensed the Dao Fruit of Sages, and attained the status of sages. Among the myriad races, few prodigies could match their pace. In these final 10 years, the 4 emerged from seclusion, traversing the lands of all races in search of worthy opponents to battle, showcasing their peerless prowess. Ordinary prodigies couldn't last 3 moves against them, while slightly stronger opponents couldn't endure 10 moves before falling. Across the world, no worthy opponent remained among the younger generation. They had become peerless. Gradually, they grew dissatisfied with the younger generation and began seeking out ancient masters who had attained sainthood long ago. The outcome, naturally, was always in their favor. Over the course of 10 years, the 4 did engage in battles, with Jang Mu proving the most unstoppable. Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Luo Cha were evenly matched in strength, their battles ending in stalemate. As the saying goes, adversaries become friends through battle. Slowly, the 4 transformed from enemies into companions. They ventured into ancient tombs, explored secret realms, and obtained immortal legacies. Gradually, their bond deepened, mirroring the once close friendship between Qin Feng and Qian Yandao. Before long, a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Red Dust Realm, at the ancient sacred ground. At this moment, the prodigies of all races gathered here. Before them stood a colossal gateway, forged entirely from divine metal. It radiated a hazy halo, sacred and profound. Pushing through this gateway would transport them to the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. From the heavens above, a figure suddenly descended, standing proudly in the void. This figure was none other than Gu Yan. Millennia had passed, and his face bore the weight of time. Greetings, Sovereign. All present bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with reverence as they gazed upon Gu Yan. When the 9 great realms plunged into calamity, he was the first to step forward, igniting the courage of all 9 realms. Ultimately, he personally ended the dark turmoil, allowing the Forbidden Zone to witness the indomitable spirit of the 9 great realms. Rise, all of you. Gu Yan waved his hand lightly. And a gentle surge of magical energy lifted everyone to their feet. You prodigies, I am not one for idle talk. Whether dragon or dragon-like serpent, the proof lies within. With that, Gu Yan raised his hand once more. Power surged within him, enveloping every prodigy in waves of life and death energy. This battlefield of 10,000 clans is exceptionally unique. Each of you carries the hopes of an entire race upon your shoulders. Even if none of you ultimately ascend to emperorhood, you will still become quasi-emperor level powerhouses in the future. Naturally, I do not wish to see any of you perish within. Gu Yan's gaze rested upon these prodigies, as if looking upon his own descendants, his eyes brimming with affection. This force of life and death is the talisman I bestow upon you. Should you face a fatal attack, it will forcibly reverse the tide of life and death, transporting you away from the battlefield of 10,000 races. Gu Yan spoke, offering them a reassuring assurance. Then, under Gu Yan's command, the gate forged from divine metal slowly opened, revealing a corner of the battlefield of 10,000 tribes to the world. Everywhere lay severed limbs and skeletal remains. Black earth stretched for countless miles, while boundless rivers of blood churned, staining the horizon crimson. Fellow warriors, may you return safely. P.S. Reached 100,000 words. The author begs for gifts. Chapter 47, The 10,000 Clans Elite Assault the Four Heavenly Kings. The heavenly prodigies of all races hesitated not a moment, resolutely stepping onto the battlefield. The only disappointment was that Gu Yan had placed a life and death force barrier around each of them, preventing them from killing Jang Mu and his three companions on the battlefield of the myriad races. All were transported to a vast expanse of black earth, littered with skeletal remains and the blood left behind by prodigies of a bygone era. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the heavenly prodigies of the 10,000 clans entered the battlefield, the great formation within the primordial secret realm activated automatically. Resonating with the formation within the ancient sacred land, it projected the scenes from the primordial secret realm onto the celestial screen. Across the vast expanse of black-red earth, the alliance of 10,000 clans and the four heavenly kings stood facing each other, neither side daring to strike first. But in the next instant, the prodigies of the myriad races moved, charging toward the four in a wedge formation. Their strategy was straightforward: if they couldn't eliminate the four heavenly kings, they would drive them out of the battlefield and severely dent their morale. As for potential retaliation from the four clans afterward, they held no such concerns. Ever since the True Dragon clan had purged the faction plotting against the Third Prince, an unspoken rule had taken hold among the major powers across the 9 great realms and even the 8 desolate regions of the cosmos. The affairs of the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. All old farts must keep their hands off, or else they'll face reckoning from other factions. Within the battlefield of 10,000 clans, divine abilities erupted across the land, violent killing intent piercing the heavens. In the blink of an eye, countless deadly strikes descended, overwhelming auras sweeping everything before them, shattering mountains and rivers. Come on then. Far from showing fear, Jang Mu and his 3 companions wore expressions of pure excitement. Their battle chi surged skyward, their divine auras surging in vast, shaking the heavens and earth. Every divine technique, Daoist art, and sacred weapon was repelled. Outside, the powerful observers from the 10,000 clans were all shaken. A Saint King at the 9th Heavenly Realm? How is that possible? To become a Saint King in a mere century, and a Saint King of the 9th Heaven at that, what kind of innate talent was this? In contrast, the alliance of 10,000 races boasted numbers but lacked depth. Their highest-ranked cultivator barely reached the 5th heaven of the Sage King realm, with most still stagnating at the 9th heaven stage. Once one reaches the realm of a saint, each subsequent tier of cultivation brings an exponential increase in combat power. And what of the Saint King, who stands above even the saints? The gap in cultivation was simply too vast. Numbers were no longer the decisive factor in victory. It seems these youngsters are destined to lose this time. The old guard sighed in unison. Nearly all the powerful figures held little hope for the alliance of 10,000 clans. The gap was simply too vast. In fact, if not for the need to cultivate each realm to its ultimate limit, countless powerhouses suspected these 4 might break through to Great Sage immediately. Back on the battlefield, all the prodigies stared blankly at the figures of the 4, their minds going completely blank. No way, this is terrifying. We thought achieving the level of a Saint King within a century was already beyond extraordinary, but it turns out that was merely the qualification to even see them. It was like this: you're a student at a county high school, excelling academically, consistently ranking first year after year, renowned across several counties. Within your district, no one's talent or achievements could match yours, earning you an invitation to study at the city's top high school. But upon entering, you discover that your prideful self is merely the bottom of the class. The world is never short of geniuses, but genius is merely the threshold to meet them. All the prodigies watched Jang Mu and his 3 companions standing unscathed and defiant in the void, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up within them. Their divine abilities, Taoist arts, and sacred weapons couldn't even scratch the hem of their robes. How could they possibly win this battle? But Jang Mu and his companions couldn't care less about your thoughts. After unleashing countless divine abilities, Taoist arts, and sacred weapons earlier, it was now their turn to act. Jang Mu flickered his long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that tore through the void and cleaved the heavens. Each blade of energy carried an extreme sharpness. Countless prodigies had no time to dodge, and nearly half of them perished instantly. Had Gu Yan not forcibly reversed the life and death energies lingering on them at the critical moment, using them to pull them away from the battlefield of the myriad races, they would have perished today. Damn it, Brother Jang. You didn't even warn me you were going to strike. You snatched all my prey. Ao Bing grumbled, yet his hands never stopped moving. A divine king sanctuary slowly unfolded in the void, enveloping countless prodigies within. Mountains, rivers, forests, and stars, every element was present, each radiating immense killing intent. Within, ancient divine incantations seemed to chant, poised to annihilate any intruder. Meanwhile, Kong Xin and Luo Cha dared not fall behind in the slightest. Five-colored divine light painted the heavens, sweeping away all enemies in the world. His killing Dharma body stood proudly amidst the heavens and earth, enveloped in dense, murderous aura, like a peerless demon god emerging from the Azura hells. The remaining prodigies could offer no resistance, their eyes filled with terror and resentment. Yet this did not soften Kong Xin and Luo Cha's resolve. They hurled the remaining prodigies out of the 10,000 clans battlefield. This scene sent shockwaves through the hearts of the powerful observers outside. They had anticipated the alliance of 10,000 clans might lose, but never imagined the defeat would come so swiftly. In the next instant, the four figures transformed into streaks of light, scattering to the four corners of the world. The matter of the 10,000 clans alliance was settled, but their own affairs were far from over. Though they were friends, this did not prevent the four from determining who was the strongest. The primordial sacred land. Qin Feng concealed himself within the void, the divine patterns on his palm faintly glowing, enabling him to evade the perception of Gu Yan, that unconventional Taoist cultivator. He watched the scene unfolding upon the celestial canopy. The entire alliance of 10,000 clans appeared like a bunch of clowns, all driven out of the 10,000 clans battlefield. In an instant, they had become mere backdrops for Jang Mu and his companions. After this battle, Jang Mu and his three companions would undoubtedly become truly renowned throughout the world. Today's events were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, passed down through the ages. Yet ascending to emperorhood required more than mere strength, it demanded an unwavering Dao heart. Those with an unyielding Dao heart would succeed in anything they undertook. Jang Mu and his three companions had advanced without a shred of pressure, becoming synonymous with invincibility itself. Though Jang Mu was the strongest among them, this was merely a sparring match. In a life or death contest, the outcome between any of the four would be truly unpredictable. To temper their Taoist resolve and teach them the lesson that beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. Qin Feng could only grit his teeth and step forward to personally end their myth, and it certainly wasn't because he wanted to show off. Ah, young ones, I do not wish to bully the weak. Do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame the system. It is the system that commands me to act thus. Qin Feng vehemently condemned the system. Then, with a sudden slash forward, the divine patterns in his palm erupted with dazzling light, tearing open the space before him. By the time he regained his senses, he had already arrived at the very center of the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Who are you? Qin Feng's sudden appearance among them instantly triggered the four's vigilance. The earlier calmness vanished from their faces, replaced by solemn expressions. For they were astonished to discover they could not discern this man's cultivation level at all. This is impossible. P.S. Hurry up and gift the author. Click to urge updates. Click to comment. No 5-star reviews? Don't make me beg on my knees. Chapter 48, Qin Feng raises his hand to suppress the four heavenly kings. This thought immediately sprang to mind for the four of them. With their Saint King Ninth Heaven cultivation, they couldn't see through him. At this realization, the gravity etched upon their faces deepened. What level of cultivation did this man possess? Why had they never heard of him before? Outside, the alliance of 10,000 clans was in the midst of recuperating when Qin Feng appeared. They were utterly dumbfounded, having no recollection whatsoever of such a figure among the 10,000 clans' prodigies. Instinctively, they all turned their gazes toward their respective elders, seeking answers about the ancient prodigy they had awakened. The elders, however, were even more bewildered than the prodigies. This can't be right. He's not one of us. Who is he? Those with sharper memories immediately realized that Qin Feng had never been among those who had entered earlier. Soon, more and more powerful individuals came to the same realization. Unconsciously, they all turned their gaze toward Gu Yan in the sky, hoping to learn this person's identity from him. An 18-year-old quasi-emperor? Truly unheard of. Gu Yan's words landed like a bombshell in the stunned silence. Everyone's mouths gaped wide open, as if they could swallow an egg whole. What had they just heard? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor? Was this even human? All eyes stared blankly at the figure on the light screen, speechless for a long time. Even Gu Yan was no exception. He never imagined anyone could evade the perception of an unconventional cultivator like himself and slip silently into the battlefield of 10,000 tribes. Unconsciously, Gu Yan found himself filled with curiosity toward Qin Feng. Back at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, Qin Feng stood there, his intangible aura alone enough to send shivers down the spines of the four. You're human? Yet I don't recall the human race having such a prodigy. Ao Bing addressed Qin Feng, then fixed his gaze intently on Jang Mu. He wasn't alone. Kong Xian and Luo Sha shared the same expression. Their faces darkened instantly. Brothers, you're supposed to be on the same page. You play mind games with us? Your race hid such an extraordinary prodigy without telling us. Damn it! You've produced so many great emperors, couldn't you give other races a chance? Seeing this scene, Jang Mu shook his head like a rattledrum, immediately denying it 3 times in a row, making it clear he wouldn't take the blame for this. Qin Feng watched the four still conversing and instantly flushed with anger. You insignificant ants dare to disregard this quasi-emperor? You have chosen your own path to death. In the next instant, Qin Feng struck. With a flick of his wrist, endless time and space coalesced around him. His body radiated a fusion of law and Dao, as if capable of eroding all decay in the world. The 3-foot-long green blade gripped in his hand radiated an imperial might powerful enough to shake the heavens and shatter stars. With a single sweep of his hand, a million Zhang blade descended from the heavens, its edge coursing with boundless temporal energy. The strike cleaved through past, present, and future. Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Luo Cha all recoiled in shock, a palpable sense of impending doom gripping their hearts. As if an ancient divine mountain had crushed them, they found themselves utterly immobilized. This is a near emperor. The four cried out in unison, utterly unprepared for him to be a near emperor. To attain the rank of near emperor within a mere century, what extraordinary talent! The gap between a near emperor and a sage king was an entire realm apart. No matter how they channeled their internal power or wielded the laws of the universe, they could not break free from this shackle. They could only watch in silence as the colossal sword blade cleaved through the sky. At that moment, an even more despairing thought surfaced in the minds of the four. It seemed certain now this era's great emperor was already decided. Boom! With a single strike, the 4 heavenly kings all fell to the ground. At the critical moment, the life and death power Gu Yan had imbued within them took effect, forcibly reversing their fate and carrying the 4 out of the secret realm. Outside the realm, all eyes stared blankly at the figure standing proudly in the void. Clad in snow-white robes, radiating an imposing presence, the arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world from between his brows left everyone stunned for a long time. It seemed certain now this era's great emperor was undeniable. This state of awe persisted until Qin Feng emerged from the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Countless powerful figures rushed forward to greet him, desperate to establish a connection with this future great emperor. Even a fleeting encounter would suffice. Some even inquired if Qin Feng had a suitable partner. If not, their clan's sacred maiden would be a fine choice. Even if he didn't fancy her, she could still serve as a concubine. Yet, facing the goodwill of these myriad races powerhouses, Qin Feng merely offered a polite smile in response. Outwardly indifferent, inwardly he felt nothing short of overwhelming pride. In the past, he had been a peerless prodigy, attaining the rank of quasi-emperor in merely 300 years, crushing the talents of countless future generations. Yet his reputation was utterly dismal, especially within the realm of eternal life, one of the 9 great realms. He was notorious for plundering and extorting, demanding entrance and exit fees at secret realm gates, kidnapping young masters and sacred sons from major clans and holy lands for ransom, and even perpetrating the outrageous act of reselling a sacred son from one holy land 7 or 8 times. Qin Feng's reputation was so tarnished that he couldn't even step outside his door in this day and age. This legacy meant that despite his exceptional talent, he was saddled with a reputation so foul that people didn't just view him through tinted glasses, they barely looked at him at all. But now, everything had changed. He, too, could savor the feeling of being cherished by countless people. Is this what they call showing off? It's awesome. Qin Feng marveled inwardly, finally fulfilling a long-held fantasy. He then considered leaving the Primordial Sacred Land, since his visit had been solely for showing off and completing the system's task. But before he could vanish into the void, an old man blocked his path. This man was none other than Gu Yan, the one who had comprehended the way of life and death in the midst of his own mortality, thereby stepping into an alternative realm of enlightenment. Qin Feng bowed respectfully. Qin Feng held deep respect for Gu Yan. In the darkest hour of the 9 great realms, Gu Yan had stepped forward, igniting the fiery spirit buried within countless souls and ending the era of darkness and chaos in the age without emperors. That single quality alone commanded Qin Feng's respect, a level of righteousness he himself could never attain. Not an emperor, yet surpassing an emperor. In this regard, Qin Feng knew he fell short. Young friend, this emperor wishes to take you as a disciple, passing down my lifetime of insights in the way. Are you willing to become my disciple? Before Qin Feng could respond, the assembled multitudes erupted in collective gasps. After all, inheriting the lifetime insights and Dao of an unconventional enlightened being meant that even if one failed to become an emperor, one was guaranteed to become an unconventional enlightened being themselves. To become the disciple of such an unconventional Taoist master was an opportunity they could only dream of. Now, this opportunity was being snatched away right before their eyes. A sharp pang of heartache pierced them all, akin to losing billions in the stock market. But in the next instant, Qin Feng spoke. His words were startling, catching everyone completely off guard. I'm sorry, but I decline. Qin Feng's words were concise and clear, yet they left everyone frozen in place. Even Guyan was stunned. An opportunity others would kill for, and this kid couldn't care less. Yet Guyan's disappointment lasted only a moment before he accepted it calmly. Everyone had their own choices to make, and he had no right to interfere with another's decision. Yet, just as Qin Feng turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, halting his steps. The speaker was none other than Kong Xian, the Imperial son of the Phoenix clan. His face bore an unyielding resolve, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng as if he intended to devour him whole. Witnessing this, everyone seemed to sense an unusual aura. They collectively stepped back, leaving the battlefield to the two men. Seems you're quite dissatisfied. Qin Feng wore a smile, determined to let this junior experience the affection of his seniors once more. Ignoring the remark, Kong Xian strode forward, coming to stand directly before Qin Feng. He stood there, staring at Qin Feng, as if he had made up his mind about something. P.S. Too tired. Next chapter will be updated tomorrow at noon. Chapter 49, Kong Xian becomes Qin Feng's disciple. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Kong Xian placed his hands before his chest and knelt on one knee. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Qin Feng was utterly dumbfounded by this scene. He had expected defiance, but instead, Kong Xian came to seek him as his master. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected Phoenix Clan Imperial son Kong Xian seeking to apprentice under host. System task issued, host must make a choice. Option 1, immediately accept Kong Xian as a direct disciple. Reward, 1 strand of divine energy. Option 2, decline to accept the disciple. Reward, 1 quasi-emperor grade weapon. Option 2's reward is way too weak. Looks like the system is determined to make me accept Kong Xian. Qin Feng grumbled. But the real issue was he'd never taught a disciple before. Maybe he should ask Jang Mu how Qian Yandao taught him, then replicate it exactly? But he dismissed the idea almost as soon as it formed. If he really did that, would Kong Xian be his disciple or Qian Yandao's disciple? Very well. From now on, you shall train under me. Qin Feng declared. The immediate priority was to formally take Kong Xian under his wing. After that, Qin Feng immediately took Kong Xian away from this place and returned to the small realm. Witnessing this scene, everyone inwardly lamented their missed opportunity. To become a disciple of a future great emperor, what an immense opportunity! Why hadn't they thought of it? Countless prodigies beat their chests in regret, feeling as though they'd missed out on a fortune. Ao Bing, Jang Mu, and Luo Cha watched Kong Xian's departing figure, genuinely happy for him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng led Kong Xian to the boundless starry expanse beyond the realm of eternal life. Master, what are we doing here? Seeing his master halt his steps, Kong Xian asked with some confusion. Prepare yourself, disciple. I shall show you a great treasure. With that, Qin Feng focused his mind, and the 10,000 phenomena universe array activated automatically, revealing a small realm within. As Kong Xian stepped inside, he was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Exotic herbs and rare flowers bloomed amidst peaks shrouded in spiritual mists, while azure skies and twinkling stars created a scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. The entire microcosm pulsed with supreme creative energy, enveloped by boundless primordial Dao essence. Its fundamental laws diverged entirely from the outside world, forming a self-contained realm. Could this be the legendary elixir of immortality? Kong Xian's gaze immediately locked onto the unique green lotus at the very center. It radiated an immortal divine light, standing steadfast and unmoved despite the relentless passage of time. At this moment, even Kong Xian, no matter how slow-witted, finally grasped the reality. Damn it, this is a forbidden zone. And this forbidden zone is actually situated within the 9 great realms. You are the sovereign. Kong Xian gripped his sacred weapon, his eyes cold as ice. He had thought he'd found a good master, only to discover he was the sovereign of a forbidden zone. The realization filled him with rage. Before he could react, however, a sealing force abruptly descended upon him. No matter how fiercely Kong Xian channeled his inner power, he couldn't break free. In the next instant, a figure abruptly materialized before him, none other than Qin Feng's true form. Greetings, fellow cultivator. The clone bowed respectfully. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Supreme One, you scum of the cosmos. You scheme to lure me here. What is your plan? I am the Imperial son of the Phoenix clan. I shall never bow to the Supreme Being. Kong Xian glared with fury, making Qin Feng feel utterly wronged. Wasn't it you who begged to become my disciple? Where was the scheming involved? Young man, do not act rashly. First, discern who I truly am before passing judgment. As he spoke, the divine aura of the sacred body erupted. A golden divine form rose from the ground, crowned by the 9-sun heavenly cauldron, hand grasping the primordial heaven measuring ruler. 5 elements spiritual light swirled around him, while countless bolts of thunder flashed beneath his feet, a sight of unparalleled sanctity. This is the aura of the great perfection primordial holy body. Kong Xian exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the same 5 elements Dao as his own. Simultaneously, a figure materialized in his mind, slowly merging with the one before him. The Great Perfection Primordial Holy Body, the 5 elements Dao and the Thunder Dao, plus 2 iconic Imperial weapons. The outcome was self-evident. Could my master be the great Emperor Gaoqian's friend Qin Feng, the Great Perfection Primordial Holy Body who appeared in the previous era? Kong Xian exclaimed in shock. Qin Feng's name had long been etched into ancient histories, known to countless beings throughout the ages. But according to ancient records, hadn't Qin Feng dragged him into a mutual self-destruction during his battle with the Thunder Emperor? Truthfully, I still prefer your earlier defiant and unruly demeanor. Qin Feng waved his hand, and the sealing power binding Kong Xian instantly dissolved. There, disciple admits his voice was a bit loud earlier, but wasn't it because he didn't know your identity beforehand? Once a teacher, always a father. Please accept this son's bow, Godfather. Hearing this, Qin Feng inwardly exclaimed, good heavens. He'd seen shamelessness before, but never quite this level. By the way, Master, didn't you drag the Thunder Emperor into a mutual explosion? How did you survive? Kong Xian inquired curiously. That was feigned death. Had I not perished, who knows how many sovereigns would have coveted the treasure in my grasp? As for how I survived, mind your own business. That remains my secret. Qin Feng then shifted his tone abruptly, fixing Kong Xian with a stern gaze. You must never reveal my identity to anyone. You must never expose anything within this small realm. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to purge the door. Master, rest assured. Your disciple will guard this secret with utmost care. Kong Xian hastened to assure him. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, a karmic bond between master and disciple has been forged in the unseen. Naturally, I shall fulfill my duty as your master. I will impart to you the entire way of the 5 elements. As for how much you comprehend, that depends entirely on your own abilities. Qin Feng spoke slowly. See that green lotus? That is the Chaos Green Lotus. Every 10,000 years, it bears a legendary flower of union with the Dao. Even if an emperor already reigns in the world, it can aid one in forcibly attaining the Dao, though the power gained will be somewhat diminished. But that's not a problem. Once you fully comprehend the 5 elements Dao and step onto an alternate path to enlightenment, then consume the Dao unifying flower to become a Heaven's Mandate Emperor, your power will far surpass that of ordinary emperors. Qin Feng pointed at the Chaos Green Lotus, hoping Kong Xian wouldn't feel pressured. As a model young man who had traveled back in time from the 21st century, he detested nothing more than internal competition. Go forth and forge your imperial path without fear. I'll be your safety net. P.S. Dear readers, send some gifts. Once we hit 100 gifts, the author will post the black stocking photos. Chapter 50, If we could escape, would you travel across mountains and rivers with me? Hearing Qin Feng's domineering words, a tear slipped from Kong Xian's eye. His master's influence far surpassed even the Phoenix clan's might. Even as the son of the Primordial Emperor and the most prodigiously gifted demonic genius within the Phoenix clan. But to become an emperor, one still had to diligently undergo trials, competing against peerless peers in the ancient starry path, a journey fraught with mortal peril. Yet for my master, ascending to emperorhood was but a trivial matter. Master held the immortal elixir, the Chaos Green Lotus. His way was the way of heaven, his heart was the heart of heaven. If he so desired, he could even grant imperial status to anyone. Indeed, effort can't compete with connections. Kong Xian mused inwardly. If only the venerable master had a consort, he would have to reincarnate as his son to strengthen their bond. The most obvious example, if he failed to traverse the starry sky ancient path and needed the master to bestow the Dao merging flower for imperial ascension, but what if he became the master's own son? Hey old man, what are you staring at? Hand over that harmony flower to your beloved son right now. And while you're at it, figure out how to give me a second chance at life. You don't want to end up alone in your old age, do you? Ah, what a pity. Kong Xian sighed deeply, wondering inwardly if his master had some kind of deficiency, which would explain why he was still just Zhao Chunan. Just as Kong Xian's thoughts were racing, Qin Feng slammed the door shut. Damn it! What kind of filthy thoughts are running through your head? And my master isn't a virgin. Qin Feng grew angrier the more he thought about it. A mere saint king, he could see through him with a single glance. Not just his thoughts, but even his age was crystal clear. At the same time, Qin Feng felt deeply frustrated. What kind of disciple had he taken on? A mere saint king dared to show disrespect to his master. What would happen once he ascended to emperor? The collapse of propriety and music. The phrase burst from his lips for the first time. Indeed, judging by all those web novels from his past life, being a master was a high-risk profession. Fortunately, he possessed immortality, otherwise he likely wouldn't find peace even in death. Qin Feng grew increasingly furious, unleashing a torrent of loving discipline upon Kong Xian. No, master, I'm sorry. Ah, ya may die, not there, master. It'll break. Kong Xian pleaded desperately, looking every bit like a little girl about to be assaulted by a pervert. My child, be good. Your master may be unworthy, but I happen to master the way of wood. No matter how severe your injuries, I can restore you to your peak with a single thought. With that, Qin Feng's movements grew heavier. Eye gouging, throat locking, groin striking all executed in one fluid motion. Kong Qian howled in agony, his body covered in bruises and welts. Gone was any semblance of a phoenix, he was nothing but a mangy bird. What a relief! Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, letting loose when needed is good for both body and mind. Whoa! Kong Qian collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, tears of defeat welling in his eyes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they knew it, another century had passed. Jang Mu, Ao Bing, and Luo Cha, after a period of grief, could only lament fate's injustice for forcing them to share an existence with an unparalleled demonic genius. Thus, Ao Bing and Luo Cha resolved to seal themselves away, awaiting the next golden age to arrive, hoping to attain enlightenment and become emperors. They were not alone, the prodigies of all other races shared this resolve. After all, in their eyes, this era held no more surprises. Jang Mu, however, found himself torn. The primary reason was the Dao unifying flower given to him by Qin Feng. Even with an existing emperor in the world, he could forcibly attain enlightenment and become the second great emperor. As for Kong Qian, he lived a leisurely life. Beyond cultivation, he spent his days conversing with the little chaos green lotus, occasionally bonding with Jang Mu and the others. His days were rich and fulfilling. This was partly because the area was a forbidden zone, and partly because Qin Feng had granted him some authority over a small realm, allowing him to freely manipulate the 5 elements Dao for his contemplation. Thus, though Kong Qian appeared somewhat detached, his cultivation and understanding of the Dao showed no sign of stagnation. Each month, Qin Feng would impart his profound insights into the 5 elements Dao to Kong Qian. Beyond that, he periodically manifested several avatars to spar with Kong Qian, testing the fruits of his recent cultivation and honing his combat prowess. One day, after finishing his daily cultivation, Kong Qian made his way to the Chaos Green Lotus. He found a comfortable spot to lie down, utterly content. The Chaos Green Lotus showed little resistance to this, instead constantly sending out divine scents, hoping Kong Qian would recount amusing tales from the outside world. After all, the Chaos Green Lotus had been born in the void of chaos and had spent its existence wandering the boundless void in search of nourishment. It was only after sensing the aura of the 9 heavens' fertile soil that it had finally managed to secure its place. It could be said that the Chaos Green Lotus had never set foot in the 9 great realms, let alone the 8 desolate regions of the cosmos. Gradually, it became increasingly disconnected from the outside world. After entering the small realm, Qin Feng never allowed it to leave after all, as an immortal elixir, countless covetous eyes in the world would surely seek it. Yet, having developed sentience especially after Kong Qian described the wonders of the outside world, a spark of curiosity had ignited within it, growing ever more intense until now. Ah! Little green lotus, even though I've told you so much, it's only a textual description. There are bound to be discrepancies. Many beauties cannot be captured by language alone. You still need to see them with your own eyes. Kong Qian sighed deeply, as if lamenting the Chaos Green Lotus's predicament. Such magnificent landscapes lay before its eyes, yet it could never experience them firsthand. Was that not a profound sorrow? Hearing this, the little creature's spirit seemed to sink a bit, even its leaves drooping. A divine thought emanated from the Chaos Green Lotus, entering Kong Qian's sea of consciousness. The meaning was simple. It wanted to go out, but its master wouldn't let it. According to its master's description, the world outside was filled with wicked men. A sweet, soft little cake like itself would surely be devoured until not a crumb remained. Seeing the Chaos Green Lotus's dejected state, Kong Qian felt a pang of pity. After a century of companionship, he and the Chaos Green Lotus had forged a profound bond. Moreover, if he failed to seize the Imperial mandate in this lifetime, he would still need the little green lotus's Dao merging flower to ascend to emperorhood. Though Kong Qian was a bit mischievous and shameless, he was also a man of genuine character. A resolute gleam flashed in Kong Qian's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Whether driven by a desire to repay this karmic debt or by their profound friendship, Kong Qian must help the little green lotus fulfill her dream. Little green lotus, I have a way to get you out. Kong Qian patted his chest, implying he had this covered. He carefully set up a barrier around them, his tone unwavering. Once I become emperor, with my power as the world's sovereign, who would dare touch you? Who would dare? Then, Kong Qian suddenly gazed at the Chaos Green Lotus with deep affection. Little green lotus, if we ever make it out of here, would you be willing to accompany me across mountains and rivers? P.S. Please give 5-star reviews and send gifts. For every 100 gifts received, I'll post a photo in black stockings. For 150 gifts, I'll add an extra chapter. Or if 400 gifts are reached, I'll add an extra chapter to speed up the updates. Chapter 51, this is the hope for the Chaos Green Lotus to leave the small realm. Kong Qian could sense a violent fluctuation in the Chaos Green Lotus's divine consciousness clearly, it was deeply moved. Yet, as the two plotted in secret, a figure had silently approached Kong Qian from behind. You dare kidnap the Chaos Green Lotus right before my eyes? That takes guts. Qin Feng's chilling words sent a jolt through Kong Xian's massive frame, freezing the blood in his veins. Master! Master! Kong Xian stiffly turned his neck, meeting Qin Feng's gaze, tinged with amusement. Qin Feng raised a hand. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll grant you 3 breaths to flee. If I catch you. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng chuckled darkly. Master, I only wanted little green lotus to see the outside world. What's wrong with that? Kong Xian retorted. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent. He nodded a rare gesture, yet his massive hand, raised mid-air, remained suspended. Instead, he turned to Kong Xian and asked earnestly. Do you know why your master feigned death to escape, hiding within a small realm, never revealing himself to the world? It's because of these secrets of yours, master. Kong Xian replied with a hint of disappointment, fully aware of what these secrets entailed. The elixir of immortality, the yin-yang divine fire, and even this forbidden realm that had never been revealed to the world. Ah, it's good you understand. The elixir of immortality is of immense importance. Even if you became the great emperor of this age, you wouldn't possess sufficient strength to protect the Chaos Green Lotus. Instead, you'd expose the secret of my feigned death. A person capable of reversing death and resurrecting themselves would likely attract not only the covetous eyes of the supreme sovereigns, but also the keen interest of the rulers of those forbidden realms. Then, if they emerge like in the previous era, several sovereigns appearing together and threaten your life, should I save you, or not? Qin Feng stroked Kong Xian's head as he spoke. Master, I was wrong. Kong Xian apologized sincerely, acknowledging he had indeed acted on emotion and oversimplified matters. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient experience. In the Primordial era, shortly after Kong Xian's birth, his extraordinary talent led the Primordial Emperor to seal in within the Divine Source as the Phoenix clan's trump card. He would later lead the Phoenix lineage to renewed prosperity. After breaking free from the seal, his status as the son of the Primordial Emperor meant the entire Phoenix clan cherished him like a precious treasure, even venerating him as an ancestor. The 9 great realms and the 8 desolate regions of the cosmos naturally dared not provoke Kong Xian. Even setting aside the Phoenix clan's status as one of the 3 primordial clans, no faction would be foolish enough to provoke a formidable contender for the title of Great Emperor. To do so would be to walk a path of certain ruin. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, Kong Xian never experienced the darkness of the world. Unaware of the treacherous nature of human hearts, he retained the innocence of youth. This is indeed a point where I, your master, failed to foresee. Qin Feng pulled Kong Xian down to sit beside him, noticing the disappointment in his disciple's eyes. Rest assured, you need not be too disappointed. The day may yet come when the Chaos Green Lotus breaks free from its small realm. Qin Feng offered comfort. Master, I'm no longer a 3-year-old child. You really shouldn't try to deceive me. Kong Xian shot Qin Feng a peculiar look. You mean to say that by the time your power crushes those forbidden realm lords and you become peerless in the world, well, by then, the grass on their graves would likely be several feet tall. He was unaware of Qin Feng's immortality, believing him to be like the great emperors endlessly forging his own path through endless ages, shattering constraints to defy death and live life after life. Yet Qin Feng shook his head, instead leading him before the Chaos Green Lotus. Qin Feng formed a mystic seal with his fingers, and the Chaos Green Lotus slowly blossomed. Within it, a lotus seed had mysteriously grown. This, Qin Feng said, is the hope for the Chaos Green Lotus to break free from its small world. Within the Four Seas realm, in a magnificent dragon palace, Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Luo Cha reunited once more. Except for Kong Xian, the other 3 felt a heavy weight on their hearts. They knew this might be their final gathering. Ao Bing had made it clear they would be sealed within the Divine Source, awaiting the arrival of the next Golden Age. Brother Ao, won't you reconsider? Kong Xian asked, lifting a wine cup from the table. Hearing this, Ao Bing shook his head. An unconventional path to enlightenment will never make one a true great emperor. Besides, your master shows me not the slightest hope of attaining emperorhood. What else is there to do but seal myself within the Divine Source? As for Luocha, the path of slaughter harms the harmony of heaven, making Imperial Ascension exceedingly difficult. He would face the most severe trials from the Supreme Heavenly Heart. An unconventional path to enlightenment? That was unthinkable. It would inevitably require slaughtering countless living beings. If he dared entertain such thoughts, Jang Mu, Kong Xian, and Ao Bing would surely suppress him immediately. After all, how could such actions align with the will of the Supreme? By the way, Brother Jiang, what about you? You wouldn't want to crown yourself like Brother Ao, would you? If so, wouldn't the next great era become a contest between the 3 of you? Hearing this, Jang Mu shook his head, clearly having no such intention. After all, he bore the weight of the 1,000 words Dao's grand design. He absolutely must attain the Dao and become an emperor. Otherwise, relying solely on his master, they would be utterly powerless against the impending great calamity of immortality. Especially after learning from his master that the world's primordial essence was finite, that the cosmos could plunge into an age of decline at any moment. Jang Mu's resolve to become an emperor only intensified. Becoming an emperor sooner was undoubtedly better than later. The later one attained the Emperor's path, the fewer opportunities there would be to reverse one's fate and live another life. Simultaneously, as the world's primordial essence diminished, reversing one's fate would become increasingly difficult. Brother Kong, from what you're saying, it seems you have no intention of sealing yourself. A.O. Bing suddenly inquired. He observed the perpetual smile on Kong Xian's face. Could it be that he possessed absolute confidence in achieving enlightenment through unconventional means? As A.O. Bing finished speaking, the other two also turned their curious gazes toward him. Seeing this, Kong Xian saw no point in pretending anymore and blurted out a shocking revelation. What? Your master isn't going to become an emperor? How is that possible? The emperor represents the pinnacle, the embodiment of invincibility, a status countless beings dream of attaining. How could one simply abandon such a goal? Ahem, well, you know my master cultivates the way of time. But when he broke through to the ninth heaven of the near emperor realm and attempted to step into the river of time, he suffered its backlash. His body aged thousands of years overnight, plunging him into old age. He likely no longer possesses the strength to vie for the emperor's path. Which means this generation's imperial mandate is contested solely by S4 contenders. Kong Xian explained, a strange excitement welling up inside him. Tricking your master feels good for a moment, but tricking him constantly feels even better. Ah, master, I'm sorry, but I'll have to inconvenience you once more. However, upon hearing these words, the three did not break into smiles. Instead, they silently distanced themselves from Kong Xian. Damn! Suddenly feeling this scruffy bird is morally corrupt. What's going on? P.S. 150 gifts equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 52, Qin Feng's Path to Invincibility, the ancient starry path emerges. Jang Mu, A.O. Bing, and Luo Chao all felt a sense of regret. But it was also to be expected after all, the river of time is the most mysterious of all. Even if you were the peerless prodigy of 10,000 ages, before time, all is but illusion. What they regretted was that if Qin Feng could attain the status of an emperor, with his innate talent, the entire universe would have ushered in a long era of peace. Meanwhile, Kong Xian's smug grin only deepened their irritation. Damn it, your master was wounded by the river of time, losing his chance at enlightenment. Yet here you are, not only unsaddened but grinning like an idiot, not a shred of disciple-like demeanor. In the end, the three could no longer bear it. They joined forces to deliver a heavy dose of love, effectively disciplining this unworthy disciple on behalf of their predecessor. They vaguely recalled how Kong Xian's agonized screams had echoed through the Dragon Palace that day, audible across nearly the entire East Sea. Meanwhile, without Qin Feng joining them, A.O. Bing and the others saw no point in sealing their divine origins either. They seemed to have regained their former invincible spirit, a surge of exhilaration welling up within them. Their gazes met, brimming with the fervor of battle. This life's imperial mandate, I will claim it at all costs. Meanwhile, in the miniature realm, Qin Feng's time and space Dao manifested around him. A century of contemplation had further refined his mastery of the time and space Dao. Moreover, during this century of contemplation, Qin Feng made another discovery. Time and space seemed capable of merging into one. This sparked a bold idea within him. The fusion of time and space might forge an even more formidable path of time and space. However, compared to the path of time and space, he now faced a pressing dilemma. Should he pursue other Dao paths, or continue to deepen his mastery of the time-space path? Qin Feng closed his eyes in deep contemplation, his mind torn by the choice. When he obtained the fruit of immortality, his initial path to invincibility was to comprehend one Dao after another within his infinite lifespan, seeking a qualitative leap through quantitative accumulation. Yet plans often fail to keep pace with change. After consuming the primordial Dao seed, he shed his acquired physical form, becoming a primordial being. Though differing by but a single character, the postnatal and prenatal realms were worlds apart. Most tangibly, his comprehension of the great Dao could now continue to deepen, no longer confined by the limitations of his unconventional path to enlightenment, the sovereign realm. Given sufficient time, he could even cultivate a single Dao to the level of an emperor without needing to fuse the heavenly heart imprint. And let's not forget his lineage could be further elevated through innate Qi. This meant he could potentially elevate his mastery of time and space beyond even the great emperor tier. Qin Feng referred to this realm as the Celestial Emperor. Precisely for this reason, he must reaffirm his path to invincibility. Should he pursue the path of one force overcoming 10,000 laws, dedicating himself solely to refining time and space, ultimately merging them into the great way of time and space to ascend as an immortal ancestor? Or should he pursue the path of unifying all Dao, cultivating all 3,000 Dao to the level of a great emperor? 10,000 Dao merging into one being. I am the Dao is me. Of course, both paths to invincibility had their merits and drawbacks, which was precisely why Qin Feng found it so difficult to choose. The first path to invincibility was undoubtedly the fastest. Moreover, time and space were the mightiest forces in the world, and the Dao of time and space born from their union would surely suppress all else. Its strength was guaranteed, that was its advantage. This is especially crucial at the pivotal moment when the path to immortality opens in less than 100,000 years. After all, ascending to immortality is the obsession of every cultivator. But the drawback is equally clear: the way of time and space is merely his conjecture. Qin Feng has no certainty whether the two paths can ultimately merge. As for the second path to invincibility, the fusion of the 3,000 Dao paths, if all 3,000 Dao paths could be elevated to the level of a heavenly emperor, it would undoubtedly surpass the first path in power. However, this path demands endless ages of accumulation and presents the greatest difficulty. After all, even learning a single foreign language is difficult for modern people. Now imagine being asked not only to master 3,000 languages, assuming there were that many, but also to synthesize and integrate them. The difficulty is beyond ordinary. This implies Qin Feng might have to forego his subsequent chance at ascending to immortality, instead continuing to wait amidst the mortal world until he cultivates the one unparalleled through the ages. As for your question, why not ascend to the immortal realm first before achieving the unity of 10,000 Daos? To this, Qin Feng chuckled softly. A towering edifice rises from level ground, its foundation is paramount. Without steadfast groundwork, all aspirations for greater heights crumble into emptiness. Who in their right mind would start building a skyscraper before finishing the foundation? That's just plain crazy. Just as Qin Feng wrestled with this agonizing choice, the system's voice suddenly surfaced in his consciousness. Ding! Host detected in decision-making state. System options now available. Option 1, choose the path of invincibility. Overpower all techniques with raw might. Reward, a cluster of primordial source energy. Option 2, choose the second path to invincibility, merge all 10,000 Dao into one being. Reward, immortal scripture, the great dream of 10,000 ages. Option 3, merge both paths into one, condensing all 3,000 Dao into a single way named the Path of Creation. Reward, World Tree Sapling. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was utterly stunned by the system's proposal. Holy crap, the way of creation? Isn't that Pangu? System, I choose option 3. Damn it, that's Pangu. The god of creation, unmatched across all heavens, the pinnacle of power in the realm of fantasy. Soon, a sapling of the world tree appeared in his hand, bearing 2 leaves atop its crown. It swayed gently, as if possessed of sentience. If the system hadn't identified it as a world tree sapling, Qin Feng would have mistaken it for some roadside weed. Without hesitation, he planted the sapling within his dantian. The moment it entered his dantian, the eternal life Dao fruit spontaneously emitted a soft green light, enveloping it completely. Just as Qin Feng was about to intervene, he was astonished to discover the sapling was actually growing. Though the growth was slow, he could clearly perceive it. Moreover, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. His immortality remained intact, utterly unaffected. Simultaneously, the paths of time, space, the 5 elements, and thunder coiled around it. Strands of their power were drawn in, flowing into the sapling. With immortality as its soil and the 3,000 Dao paths as its nourishment, the world tree could finally take shape. A thought emerged in Qin Feng's mind. Then, Qin Feng began to sit cross-legged in place to cultivate. He planned to first cultivate all the existing Dao paths to the level of a great emperor before comprehending other Dao paths, and finally condense the path of creation. As for the path to immortality opening later, he might glance at it, but immortality itself was out of the question. He aspired to become a being like Pangu himself. How could mere immortality tempt him? Once he forged the path of creation, he alone could carve his way through the immortal path. Then, when he would become immortal would be entirely up to him. 2 centuries passed in the blink of an eye. While Qin Feng was immersed in comprehending the great Dao, a colossal upheaval had already erupted in the outside world. 10,000 paths roared, laws trembled. A colossal fluctuation emanated from the cosmic frontier, startling the entire universe and reverberating throughout the cosmos. Upon the Imperial Pass Great Wall, at the pinnacle of the boundless starry sky, an ancient path slowly materialized, timeless and eternal. Witnessing this spectacle, countless beings were stirred to their core. The ancient path of the starry sky descended, and the struggle for the Imperial mandate began. The age without an emperor was about to end. Chapter 53, Treading the Ancient Path of the Starry Sky. Who shall become the heaven-mandated emperor? Countless mighty beings descended upon the Imperial Pass Great Wall, gazing upward at the ancient celestial path above. Even Gu Yan was no exception. With the ancient star path revealed, who will ultimately become the heaven-mandated emperor? Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Shen, and Luosha the Four safely reached the Imperial Pass under the escort of quasi-emperor-level powerhouses from their respective factions, stepping onto the ancient path of the starry sky. Notably, only these 4 remained on the Imperial path in this era, and only these 4 would continue. Even though Qin Feng had declared he would not participate in the Imperial path contest, the devastating defeat on the battlefield of 10,000 races that day remained deeply etched in their minds. Rather than defying fate to become an emperor in this golden age devoid of hope, it was wiser to seal themselves away and seek a sliver of opportunity in future eras. The ancient star path possessed 9 junctions. Only by completely clearing one path could one reach the final emperor's heartsteel. At the crossroads, Jang Mu, Ao Bing, Kong Shen, and Luo Cha exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Let's make one thing clear, no matter who ultimately becomes emperor and claims this world's mandate of heaven, none of us shall harbor envy. Just as the primordial holy body and the emperor of Gaochen were in the past, we shall remain the closest of friends. Jang Mu addressed the three, a strange emotion welling up within him. The higher one's cultivation, the more profoundly one understood the loneliness that came with being a true powerhouse. This feeling wasn't unique to Jang Mu Ao Bing, and the others shared it as well. Surrounded by sycophants who only knew how to flatter, the only ones who could truly walk alongside you to the very end of the path were likely just themselves. Looking back, the path behind them lay utterly empty. It was precisely because of this that they grew to cherish each other even more, placing ever greater value on the bonds of friendship between them. Jang Mu declared, "Fellow travelers, when the emperor's path ends, I'll treat you all to wine beneath the stars. We won't stop until we're drunk." Agreed. Seal it with a fist bump. The four clinked glasses beneath the stars, carefree and unrestrained. By then, they would not only drink the strongest liquor but also savor the finest women, making their next life truly worthwhile. The four casually chose four intersections to enter, where terrifying battles erupted instantly. Countless phantoms charged toward them, each radiating a terrifying aura. These were the fallen prodigies of the ancient starry path, briefly resurrected by its fleeting light. Endless divine light surged, colossal imperial might shook the cosmos, and the force of order swept across all directions, shattering the heavens and earth. Witnessing this spectacle, Jang Mu and his companions showed no fear. Instead, their faces lit up with excitement as they charged forward, their frenzied battle intent piercing the heavens. Behind Jang Mu, a spatial Dao slowly materialized. With a wave of his hand, infinite space twisted and tore apart, yet all laws failed to touch him, leaving him utterly unperturbed. The spatial path swept all before it, as if he were the master of this very space. With a single thought, infinite time and space collapsed and surging forward like a colossal wave, unstoppable in its path. All Dao arts, divine abilities, and even quasi-emperor weapons were mercilessly crushed beneath the might of the spatial pathway. With each step Jang Mu took forward, countless former prodigies fell. Finally, Jang Mu reached the end of this path, arriving first before the emperor's heartsteel. He glanced back at the other three paths, sensing the immense power emanating from them. At that moment, a hazy light appeared atop the emperor's heartsteel, radiating a supreme aura that made all paths bow before it. Outside the ancient star path, countless powerful beings witnessed this scene and cried out in astonishment. The manifestation of the supreme celestial heart signified that Jang Mu had gained its recognition. Merging it into his sea of consciousness would allow him to directly attain the path of an emperor. The group from the Purple Star Sacred Land rejoiced, dancing with delight. A single sect producing 3 emperors stunned the world. What was even more extraordinary was that 2 emperors had emerged consecutively, a phenomenon unheard of in the mortal realm, truly unprecedented throughout the ages. Without a moment's hesitation, Jang Mu allowed the supreme heavenly heart to transform into a streak of light and plunge into his sea of consciousness. Instantly, his aura surged like a tidal wave, propelling him beyond the peak of the 9th heaven of the near emperor realm in the blink of an eye. As Jang Mu fused with the heavenly heart's imprint, the ancient starlit path instantly closed, expelling Kong Xian and the other 2 within. This served as a safeguard for the current great emperors, preventing any newly emerged supreme beings from annihilating them before they fully integrated the heavenly heart imprint. Kong Xian, Ao Bing, and Luo Cha all wore expressions of regret. Yet this emotion lingered only for a fleeting moment before dissipating. They had agreed that whoever among them became an emperor would treat it with equanimity. They remained friends. Meanwhile, above the heavens, 9 layers of thunderclouds emerged against the starry sky, radiating apocalyptic divine might. It's actually the top 3 apocalyptic divine thunderbolts. Just how powerful is Jang Mu's talent? Gu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet in the blink of an eye, a trace of worry flashed across the unconventional cultivator's face. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation, who knew if he could endure it? It wasn't just him, a wave of unease also washed over the powerful figures from other factions. Especially among the mighty figures of the Purple Star Sanctuary, they had finally glimpsed the hope of producing a 3-emperor lineage within their sanctuary. They couldn't bear to see it shattered. Ao Bing, do you think Brother Jan can safely pass through? Luo Cha, no idea. If I had to endure that thunder tribulation, I'd be dead in minutes. Kong Xian added, same here. Unconsciously, worry clouded the faces of all 3. Within the 9-layered thunder tribulation, Jang Mu gazed coldly upward at the heavens, his divine power surging around him as the way of space hung suspended behind him. In an instant, a world-ending divine thunderbolt, carrying the overwhelming might of heaven, struck down from the sky. Jang Mu felt not a shred of fear, his eyes seeming to hold swirling stars. The way of space, hailed as the king against the wind, was not something a mere apocalyptic thunderbolt could shake. With a swift tearing motion of his hand, a rift instantly tore open before him. Boundless elements of water, fire, and wind surged forth, engulfing the apocalyptic thunderbolt. The best defense is offense. Rather than passively defend, he chose to strike proactively, throwing caution to the wind. In the next instant, Jang Mu channeled every ounce of his magical power. Endless space surged like waves, slowly coalescing into countless spatial blades within the void. With a single thought, the myriad blades enveloped his body, coalescing into a colossal sword piercing the heavens. The void trembled as he shattered the first layer of calamity lightning. Boom! As if enraged, the tribulation unleashed an even more terrifying, world-ending divine thunder. Witnessing this, Jang Mu finally took it seriously. The spatial Dao behind him roared. A colossal palm erupted from the earth, imbued with boundless void energy. Yin and Yang inverted, the 5 elements cycled. Within the palm, a miniature world seemed to form, capable of containing mountains, rivers, suns, moons, and countless starry skies. The apocalyptic thunderbolts were all blocked, and the tribulation itself began to melt away layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, only the final bolt of heavenly thunder remained. Everything seemed settled. The great emperor of this age was about to be born. Yet in the very next instant, a sudden upheaval erupted. P.S. Please give 5-star reviews, send gifts, and demand updates, especially 5-star reviews. This book doesn't hold back on power levels. Qin Feng possesses extraordinary innate talent. Consider Yi Haizi's unconventional path to enlightenment over 1,000 years. Now, Qin Feng is an innate being whose innate foundation and comprehension far surpass those of Yi Laowei, an acquired being. So, it's not unreasonable for him to comprehend a great Dao to the level of an emperor within 1,000 years, right? Of course, some more difficult Daos will naturally take longer. Chapter 54, The Seal Shatters. Those who wish to halt heaven's collapse, rise. Upon the great wall of the Emperor's Pass, Jang Mu endured the final thunder tribulation. As the thunder tribulation relentlessly purified him, the Dao Fruit of an Emperor had crystallized within his body. He was now, without question, a true emperor. Yet the intensity of this final heavenly thunderbolt still sent shivers down his spine. The onlookers immediately retreated billions of miles, fearing the tribulation's fury might claim their lives and erase their Dao. At this moment, the gazes of countless mighty beings and billions of living creatures converged upon Jang Mu. Throughout ancient history, there had been great emperors who had fallen during the final lightning tribulation. They did not wish for Jang Mu to become one of them. Yet, just as Jang Mu focused entirely on confronting this final thunder tribulation, an abrupt change occurred. A sudden crack echoed through the cosmic void, as if something had shattered. No! Could it be? A sense of foreboding surged within Gu Yan's heart, but before he could utter a warning. Beyond the Imperial Pass, within the boundless void, the roars of countless gods and demons seemed to echo. A colossal wave, towering countless times higher than the Imperial Gate's great wall, surged forward with overwhelming force. Within it, chaotic laws and principles swirled, potent enough to obliterate the world. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yan murmured inwardly, just as I suspected. The chaos tide had arrived. It must be that the seal once set by the great Emperor Gaochen could no longer hold. The chaos tide, accumulated over nearly 20,000 years, burst forth like a breached dam. It was feared that not only would the entire cosmic wilderness be utterly submerged, but even the distant 9 great realms would suffer calamity. The environment would undergo cataclysmic change, and countless beings would perish. The entire cosmos itself might plunge prematurely into an age of decline, shattered by the chaos tide's devastation. No! I absolutely cannot allow the chaos tide to pass unchecked. Otherwise, countless lives will be doomed. A divine blade materialized in Gu Yan's hand, enveloped by the forces of life and death. Behind him, a sea of lotus flowers bloomed, while the shadowy expanse of the underworld stretched across the starry sky, forming a crimson wall before the Imperial Gate. Yet Gu Yan knew this might not be enough. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he known the seal would shatter, he would have summoned the other 7 great factions to bring their 7 supreme Imperial weapons. With the aid of the supreme Imperial weapons, this turmoil could surely be quelled. Alas, the world offered no room for what-ifs. Even if he had rushed back to the 9 great realms with all his might, time would have been too short. After all, the 9 great realms and the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass were separated by countless realms of time and space. On the other side, across the cosmos, billions of light-years from the Imperial Gate, all the mighty beings witnessed this scene, equally aware of its gravity. Before a celestial calamity, none could escape unscathed, and none could remain untouched. Unless one was an emperor of this age, but the emperor was still fully occupied with his tribulation, leaving him no spare energy to divert against the chaos tide. If the chaos tide were allowed to sweep through unchecked, the entire cosmos would suffer immense devastation. Then, not only would their loved ones suffer, but the heavens and earth themselves might plunge prematurely into the age of decline. It could be said that this crisis once again tugged at the heartstrings of everyone. Fellow cultivators, the chaos tide approaches. Senior Gu alone cannot withstand this onslaught. Our only hope now is for all of us to unite our strength, building a great wall of flesh and blood to buy Jang Mu time to weather the tribulation. Ao Bing, Kong Xian, and Luo Cha channeled their entire magical power, making their words resound across the boundless cosmos. I swear by my status as the 3rd prince of the True Dragon clan. I swear by my status as the Imperial son of the Phoenix clan. I swear by my status as the Holy Son of the Azura clan. The three clans pledged to stand with you all through thick and thin. As their words echoed across the heavens, suddenly, three beams of golden light descended from the heavens, merging into their bodies. The trio had directly sworn an oath to the way of heaven, all to unite the myriad cultivators as one. Celestial calamities are terrifying, beyond human control. But what if there were 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even tens of thousands? Man can conquer heaven, even a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Even natural calamities must bow before the might of 10,000 souls. Comrades, those willing to stem the heavens' collapse, rise. Kong Xian seemed to have matured overnight, shedding his usual jests. He knew that this journey might separate some from the living and the dead, and he himself was no exception. At his words, solemnity settled upon every face, and the room fell into silence. After all, they were human, not gods capable of tears, laughter, and the primal fear of death. Just then, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, breaking the silence. This person was none other than Yan Wushuang, the holy master of the Purple Star Sanctuary. He glanced back over his shoulder toward the direction of the Purple Star Sanctuary. As his thoughts drifted, he seemed to be transported back to that night. The Yan family had once been a minor clan within a divine city. By chance, they obtained a sacred herb, which drew the attention of a saint. The commoner bears no guilt, but the possession of a treasure brings its own punishment. That night, the saint descended and slaughtered the entire Yan family. Rivers of blood flowed, and the stench of carnage permeated for 1,000 miles around. Yan Wushuang, who was away on a trial, narrowly escaped the catastrophe. He was fortunate, yet equally unfortunate. To seek vengeance, he chose to join the Ziwei sacred ground, becoming a disciple under one of its elders. Within the sanctuary, he experienced joy and sorrow, and he agonized over his cultivation hitting a bottleneck. Later, after breaking through to the great saint realm, he personally slew his enemies. Alas, the loved ones he had lost could never be brought back to life. The days that followed were peaceful. He had a caring master and a group of junior disciples who constantly clung to him. Gradually, Yan Wushuang came to regard the Purple Star Sanctuary as his second home. Behind him stood not merely countless followers, but his entire world. One by one, then more and more began to step forward. Their noble cause seemed to ignite the fiery spirit within the masses. Whether infected by their fervor or stirred by the lingering youthful spirit within, they yearned to become towering heroes. Whatever their reasons, countless mighty warriors stood united once more, setting aside past conflicts and prejudices. All races united as one, bound by a single purpose, to protect the millions behind them, to safeguard their entire world. Countless mighty warriors rushed beyond the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, channeling their power into Guyan's Sea of Lotus Flowers and the Yellow Springs phenomenon, making them even more vivid and profound. Simultaneously, they used secret methods to notify their respective factions, instructing them to bring their supreme imperial weapons and set up imperial formations before the 9 great realms. Should the Imperial Gate Great Wall fail to stem the tide of chaos, they would become the final line of defense for countless living beings. This time, Guyan stood not alone, as he had during the dark upheaval 3,000 years prior. Behind him, too, stood millions upon millions. What the hell is this so-called natural disaster? Before the masses, before the hopes of all beings, it is nothing. Man conquers heaven. All believe that heaven's mandate would forever stand with them. P.S. Why does that other immortality novel differ from mine by just one character, yet their readership is worlds apart? Chapter 55, Disciple, do not panic, your master has arrived. In the blink of an eye, the chaos tide engulfed most of the void. Then, with terrifying, heaven-shattering force, it charged straight toward the blood-red Great Wall. Countless chaotic patterns and laws collided violently with the blood-red Great Wall. Everyone felt as if struck by a colossal force, with weaker practitioners immediately spitting blood on the spot. Countless powerful beings, unable to withstand the impact, exploded into mist, their blood mist filling the starry sky. Yet before they could mourn the fallen, an even greater pressure suddenly bore down upon every warrior. Hold it back for me. Guyan stood at the very front, bearing an impact dozens of times greater than the others. Yet even so, this unconventional cultivator did not retreat a single step. I can't hold it anymore. A sage king uttered with difficulty, his arms contorted as if enduring immense agony. Even if we can't hold it, we must hold it. Kong Xian, Ao Bing, and Luo Cha roared in unison. 5-colored radiance illuminated the starry sky as the divine king's pure land manifested in the mortal realm, the slaughter dharma body standing tall and firm. The combined might of the 3 prodigies forcibly held back the pressure, buying the others a moment's respite. Yet this situation could not last long. The primordial chaos order and laws within the chaotic tide relentlessly eroded the Sea of Lotus Flowers and the Yellow Springs illusion. In the blink of an eye, the Yellow Springs phantom was completely swallowed, the Sea of Lotus Flowers reduced to a mere fragment, and even Ao Bing's divine king's purity land was more than half corrupted. Kong Xian and Luo Cha were also struggling. Though the 5-colored divine light could absorb all divine paths and techniques, the chaos tide seemed to flow endlessly. The moment the 5-colored divine light cleared a patch of space, it was immediately engulfed by the next wave of the chaos tide crashing in behind. As for Luocha, his killing Dharma body couldn't withstand even 2.5 seconds against such a chaotic tide. With his Dharma body shattered, he suffered infinite backlash, fainting with his fate unknown. Gu Yan, Kong Xian, and the other 5 fared no better, let alone the masses whose strength fell short of theirs. Many powerful beings had already perished within the chaotic tide. Yet even so, they did not allow a single wave of chaos to pass. They were buying time for Jang Mu with their very lives. Within the thunder tribulation, though Jang Mu could not see, he sensed the pervasive aura of death permeating the starry sky, which only intensified his anxiety. Yet this final world-destroying divine thunderbolt was truly terrifying and exceptionally stubborn. The eternal law of all phenomena, possessing the might to annihilate worlds, had inflicted heavy wounds upon him. Meanwhile, atop Shodao Mountain, within a sacred peak, Qian Yandao abruptly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized this towering divine mountain was entirely composed of the Yin divine source. At that moment, Qian Yandao's face was etched with profound sorrow. His gaze seemed to pierce through distant time and space, landing upon the battle erupting at the Imperial Gate in the cosmic wilderness. For the heaven sealing, earth-binding great formation was personally laid by him. Now that the formation was shattered, how could he possibly remain unaffected? At this moment, Qian Yandao found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. It had been but 10,000 years since he had severed his own blade, and he still possessed peak combat prowess. Even if he pushed his ascension to its limits, he would not fall like those decaying sovereigns who crumbled without the replenishment of vast life essence. Yet, if he emerged now, wouldn't his grand design come to naught? The other forbidden realms would learn that though he had severed himself, he was still a sovereign of an alternate path. Yet if he remained hidden, given the current situation, Jang Mu would never survive the thunder tribulation in time. Billions upon billions of lives would perish in the chaotic tide. Ah, this is troublesome. Qian Yandao sighed deeply, his heart plunged into endless turmoil. Enough, enough. Since he had witnessed this, he could not stand idly by. Just as he was about to step into the world to shield all beings from this chaotic tide, an abrupt change occurred. Within the small realm of eternal life, Qin Feng was in seclusion when suddenly a pang of unease struck his heart. What's happening? Qin Feng instinctively felt puzzled. Before he could divine the heavens, the system's voice abruptly echoed within his consciousness. Ding! Detected chaos tidal burst. Kong Xian is facing a life or death crisis. System options now available. Option 1, rush to the rescue immediately. Reward, 3 strands of primordial qi. Option 2, remain in seclusion and continue comprehending the Dao. Reward, 1 strand of primordial origin essence. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grasped the situation. It seems the seal set by Qian Yandao long ago has been broken. Qin Feng murmured. System, I choose the first option. After all, Kong Xian was his disciple. Even with the system's choices at play, he remained his student, bound by the karmic ties of master and disciple. Qin Feng examined himself inwardly. Though 200 years seemed brief, he was an innate being, and his comprehension and innate talent had transcended his former self. His mastery of the Tao of time and space had advanced once more, now approaching the supreme level. Qin Feng summoned his sword grass avatar, channeling the entire essence of the time and space Tao into it, elevating it to the supreme level. Thank goodness I have a backup plan. Qin Feng thought to himself with relief. As for the Imperial weapon, having slain numerous sovereigns recently, he selected a great halberd from among them. Then, Qin Feng directly commanded his sword grass avatar to wield the way of space, traversing infinite starfields in the blink of an eye. Within moments, Qin Feng arrived at the Imperial Pass. He first glanced at Jang Mu, who was still enduring the thunder tribulation nearby, then shifted his gaze to the area beyond the Imperial Gate. A chaotic tidal wave suddenly burst through the sea of lotus flowers, surging toward Kong Xian. Witnessing this, Kong Xian instinctively felt a surge of intense danger. With a wave of his hand, the 5-colored divine light painted the heavens, illuminating the boundless void and drawing the chaos tide into the 5-colored space. However, Kong Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. His 5-colored divine light could only absorb part of the chaotic tide. The rest surged violently toward him, intent on crushing him on the spot. It's over. My life is forfeit. Kong Xian stared blankly at the chaotic tide as tall as the heavens, his heart filled with utter despair. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the pinnacle of the starry sky. My disciple, do not panic. Your master has arrived. P.S. Who reported me, getting me stuck in dynamic review? Thankfully, the word count isn't high, and I've got backup plans just for you newbies. Similar plots, like the Primordial Sacred Body or projections in the Chaos Sea, are handled through systems. Plots akin to Yihei's are reworked with different names and angles, such as the Chaos Green Lotus. Who could ban me? Who could possibly ban me? Even if I'm under dynamic review, even if I must guard against countless backstabbers, my drunken immortal painting bug remains unrivaled in this world. Let this book shine before the masses. Chapter 56, Qin Feng arrives, Chaos Tide subsides. As Kong Xian was about to be swallowed by the chaos tide, his master's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. But he paid it no mind, dismissing it as an auditory hallucination before death. Kong Xian closed his eyes, preparing to accept death with composure, a final dignity befitting the Imperial son of the Phoenix clan. Yet, he waited for a long time and still did not feel that suffocating sensation. This puzzled Kong Xian. He suddenly recalled Qin Feng's words, according to science, one feels nothing before being struck dead. Instead, misfortune might bring fortune by transporting them to another world. At the time, Kong Xian had been utterly baffled. Though he didn't understand what science was, the idea of traversing time and space to another world surely represented a supreme path. Perhaps mastering it to its ultimate limit could even lead to ascending to immortality. Actually, reincarnation isn't so bad after all. Kong Xian quickly accepted his reality. With his privileged background, he was bound to be reincarnated into a prestigious noble family. But before he could dwell on it, a thunderous thud suddenly slammed into his forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Get up! Qin Feng sighed, rubbing his temples as he looked at his disciple. He felt like he'd taken on a little troublemaker. This kid had way too much going on in his head. Ow! Kong Xian rubbed his head furiously. Opening his eyes, he found Qin Feng standing before him, looking utterly exasperated. The chaotic tide around them was nowhere to be seen. Qin Feng had cleared it all away. What, master, I thought I was done for. Kong Xian was so overcome with emotion he nearly threw his arms around Qin Feng, only to be pushed away with disdain. It was only then that Kong Xian sensed something amiss with Qin Feng's aura. Qin Feng offered no explanation, merely giving Kong Xian a meaningful look. Kong Xian instantly understood. It seemed his master still didn't want to reveal himself, so he deliberately created an alias. Master, I beg you to save them and quell this chaos tide. As if suddenly recalling something, Kong Xian pointed toward the chaotic tide beyond the Imperial gate. Very well. You stay hidden. Leave this to your master. Qin Feng smiled benevolently. Though the paths of time and space hadn't yet reached the level of a great emperor, they ranked first and second among the 10 supreme paths combined with the aid of the extreme path Imperial weapon. Qin Feng's avatar now possessed strength comparable to a late second era great emperor, barely sufficient to handle this chaos tide. Qin Feng ascended to the pinnacle of the starry sky in a single stride, the supreme Dao paths of time and space manifesting behind him. Halt! The power of time surged around Qin Feng, an invisible wave radiating outward from him. Both the surging chaos tide and the crowd resisting it froze in place beneath this single ripple. In the next instant, a great halberd appeared in his hand, radiating the resplendent might of the ultimate Dao. Simultaneously, the paths of time and space behind him erupted in dazzling divine light, illuminating the boundless cosmos. Infinite might surged into the halberd's shaft, while chilling, deathly stillness permeated the heavens and earth, shaking the very cosmos. Qin Feng swung his halberd, defying yin and yang, disrupting the 5 elements, and overturning the cosmic order. Boundless divine light cleaved through the 9 heavens, shattering the 8 desolate realms of the universe, illuminating the 10 directions of heaven and earth. The endless tide of chaos was forcibly pushed back by 10 billion miles under this single thrust. Witnessing this spectacle, all present felt their pupils contract sharply. What kind of power is this? Qin Feng flicked his finger, sending another invisible ripple spreading out, releasing them from their frozen state. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Gu Yan stepped forward first to bow before Qin Feng. Gazing at Qin Feng's face, Gu Yan seemed momentarily lost in thought. He recalled that day at the Primordial Sacred Land, outside the battlefield of 10,000 clans, when he had sought to take the other as his disciple. Yet now, upon meeting again, the other had transformed from junior to senior, his power now towering over Gu Yan's by an immeasurable margin. That chaotic tide they had all struggled to resist? Qin Feng had merely thrust his halberd once, and it had been forced back tens of millions of miles. Truly, the young generation was formidable. As for how he had attained such unmatched combat prowess, Gu Yan wisely refrained from asking. Everyone has their secrets. Maintaining a reasonable distance is the best way for people to coexist. Senior, that's unnecessary. I'm not old, just call me fellow Daoist. Qin Feng smiled faintly. For a figure who surpassed even an emperor in might, Qin Feng harbored a deep reverence, the respect due to a true hero. Very well, then I shall humbly comply. Gu Yan bowed again, his admiration for Qin Feng deepening further. Dao friend Gu, this matter is not yet concluded. The chaos tide has only been temporarily driven back, and most of its power has been purged by me. Yet, there remains the risk of it returning to the Emperor's pass. Qin Feng cautioned. You speak wisely. We must join forces to quell this chaos tide once and for all. A resolute expression appeared on Gu Yan's face. Seeing this, Qin Feng pointed a single finger. A thread of temporal energy entered Gu Yan's body, healing all his injuries and restoring his aura to its peak. Gu Yan, my thanks, fellow Daoist. Then, the two peerless beings, Qin Feng and Gu Yan, abruptly shot out from the Imperial Pass, heading into the boundless void to utterly annihilate the remaining chaos tide. Meanwhile, at Shodao Mountain, Qian Yandao observed the sudden appearance of another peerless being. Though puzzled, he chose not to interfere. For this being carried none of the decaying aura unique to the supreme sovereigns. Likely, he had seized some extraordinary opportunity, enabling him to simultaneously tread the dual paths of time and space into an alternative realm of enlightenment and had advanced quite far within it. Such innate talent and extraordinary fortune left Qian Yandao deeply moved. Perhaps only Qin Feng could rival him. At the same time, his heart grew increasingly troubled. Why did he not possess such good fortune? Could it be that Qian Yandao was simply born inferior to others? The more Qian Yandao pondered it, the more irritated he grew. Finally, he simply stopped thinking about it altogether and slipped back into slumber. Out of sight, out of mind. Inner precincts of Shodao Mountain. Like Qian Yandao, the mountain master of Shodao Mountain also fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. He would occasionally close his eyes, his fingertips lightly tapping his palm, as if engaged in some profound calculation. Interesting. Another one beyond calculation? As the path to immortality nears, the variables only multiply. First, Qin Feng, a contemporary of Qian Yandao, possessed unmatched combat prowess through mastery of multiple Dao paths even before attaining emperorhood, capable of defeating even a 4th-generation emperor. Now, another peerless being had emerged, mastering the way of time and space. His identity remained unknown, but calculations revealed he had appeared suddenly, his true form being a sword grass. Yet when the master of Shodao Mountain attempted to trace the causal thread further, his vision met only blankness as if obscured by an invisible hand, shrouded in profound mystery. Could it be the 7th forbidden zone of life? The master of Shodao Mountain couldn't help but recall the Dao merging flower Qin Feng had given to Qian Yandao. Though Qin Feng had concealed it with the power of the Dao that day, it was insufficient to hide it from the gaze of a powerhouse like him. He had seen it clearly that day. This harmony flower was unmistakably an immortal elixir. Strictly speaking, it was even more precious than an immortal elixir. After all, beyond granting an emperor another lifetime, it could forcibly bring forth a second emperor into the world. It was common knowledge that the elixir of immortality could only sustain its growth by absorbing the supreme creative power nurtured within the supreme divine soil. This inevitably drew his thoughts to the 7th forbidden zone of life. Interesting. As the path to immortality opens, the variables keep multiplying. It seems I must pay a visit myself. P.S. The dynamic review status has disappeared, indicating it's now in a multi-round assessment phase. Based on the author's experience with account suspensions, a resolution should come within 3 days. Chapter 57, Jang Mu's Path to Enlightenment, and an unexpected figure emerges. Originally, the Lord of Shodao Mountain had taken in Qian Yandao, even granting him partial authority over the Forbidden Zone, all to uncover the secrets within Qin Feng. Little did he know, Qin Feng would drag the Thunder Emperor into a mutual explosion, dashing his hopes. Now, with the emergence of another unconventional enlightened being untouched by karma, the master of Shodao Mountain naturally must make a personal visit. Of course, the primary objectives were the 7th Life Forbidden Zone and the possibility of extracting information about the Forbidden Zone's ruler from him. In 2 successive eras, he had aided 2 individuals in becoming unconventional enlightened beings transcending ordinary great emperors, both equally untouched by karmic ties. Of course, he had considered the possibility that both were the same person. But could that be possible? First, their paths of cultivation were fundamentally different. Second, their physical constitutions were distinct. Finally, and most crucially, the timeline simply didn't allow for it. Unlike great emperors, who could defy mortality through sufficient power and talent, alternative enlightened beings could only live one lifetime after another. The unconventional enlightened one was destined to dazzle only one era. The master of Shodao Mountain couldn't help but speculate that the ruler of the Forbidden Zone must be plotting something monumental. At the same time, it filled him with deep apprehension. If interests did not conflict, the master of Shodao Mountain would advise against drawing him into their ranks. When the path to immortality opened in the future, they could gain another powerful ally. Before the chaos fissure, Qin Feng and Gu Yan had cleared the chaos tide all the way to this point. Qin Feng swung his great halberd with a sudden, fierce motion. The great paths of time and space intertwined upon it, sealing the chaos rift shut completely. After completing this, he glanced at Gu Yan beside him and noticed something amiss in the other's expression. It seemed he had discerned something through the way of life and death. Having visited this place twice and now comprehending the way of time, Qin Feng naturally understood the situation. Simply put, the Dao laws governing the boundless void differed from those of the 9 great realms, resulting in a different flow of time. However, the moment one left this place and returned to the 9 realms, the laws of the Dao there would reassert themselves, instantly aging one by thousands of years. These Dao laws differed from those within the Forbidden Zone. At the very least, the laws within the Forbidden Zone couldn't alter the flow of time. Not even he, having cultivated the time Dao, could do so. At best, he could only briefly accelerate, pause, or delay it. To alter the flow of time for extended periods, he would likely need to comprehend the way of time to the level of a heavenly emperor. The closer one approached the chaos fissure, the more intense the influence of these Dao laws became. In any case, until Qin Feng's time Dao reached the Heavenly Emperor level, he wouldn't even consider venturing into this chaos rift, much less stepping inside it. Qin Feng flicked his finger, and the time Dao instantly enveloped Gu Yan. My time Dao can temporarily shield you from this place's Dao rules. My supreme Dao Imperial weapon is blocking the entrance here, but we should still exit as quickly as possible. Qin Feng advised. Very well. The two swiftly returned to the Imperial Pass. Meanwhile, Jang Mu now stood bathed in thunder, the spatial Dao radiating brilliant splendor. Streams of dreamlike light cascaded down, sealing out the apocalyptic divine thunder filling the sky. It's time to end this. Jang Mu roared, unleashing boundless light that erupted from his body. His fists seemed to leave afterimages as terrifying fist beams pierced through heaven and earth. The way of space tore through everything, sweeping across the 8 desolate realms and shattering the vast multiverse. Boom! The apocalyptic thunderbolts were instantly enraged. Frenzied lightning struck down from the heavens, bringing a deathly silence. With a force akin to the sky collapsing, it pounced toward Jang Mu. Facing this, Jang Mu showed not a shred of fear. An overwhelming divine might erupted, causing endless star rivers to tremble. The spatial laws converged entirely in his hands as he unleashed an earth-shattering divine technique. One palm subdued heaven and earth, one palm obliterated the heavens. A colossal palm erupted from the earth, woven with boundless Daoan laws. The void shattered as suns and moons seemed to rise and fall within its grasp, starry seas flickering. The entire multiverse was contained within that single strike, sweeping aside foes from past, present, and future. Upon the Imperial Gate, all witnessed a colossal hand pierce through the final layer of thunder tribulation. Brilliant divine light illuminated the entire starry sky, shining like the brightest star in the night. Break! Jang Mu roared, channeling every ounce of his divine power. The might of the ultimate Dao pierced the cosmos as the colossal hand seized one end of the thunder tribulation, tearing it apart with brutal force. The tribulation dissipated, leaving only Jang Mu standing supreme atop the starry heavens, dominant, unrivaled, peerless. My name is Taishu. Henceforth, I shall safeguard the peace of this universe. As Jang Mu's words fell, they carried the divine might of the heavens, spreading throughout the myriad realms. Countless beings, upon hearing this, prostrated themselves toward the direction of the Imperial Gate, their devotion sincere and profound. We pay homage to the great Emperor Taishu. I wanted to call him Void Emperor, but decided against it for censorship concerns. Taishu and Void mean the same thing anyway. Ao Bing, Kong Xian, Luo Cha, and all present did likewise. None dared to disobey the Emperor's command. Rise! The great Emperor of the Great Void waved his hand lightly, and a gentle surge of divine power lifted all present to their feet. On behalf of all sentient beings, I offer my deepest gratitude to you all. With that, the great Emperor bowed deeply to the assembly. Not an emperor, yet acting with imperial grace, such magnanimity commanded the great Emperor's profound respect. Great Emperor, this is unthinkable. Unthinkable. You are humbling this old man to the point of shame. Countless mighty beings hastily waved their hands in protest, leaning their bodies to one side. Such a profound bow from the Emperor was beyond what they could bear. Witnessing this scene, the great Emperor of Taishu shook his head. Gentlemen, there is no need for such modesty. I am the great Emperor of the human race and possess my own principles. This time, it is I, the great Emperor of Taishu, who owes you a debt of gratitude. With that, the great Emperor Taishu moved his thoughts, and a simple, ancient token appeared before every mighty warrior of the 10,000 races who had participated in the battle. This is the Taishu token. As long as you do not harm the living beings of the myriad races or damage the interests of this universe, activate this token, and I shall appear to shield you from one calamity. Hearing this, the assembled warriors were overcome with excitement. Never had they imagined they could make a reigning great emperor owe them a favor. Though the conditions were somewhat stringent, what did it matter? After all, this was a tangible talisman of protection. Without hesitation, they pressed the Taishu token deeper into their robes. Thank you, great emperor. Thank you, great emperor. For a moment, the Imperial Gate echoed with expressions of gratitude. A great emperor who discerned good from evil, understood right from wrong, and administered rewards and punishments with clarity was a blessing for the entire universe. Truly, he was worthy of being the great emperor of the human race. Qin Feng and Gu Yan, who had just returned, witnessed this scene firsthand. Thank you. The great Emperor of the Void approached the two and bowed deeply before them once more. Especially for Qin Feng, without the aid of this peerless being, the chaos tides could never have been pacified. This is my understanding of the way of space. I hope it will be of use to you. A sphere of light coalesced in the great Emperor of Taishu's hand, accompanied by a Taishu token. Then, the great Emperor of Taishu turned his gaze beyond the Imperial Gate. A more crucial matter awaited him. A golden path of light emerged from beneath his feet, stretching endlessly into the depths of boundless void. Friend Gu, since matters are settled, I shall depart with my disciple. Qin Feng said with a smile. He then approached Kong Xian from behind, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up as if carrying a little chick. Transforming into a streak of light, they departed. Thank you for your assistance this time, fellow Daoist. The ancient Holy Land will always welcome you. Do remember to visit often when you have the time. Gu Yan called out toward the distant starry sky. However, Gu Yan waited for a long time without receiving a response from Qin Feng, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Little did he know, Qin Feng's silence stemmed from being intercepted. Before him now stood a figure. This person was none other than the one who had been waiting here for quite some time, the master of Shodao Mountain. P.S. Gifts, updates, and 5-star reviews, especially 5-star reviews, are greatly appreciated. Your support is the author's greatest motivation. Chapter 58. 3,000 years later, I await his arrival within Shodao Mountain. Qin Feng yanked Kong Xian behind him and glared coldly at the master of Shodao Mountain. A divine light shimmered in his eyes. Qin Feng instantly discerned that this figure was merely a manifestation of the Lord of Shodao Mountain. But upon reflection, it made sense. Before the immortal path opened, these rulers of forbidden zones would never rashly reveal themselves, wasting their precious lifespan. Yet, though this was merely a manifestation of the mountain guardian, its aura was deeply concealed, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. A voice echoed relentlessly within Qin Feng's mind, do not confront it head-on. Do not confront it head-on. Could it be, the master of Shodao Mountain is actually the celestial emperor? This left Qin Feng troubled. Why, even after changing his identity, was he still being targeted by the Forbidden Zone's ruler? Unconsciously, Qin Feng even considered switching to his main account, his true self descending. He swiftly reviewed his trump cards within his spiritual sea. First was his fully perfected primordial ancient saint body, coupled with his unconventional Dao level 5 elements Dao, the Dao of thunder, and his time and space Dao, which was infinitely close to the supreme level. Then there was the world's foremost divine flame, the Yin Yang divine flame, capable of devouring supreme being vitality. The heavenly emperor was powerful, but what if this particular heavenly emperor was flawed rather than flawless? Moreover, Qin Feng still held a genuine immortal artifact in his grasp. With multiple Dao paths stacked together, plus the Yin Yang divine fire and the immortal grade Hongmeng measure of heaven, attrition alone could wear him down. It might not be a 50-50 chance, but at the very least, it's a 60-40 split. Moreover, the path to immortality would not open for nearly 80,000 years. Qin Feng refused to believe the celestial emperor would abandon his chance at immortality to engage in a life or death battle with him, risking exposure of his own trump card. At this thought, Qin Feng suddenly felt less anxious. This was the confidence born of true strength. After all, the drunken immortal painting bug never held back its power. Before him, the Lord of Shodao Mountain observed Qin Feng. From initial panic to present composure, he couldn't help but feel curious. He had to admire Qin Feng's fortitude. As for Kong Xian behind him, the master of Shodao Mountain fixed his gaze upon this imperial son of the Phoenix clan. Kong Xian felt as though some terrifying presence had fixed its gaze upon him, his heart already shattered by fear. The only reason he remained standing was sheer willpower. Master of Shodao Mountain, I beg you not to trouble a junior like me. I imagine your divine form wouldn't manifest without reason. I'm a straightforward man who dislikes unnecessary complications. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Qin Feng stood before the master of Shodao Mountain, and only then did Kong Xian, standing behind him, feel a sense of relief. Just moments ago, he'd felt that another moment under the gaze of this Forbidden Zone's master might literally stare him to death. Very well. Since you put it that way, I shall hold nothing back. With that, he drew a yin-yang jade disc from his robe. This is my token of trust. Please deliver it to the master of the Forbidden Zone behind you. 3,000 years hence, I shall await his arrival within Shodao Mountain. Just as Qin Feng hesitated, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the master of Shodao Mountain has designated the host as the ruler of the 7th Forbidden Zone. System task issued. Please make your choice. Option 1, accept the yin-yang jade disc and agree. Reward, 3 strands of primordial qi. Option 2, decline politely. Reward, 1 imperial scripture. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grasped the gist of the situation. It seemed the entity was interested in his true form. The invitation was a pretense, the true intent was to probe. From the primordial era to the present, only 6 great forbidden zones of life existed in the world. Now, another had suddenly emerged, inevitably arousing the vigilance of the rulers of these forbidden zones. After all, one more forbidden zone master meant one more competitor vying for the chance to ascend to immortality. Qin Feng recalled the words spoken by the Purple Emperor in his mind's eye. The master of Shodao Mountain is trustworthy. Of course, Qin Feng dared not place complete faith in these words. After all, human nature remains complex. In short, people change, especially at such a pivotal moment as the path to immortality opening. No one could resist the allure of immortality, not even Qin Feng, an immortal himself. However, to condense the path of creation, he must remain in this universe for a long time yet, so he felt no urgency to become immortal. Ultimately, Qin Feng chose the first option. Now, he possessed 6 strands of primordial qi, which could further enhance his innate talent and comprehension. Though 3,000 years may seem brief, it should suffice for him to elevate his mastery of the Dao to the level of an emperor. By then, with multiple flawless Dao paths combined, plus the Hongmeng measure of heaven, a divine artifact and the world's foremost divine fire. Even if this were a trap, he was confident he could depart unscathed. Power was always Qin Feng's ultimate confidence. Very well. I shall convey your words to that esteemed figure. As for whether he will attend, that is not something a peerless warrior like myself can decide. Qin Feng's face flashed a look of determined effort as he spoke. No matter. Your assurance suffices. I trust he will honor us with his presence. After all, I hold a secret that would interest any ruler of the Forbidden Zones. Then, as if its mission fulfilled, his Dharma body dissolved into specks of light, slowly vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. Yet, the final words of the guardian of Shodao Mountain were deeply intriguing. A secret that would interest every ruler of a Forbidden Zone? What could it be? Disciple, let's go. Remember not to reveal anything discussed here. Qin Feng reminded him. Rest assured, master. This disciple's lips are sealed. Kong Xian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and immediately swore an oath to the heavenly way. Along the way, Qin Feng slipped a token into Kong Xian's robe. It contained the full power of his true form, usable 3 times enough to hold out until his arrival. Given the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng had no choice but to be cautious. The fact that the guardian deity of Shodao Mountain had come seeking him had raised his suspicions. Could this mean the other Forbidden Zone masters had also sensed the existence of the 7th life Forbidden Zone? Could they also deduce that both he and Kong Xian were inhabitants of this 7th Forbidden Zone? Moreover, Qin Feng was uncertain whether the other Forbidden Zone masters had discerned the master of Shodao Mountain's physical form venturing outside the Forbidden Zone. Would the other Forbidden Zone masters devise countermeasures? In any case, it never hurt to be extra cautious. Disciple, you must hasten to enhance your strength. First, let the 5 elements Dao manifest in an unconventional way. Then, consume the Dao unifying flower to forcibly attain the status of a second great emperor. After that, I will seek out some fine materials for you to forge an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. This way, your combat strength should rival Jang Mu's, that is, mid-stage 2nd generation great emperor, and your safety will be further secured. Qin Feng fretted. After all, this was his own disciple. He certainly didn't want to bury his own child, that would be far too heartbreaking. This disciple understands. Kong Xian replied solemnly. Upon returning, the disciple will diligently contemplate the 5 elements Dao, striving to attain enlightenment through an unconventional path within 1,000 years. P.S. Where are the 5-star reviews? Wah! Has the love faded? Is the author about to fade into obscurity? No, please don't.